Chapter 1 Nine-Tail Rebellion. As night fell, the seal of the Nine-Tail weakened due to the birth of Kushina Uzumaki, and the man who called himself Uchiha took the opportunity to release the Nine-Tail and caused chaos in Konoha village. Since Konoha village was usually strong enough, the only chance was at this time, taking advantage of the weakness of the seal of the Nine-Tail to launch a surprise attack, so that Konoha village would enter a weak and nervous state, and then wait for another opportunity to come. At the same time, in the woods outside Konoha village, a baby appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. If nothing caught it, he might fall to death. Damn it! Don't play with me like that! Xiao Yun, who realized his situation, shouted angrily, but from the outside, it sounded like a baby crying randomly. When he was about to land, a pair of slender, dry white hands stretched out from the ground, with black cloth handguards wrapped in red lines, and these hands gently caught Xiao Yun, who fell to the ground. Along with this scene, one after another ninjas appeared silently from the shadows, wearing black robes with red lines wrapped around them, and their scarlet eyes were particularly bright in the dark night. At this moment, Xiao Yun also saw the protective wall of Konoha and the nine-tailed red fox roaring to the sky through the eyes of those black shadows. At the same time, he also saw the black shadows in the eyes of the black shadows. This outfit is obviously the Ghost Shadow Corps, and that is the nine-tailed demon fox? The Black Shadow Corps in the adventure of the Naruto world? This. Wait a minute, now I am a baby. The nine-tailed is attacking Konoha. If I want to find a place to settle down, it is obviously best to join Konoha. But will these black shadows listen to me? As soon as the idea came out, the black shadows knelt on one knee and clasped their fists, looking like they were surrendering. Even the black shadow holding me knelt on both knees and raised myself up with both hands. That's interesting, isn't it? Xiao Yun was full of smiles. At the same time, in Konoha village, the third generation led a group of Konoha ninjas to fight against the Nine Tails. Various ninjutsu emerged one after another, and they cooperated with the ninjas who dispersed the crowd. Everything went smoothly, but it was indeed a bit difficult to defeat the Nine Tails. Now we can only disperse the crowd and then slowly find a way to solve the problem. Boom! The Nine Tails directly cut open a high tower on the road that the ninjas who were evacuating the people had to pass through with one claw, and the fallen ruins fell straight down. When it was about to hit the ninja and the child, a black shadow emerged from the darkness, flashed behind the man, grabbed his ankle, and threw him out, but it was crushed by the ruins, and the smoke and dust of the ruins turned into black mist and dissipated. Now it is night, and the strength of the Black Shadow Corps has been enhanced. When this black shadow appeared, groups of black shadows appeared one after another. No one knew where they came from. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of black shadows rushed towards the Nine Tails, as densely packed as ants eating insects. The third generation frowned. Although there would be spies and ninjas from all sides coming to make trouble when Konoha was invaded, he didn't expect that they would come to help. Action with them. The third generation made this decision after careful consideration. Now the fourth generation didn't know where he went, so the third generation acted as the Hokage. The ninjas of Konoha received the order and joined the battle at full speed. Originally, they were still on guard against this group of black shadows, but now they joined the battle. The third generation's eyes were full of fear. Where did such a well-trained and fearless army come from? Who has such strength? And after these black shadows die, there will be replacements immediately. It is simply inexhaustible. If these people are Konoha's enemies, Konoha might be in danger. Danzo is going to deal with some sneaky guys, so he will definitely not show up to help here. Why did this group of people miss out? The third generation was full of doubts, but he was quite sure of the strength of the Black Shadow. The ninja world had never heard of a unit with such combat power. I'm late. The golden flash instantly descended beside him, and the third generation looked puzzled. What did you do? Such a big thing, why didn't you rush to it in the first time? Haha, someone who called himself Uchiha stopped me. Namikaze Minato scratched his head awkwardly and smiled foolishly, then turned to look at the Nine Tails with a serious face. Compared to this, what are those? Did the third generation secretly gather a group of such powerful troops? Or Danzo? I don't know. The third generation looked solemn. He just hoped that this was really a friend, not an enemy. Then I'm leaving. Please pay attention. Without saying anything, Minato Namikaze threw a kunai forward, and his figure quickly flashed close to the Nine Tails to join the battle. The third generation took a puff of dry tobacco, silently watching everything happening in front of him, with half-closed eyes. Time passed little by little, and when the villagers had almost evacuated, Uzumaki Kushina appeared. Sealing technique Vajra seal. Gold. The colored chains tightly locked the nine-tailed fox's tail and limbs. The nine-tailed fox could still be seen struggling, but it was slightly stagnant because of the black shadows on its body that were launching surprise attacks on it. Although these black shadows were not fatal, they made it irritable and angry like mosquitoes and fleas, and it kept struggling. Countless black shadows were thrown off like fleas and fell to the ground, turning into black mist and dissipating. Instead, countless black shadows emerged from the darkness all over the street, and continued to hang on the nine-tailed fox by taking advantage of the height of the building. Seal it again, Uzumaki Kushina said impatiently. Ah! But at this moment, she suddenly felt something was wrong, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and knelt on the ground. Namikaze Minato came to her with a worried look on his face. At this time, the nine-tailed fox suddenly broke free from the seal and pierced the two people directly. Ahem! Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were pierced together. The huge claws pierced the two people and also made them determined. Bring Naruto here. Namikaze Minato looked at the third generation not far away. The third generation said nothing and silently carried Naruto over. And Namikaze Minato will also use the sealing technique, Shiki Fusion, to seal half of the nine-tails soul. At this time, the black shadows suddenly appeared, lined up in a team, and handed over a baby in a swaddling cloth. The baby was very well behaved, not crying, but staring at the surroundings innocently with wide eyes. This is Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun thought about it carefully. According to the combat effectiveness of the black shadows, it is not inferior to the genin at all, and even exceeds the ordinary genin, but this is not enough to protect himself in the Naruto world, so his destination is naturally to hit the nine tails. This. The third generation seemed to have guessed their thoughts. But the nine tails can almost be called Konoha's secret. If it is handed over to an outsider, or such a potential outsider. The black shadow seemed to see through his thoughts, silently put Xiao Yun on the ground, and all disappeared in an instant without a trace. They entrusted this child to us. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and signaled with his eyes, and the third generation had no choice but to pick him up and hand him to Namikaze Minato. After the lectures of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, the two babies, the 8-diagram seal separated the yin and yang parts of the nine tails chakra, and Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato launched the sealing technique together to seal the nine tails. Chapter 2 Anbu Boy. 6 years after the Nine Tails Rebellion, Xiao Yun successfully joined the Anbu. The combat power he showed was incomparable to ordinary children, and his mind was also excellent. Although it was a bit far-fetched to want to join the Anbu at the age of 6, he still did it. Of course, Uchiha Itachi also acted with him, but Uchiha Itachi joined the Anbu at the age of 11, almost the same year as Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun and him rarely talked, but the two had a good relationship. Xiao Yun had lived in Konoha village for 6 years since the Nine Tails Rebellion. Now he had passed the Chunin exam and was even admitted to the Anbu as an exception. Today he and Itachi teamed up to do the mission. The two walked together, not one in front and one behind. Itachi seemed to want to ask Xiao Yun's opinion and kept hanging around him. Why did you join the Anbu? Itachi asked. Xiao Yun flew forward without saying a word, and his face under the Anbu raccoon mask was smiling. He knew that 6.5 years after the Nine Tails Rebellion was when Uchiha Itachi exterminated his family. Suspicion had been going on for 6 years, and Itachi was probably hesitating now. I want peace. Xiao Yun said this specifically for Itachi. Itachi had seen many wars and had experienced many battles, so he knew better than anyone that peace was more important than anything else. When they saw the place, the two stopped. Now they were going to carry out the extermination mission. A small ninja village, the mission they received was to kill and exterminate it. Xiao Yun stood up and drew out his short sword, and entered the village with a flash. Over the years, he has been thinking about what steps to take to survive. Click. A stream of light flashed, and the short sword slashed across his neck. It seemed that they did not expect someone to attack in the daytime, so this small ninja village was not well prepared, and even the outpost was killed and they did not come back to their senses. Until the two sneaked into the village and slaughtered them all. A strong ninja village needs someone to pay, and the people in the Anbu are part of that pay. Itachi was surprised that Xiao Yun acted so coldly and quickly, and his face was full of surprise, but his hands did not stop, just simply surprised that such a young child, the short sword was even taller than him. But what he did, it was chilling. After they had dealt with everything here, the two took away the necessary scrolls, and Itaki also used fire escape to burn the base here. Xiao Yun didn't say a word during the whole process. Until the two on the way back, Itaki could not forget what Xiao Yun had done before. After joining the Anbu, some things can be seen clearly, so it is not surprising, but seeing Xiao Yun like this, he still felt scared. In the Konoha ninja village, the two handed in the task and walked in the village as soon as possible. Xiao Yun happened to be on the same road. His clothes had been changed and the whole person was washed. He looked no different from an ordinary child, with short black hair, and looked white and cute, just a little kid. Along the way, Xiao Yun wandered around with his reward. The place where Xiao Yun was going back was where Naruto was, and the two lived together. Along the way, all kinds of people looked at him with hatred and disgust, even Itaki could feel it. You have the 9 tails in your body, they all hate you, but why are you willing to do the task to protect them? Itaki saw this figure in the Anbu several times. He was short but powerful, which made people pay attention to him, and he exuded brilliance. Peace. Xiao Yun smiled, looking very innocent, without a trace of impurities. And Itaki was shocked. Personality charm, maybe that's it. Until the street corner, Xiao Yun turned and left, walking towards the house where Naruto was. And Itaki also left straight away. Crack. The door slowly opened, and the first thing Xiao Yun did when he entered the door was to take off his shoes, then put on slippers, and began to walk around the house and clean everywhere. Although I knew Naruto was sloppy, I really didn't expect that this guy was so sloppy. There were instant noodle buckets stacked everywhere, as well as various expired milk and some unknown hard biscuits. You're back. Naruto looked at Xiao Yun with stars on his face. The two grew up together. This guy didn't like to talk much, and he didn't see him many times, and he didn't know what he was doing. Of course, Xiao Yun never told him that he joined the Anbu, otherwise he would be surprised to death. How are you recently? Xiao Yun asked with a smile on his face. The two were about the same height. Naruto leaned forward like a doll that was reproduced 1-to-1. It was a pity that Xiao Yun's hair was black and his hairstyle was not like that. Don't mention it. Naruto suddenly looked sad when he mentioned this. Is that so? Xiao Yun smiled knowingly. He naturally knew what was going on. It must be uncomfortable when the eyes of the villagers in the whole village were focused on him. Fortunately, he had a good mentality, otherwise he would definitely collapse. Can a child grow up healthily under such eyes and atmosphere? It is questionable. By the way, I saw a guy today. He was so annoying. Naruto thought about it, and a very arrogant guy appeared in his mind. Judging from the family emblem on his back, he should be from the Uchiha clan. Who? Xiao Yun was stunned. Who did Naruto have an enemy with since he was a child? No way. Blue clothes, from the Uchiha clan, and white shorts. Naruto thought about it, touched his chin and said seriously. Xiao Yun was completely stunned, thinking about it in his head. Uchiha clan, blue clothes, white shorts, someone who is about the same age as him and makes him hate and feel unhappy, Uchiha Sasuke? Ah, this. Do you know him? Naruto was surprised when he saw him, thinking. Maybe, I know him. Xiao Yun looked embarrassed. How did this kid make an enemy so early? Isn't it too early after all? It's normal to make progress later. Great, take me to find him, I have to have a good communication with him. Naruto rubbed his hands, as if he was going to have a good communication. Xiao Yun was terrified. If this guy went to cause trouble and clashed with Itaki, I wonder if they would fight. Can I beat Itaki? Xiao Yun was full of doubts and helplessness. Brother, what are you doing recently? Come and practice Shuriken with me. In the clan territory of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke pestered Itaki, with a look of joy and curiosity. I did a mission with a companion. Itaki didn't want to say too much about this. Mission? Companion? Who is it? A Jonin? Or a genin? But Sasuke admired him even more after hearing the mission. Becoming a ninja was his lifelong dream. Itaki recalled the way Xiao Yun performed the mission, his eyes were full of confusion, and he unconsciously compared it with Sasuke, and subconsciously muttered, that's a terrible guy. Hearing such an evaluation, Sasuke immediately became interested. Just when he was about to open his mouth to ask, he heard a loud shout from the other side. Great! You are here! Naruto took the lead and walked straight over. It's you! Sasuke stared at Naruto with disdain and indifference, with a faint sneer on his face. The two had a conflict today because Naruto, unconvinced that his ninjutsu was rated A, Naruto personally went on stage to demonstrate it, but the final result was no rating. Chapter 3 Mutual Hatred. You're here. Itaka looked helplessly at Xiao Yun, who was slowly approaching. Xiao Yun nodded without saying anything. Itaki also silently watched Xiao Yun approach slowly. Who is he? Sasuke looked disdainful and was also surprised that his brother actually knew this kid, a kid who was similar to himself. Hearing Sasuke looking up at him and asking, Itaki reached out and rubbed Sasuke's head. He is my companion. An Anbu. Sasuke looked at Xiao Yun with horror. He found it hard to believe that this boy who was similar to himself was actually an Anbu. Moreover, that guy actually knew this guy who was also an Anbu. In his eyes, Naruto was obviously just a slacker, without any special skills, and even without a trace of excellence. Such a person knows such an excellent Anbu? Sasuke walked forward and looked at Xiao Yun carefully, left and right, up and down, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt it was particularly unbelievable. Could this person be an Anbu? Hello. Xiao Yun had a faint smile on his face, and he looked like an ordinary child. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He did not reach out his hand, but looked at Itaki. Itaki did not say much, but just looked at Xiao Yun silently, examining him with his eyes, as if thinking about the purpose of his coming here. It's been 6 years, and the situation is not optimistic. Xiao Yun changed the subject, bypassed Sasuke, and went straight to Itaka's direction, leaving Naruto and Sasuke to compete secretly over there. Itaka narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, as if thinking about what Xiao Yun wanted to express. 6 years ago, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, a man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails and attacked the village. The only power that could control the Nine Tails was the Sharingan. Although little information was revealed at the time, everyone knew that Uchiha Madara was dead, and the only person who could control the Nine Tails seemed to be the Uchiha clan. Now the Uchiha clan has been moved out of Konoha village. Although they are the police chiefs of Konoha village, they live outside the village. This gap is inevitably widened. The suspicion of the Konoha high-level officials inevitably spread, and the only one who could reconcile the problem was Uchiha Itaki, so he was hesitant. Recently, Uchiha Fugaku also began to ask for some opinions from Uchiha Itaki, as if he was making references and speculating on the intentions of the Konoha high-level officials. Now that the third generation has succeeded to the throne, and after experiencing the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan has the most intact strength, so it is inevitable that there will be some fear. What do you mean? Itaka chose to play dumb. Xiao Yun knew that Uchiha Itaki would have a terminal illness, but that would happen in more than a decade. It was too early to think about the future now, but now it had been 6 years since the Nine Tails Rebellion, and it could be said that there was still half a year before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. That was the real beginning of everything, and it was hard to imagine what would happen. I'll help you if you have any problems, don't take it alone, even if you can't say it. Xiao Yun said something very mysterious that made Itaka confused. Is there anything he can help with? Not yet, right? But he meant that he would help himself. Alas, I have something else to do, I'll come back in half a year, there's nothing wrong with them having more contact. Xiao Yun looked at Naruto, who was bickering with Sasuke, said helplessly, and walked straight to the Anbu of Konoha. And Itaka was also thinking about why Xiao Yun said that. Half a year later, the Uchiha clan in Konoha village launched a coup. Before that, Uchiha Shisui died. Itaki also thought through what to do, so he killed everyone except Sasuke under the guarantee of the third generation. When Xiao Yun received the news, he was still on a mission outside. He also calculated before accepting the mission. He would not return until Naruto had grown up. He said half a year, but in fact it was just a reminder to Uchiha Itaki. It's just a pity that Itaki promised the third generation to keep it secret, so he would not come to Xiao Yun for help in anything. A few years later, Naruto successfully got the opportunity to enter the ninja school. First, he was divided into classes, and then practiced. At this time, Xiao Yun also came back. Although he was the same height as Naruto, his name was already known to everyone. During the missions he carried out, he also had contact with Kakashi a lot, and he probably knew how bad Kakashi's condition was now. They fought to their death without caring about their own lives, and they didn't even consider turning back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have created a move like Chidori that only attacks but doesn't defend. The third generation summoned the two of them together. I want to ask you for a favor. The third generation said earnestly, leave the Anbu, find something to do, and lead the new students. It will only benefit you. Xiao Yun stood aside and listened carefully. He was not vague about leading the new students. Compared to this, since leading the new people means that he will come into contact with those senior ninjas who are on missions and have returned. Among them, there is one person who makes him particularly afraid and envious, Might Guy. The 8 gates of the ninjutsu is no joke, and this move is the most powerful in his memory. Over the years, he has borrowed the Nine Tails Chakra from the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails is also very happy about it. The Nine Tails Chakra of Yin and Yang attributes has been divided into 2 parts, one part is on Xiao Yun, which is Yin, and the other part is on Naruto, which is Yang. Xiao Yun can easily control the Nine Tails Chakra, and can even teach ninjutsu to his Black Shadow core. The scary thing is that there are also many Black Shadows among them who can use ninjutsu, from the simplest fire escape to the ever-changing wind escape, almost all attributes are available. Each of them is a Black Shadow that he has carefully cultivated. The strength of these Black Shadows cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, Xiao Yun has the Nine Tails Chakra as a base, otherwise he would have died several times while performing tasks. Now that the third generation said that they should lead the new students, he naturally agreed immediately. I'll listen to you. Xiao Yun flattered with a smile on his face. The third generation just nodded knowingly. Although he was relieved about Xiao Yun, the outsider, he was not completely relieved. He had looked up the origins of the Black Shadow for many years, but he had no clues, so he still had doubts about Xiao Yun. However, Xiao Yun had not done anything beyond the bottom line in these years and had always abided by his duties, so the third generation naturally recognized him silently. Kakashi knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and didn't know what he was thinking. Xiao Yun silently clasped his fists and said goodbye. Kakashi would definitely accept it, and even if he didn't accept it, the third generation would force him to accept it. Thinking back, it's probably about time for Naruto to steal the scroll. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the news came that the sealed book was stolen. Xiao Yun followed the sound and rushed towards the woods in his memory. Mizuki would definitely take action over there, and Naruto would defeat Mizuki with the shadow clone technique. But these are not the main points. The main point is that Xiao Yun clearly knows that the mastermind behind all this must be Orochimaru. So he walked straight to the forest and silently patrolled the surroundings. Chapter 4 Battle with Orochimaru. Friend, have you gone to the wrong place? Xiao Yun walked over with a short knife in his hand. And in front of him was Orochimaru, who was watching the show with his arms folded. Obviously, there was something he had to test for this attack on Konoha village, so he came here in person. And Xiao Yun also stared at this guy silently. Oh! Orochimaru had a smile on his cold face and stared at Xiao Yun with curiosity. This kid has never been seen before. When did he become a rookie? Should he be killed or captured for research? Being stared at by the vertical eye, Xiao Yun's face was actually relaxed a lot. This guy's strength is still a little weaker than his own Nine Tails Chakra. Come! Xiao Yun raised his hand, and a group of black shadows immediately emerged beside him. Surrounded by red chakra, Orochimaru's face suddenly changed as he made hand seals. When did this guy place so many people here? What kind of escape technique is this? Such a scary and cold chakra, who is this person? He looks like he is only in his teens, and when did Konoha have such a force? Scary, too scary. You make me feel very interesting. Orochimaru's face was full of smiles. The hoarse voice came into Xiao Yun's ears, but Xiao Yun didn't want to say much. This person is a very important role, he can promote the development of everything. Don't move, you will die if you are not careful. Xiao Yun controlled the shadow in the big tree behind Orochimaru, and when his two hands stretched out, a long knife was already on Orochimaru's neck. Ho ho! Orochimaru sneered, his heart was full of fear, and he wanted to find a way to escape from this ghost place immediately. Who is this person? Anbu's clothes, but Danzo never told him when Konoha cultivated so many strong people. There is even such a terrifying little devil. How terrifying will he be when he grows up? Crack! Orochimaru spit out a long sword from his mouth and fiercely cut off the samurai sword in front of his neck. His body turned into a giant snake and swam on the ground. He left in a short while. The main thing is that he is now in the territory of Konoha village. Now the Book of Seals has been stolen. If Konoha is alerted, even if he cooperates with Danzo, he will be caught. The Kusanagi sword is indeed as good as its reputation, cutting iron like mud. Xiao Yun's face was full of satisfaction, and he fell into deep thought when he looked at the scroll left by Orochimaru on the ground. Maybe the seal scroll is the real scroll, and the content obtained by Naruto and Mizuki in the battle has been copied. However, the forbidden technique on the scroll. Xiao Yun put it away silently. Then, pretending to have just arrived, he ran towards the field. Naruto, who was in a difficult battle, obviously did not expect Xiao Yun to arrive suddenly. Xiao Yun. Naruto was full of surprise. He only knew that Xiao Yun had joined the Anbu not long ago. If the third Hokage hadn't told him, he might not have known about it, let alone sincerely wanting to practice to surpass Xiao Yun, using his childish ideas as motivation and energy to move forward. Here you are, you've grown a lot taller. Xiao Yun looked at Shoimu, who was showing his ugly appearance, without turning his head. Hehe, little brat, wearing Anbu uniform. Shoimu was horrified. Anbu uniform, people from Anbu. Anbu means a symbol of strength in Konoha. After the Uchiha clan was completely destroyed, Anbu almost took over all the events in the dark of Konoha, and most of the confidential tasks were gathered in their hands. How many ninjas who survived the life and death were simple? Especially such a teenager. Maybe I have to trouble you to stay. Xiao Yun gestured twice, and a black shadow emerged from the ground and grabbed Shoimu's leg with his hand, while several other black shadows also rushed out to capture him. Although Iruka was still immersed in Naruto's persistence and seriousness towards him just a moment ago, he was completely surprised at this moment. Who has such strength? He even captured Mizuki, who is a Chunin. Unfortunately, even without the mask, Iruka couldn't tell who Xiao Yun was. Naruto was full of surprise, but unfortunately he was consumed too much just now, causing him to faint directly. Then I'll leave first. Xiao Yun dealt with Mizuki, who is a Chunin, in one encounter and left directly, leaving Iruka surprised and confused. In the Hokage's office, Iruka told everything he heard and saw truthfully. The third generation looked at him solemnly, as if thinking that this was somewhat credible. The matter of the Black Shadow was another secret back then. Perhaps because of Xiao Yun's special identity, they didn't want him to be controlled by the organization behind the Black Shadows and used to deal with Konoha, so the third generation has always been very afraid of this, and few people know about it. But now the Black Shadow suddenly appeared, it has to be said that the third generation began to be particularly nervous. I know, Sandai said, go down. Iruka left. Sandai smoked a pipe alone in the office, looking at the scenery outside the window, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Should we deal with a guy with unknown power at this time of weakness? Will a full-scale fight cause Konoha's strength to decline again? What is his purpose? Such a powerful existence was accidentally put into Konoha, is it a blessing or a curse? A few days later, the matter of Naruto stealing the Book of Seals subsided, and it was naturally time for the group assessment. The first thing Xiao Yun did was to make all the people in his group fail, which was also part of Kakashi's attitude back then. It's said that in the past, but in fact it's now. Kakashi's attitude now is to brush away if he fails, while Xiao Yun silently brushes away everyone in his group, so that he can be lazy and idle for a while. But the third generation must have thought of the problem, so he would arrange those people to go to other people's groups. It was enough for Xiao Yun to agree to these things. He didn't expect this guy to really help, but he couldn't be involved in the Anbu's mission. Xiao Yun still had these guesses. So now, watching Kakashi and the other three people testing the team, Xiao Yun's face was full of joy. Sasuke and Naruto naturally recognized Xiao Yun. And now Naruto was tied to the pillar of shame. Sasuke and Sakura were thinking of a way, thinking that maybe no one saw it. Xiao Yun was wearing an ordinary uniform, so he was very curious about what changes his appearance would bring. Itaka had completely lost contact with him. Sasuke seemed to be able to remember the past when he saw him, but he also remembered all the unhappiness when he was with Naruto. Hey, are you eating? Xiao Yun naturally went to sit next to the three people and looked at Naruto on the pillar of shame with interest. Naruto was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. His failure had implicated these two people, but now these two people were clearly told that if they gave this loser some food, they would be eliminated. Xiao Yun's appearance made the two of them even more entangled. Xiao Yun said nothing and sat here waiting for their answer. What are you doing here? Sasuke was not happy. Sakura was curious. She had never seen this person before. She rarely saw this person in the children's group playing in Konoha village. Even at grand banquets, she had never seen this person. Chapter 5 Hatake Kakashi. I saw you guys were eating, so I came to see. No one passed the test over there. What a pity, Xiaoyun shrugged helplessly. Hearing this, Sasuke's heart sank. If this is the case this year, it means that the assessment is very strict. If he really gave Naruto food. Xiaoyun hesitated. After a while, he looked at Sasuke and Sakura and whispered, "Don't worry, I didn't see anything. The guy probably disappeared too. He won't notice it. Don't worry." Sakura's heart was a little turbulent when she heard him say that, and Sasuke was also a little hesitant. Sasuke was probably the most unhappy when the three were divided into a team. This guy hated Naruto, who would hold him back, and thought he would become an obstacle on his way to becoming a strong man. But from childhood to now, there is a certain bickering bond in their hearts, even now they have not stopped. And Sakura is the same, hard on the outside but soft on the inside. The two actually decided to give Naruto food a long time ago, but now Xiaoyun's appearance made them a little afraid. It is naturally not a good thing to have a bystander. If he catches a handle, he will do bad things to him if he is not careful. Who knows? Alas! There is no way. The two divided a part of the food box in their hands and handed it to Naruto with the lid. At this time, Xiaoyun felt that the shadow saw a figure rushing towards this side. Hatake Kakashi, another former Anbu companion of his, successfully became his companion after Itaka left. Of course, he rarely spoke, and he didn't know if he had any impression of him. A person who regarded his companions as heaven. Because of his failure in decision-making in a mission, one of his companions was killed or injured, and then he killed another of his companions with his own hands. This huge blow is like the sky falling. Now Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura show a bond that is no less than that of their three-person team back then. Xiaoyun wanted to see how angry Kakashi would be after what he said later. If you don't complete the mission, you don't deserve to be called a ninja. It looks like a failure. Xiaoyun pretended to say loudly, and the meaning of this was very teasing. Hatake Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark and rushing over, also heard this, and stopped his rapid pace, with murderous intent and hesitation flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyun in front of him is very similar to himself back then, with the most intuitive thoughts. How about it? Do you want to consider letting me take you to practice together? I am a senior ninja of the Anbu. Xiaoyun suddenly mentioned this. On the one hand, he thought that if he could recruit all three people, he could also lead them to continue together, and nothing beyond the expected scope would happen. But now it seems that Hatake Kakashi has already had murderous intentions towards him. Oh, you didn't ask me. Kakashi's figure appeared behind Xiaoyun, as if he was hugging his neck, but the kunao in his hand didn't say that. Feeling the kunao placed horizontally in front of his neck, Xiaoyun smiled. The hand of the black shadow slowly appeared and grabbed Kakashi's foot. What? Kakashi didn't realize when such a misty breath appeared underground, and the owner of this breath actually grabbed his foot. A weightlessness, Kakashi was about to fall. Xiaoyun also glowed with the Nine Tails Chakra, and the black shadows also carried the Nine Tails Chakra visible to the naked eye. Nine Tails. Kakashi's pupils shrank. The turmoil of that year is still fresh in my memory. The destructive power of the Nine Tails is really amazing, and now this little guy can actually control the Nine Tails Chakra without losing control? Xiaoyun, enough. Stop. Kakashi said. Xiaoyun had no intention of stopping, but silently ordered the black shadows to do it. Team 7 is the best in his hands. Of course, this is just an empty thought. The third generation will not let him contact that side. His origin is unknown, and the third generation has long been afraid of him. Now it is evening, and the strength of the Black Shadow Core is at its strongest. Kakashi naturally can't stop him. The Black Shadow Core has not appeared in these years. Only now, when Team 7 appears, they also appear together. Xiaoyun has been hiding for so many years and finally has a place to use his skills. Why are they fighting? And this guy is so strong. Sasuke said solemnly. He finally remembered his mission at this moment. The memory brought by hatred made him understand that he should not be decadent anymore. Maybe it's best to leave now? Find a strong man, like Xiaoyun said, follow him. He is an Anbu Jonin, a strong man recognized by his brother, a strong man who makes people tremble, and he is the same age as himself. Over there, the Black Shadow Army continued to pour out from the dark, and Kakashi was forced to retreat everywhere. It was obvious that Xiao Yun had the upper hand. And Sasuke looked at Xiao Yun with admiration and yearning. Unconsciously stood up and walked a few steps towards him. Sasuke. Sakura saw him like this and immediately grabbed his hand, looking at him with a puzzled look, not knowing why he walked forward in a daze. Sasuke looked at Xiao Yun blankly, with only the word revenge in his heart. Forget it, is it still too early? Xiao Yun knew it was too early when he saw that he could decisively induce Sasuke to follow him. If Sasuke is allowed to grow up early, he will definitely be a disaster. A beast without any restraints is still a beast after all, and no one can tame it. Even if he finally learns the truth from Itaki, he will inevitably become a puppet of the Akatsuki organization to attack Konoha. By then, Kage's resurrection will be much faster. I dare not think about how I can use this meager power to fight her. Why did you stop? Kakashi frowned and stared at Xiao Yun in front of him in confusion. These users of the Nine Tails Chakra are all very powerful. Even if one is defeated, another will appear instantly. This kind of power has never been heard of. As a senior ninja, he has no way to face this kind of power. The power of the Nine Tails has not been fully exerted. The number of black shadows is one after another. Even if Kakashi uses large-scale ninjutsu, he can infer that the black shadows will become more. It's boring. They are too weak now. Maybe I will take them away when they learn to respect their companions. Xiao Yun cancelled the black shadow as if he was asking for trouble, and got up and left silently. The test was completed, and the bottom line of the Jonin was probably this level. Kage level, I haven't reached the Kage level yet. Kage level is the starting combat power among Naruto. When I think of the previous face-to-face encounter with Orochimaru, I am really brave enough. Under Kakashi's gaze, Xiao Yun slowly disappeared, and Kakashi put all the things he saw and heard into the purpose of reporting to the third generation. Black Ninja. After another report, the frown on the face of the third generation became even more serious. He was very worried from the beginning. Namikaze Minato believed in the two children, or rather, he believed that the village would bring the best influence to the two children. But now, the third generation has to consider whether to give up the other half of the nine-tailed soul and get rid of it. The nine-tailed is the last trump card of each village, equivalent to the ultimate weapon. If one of them is missing, it will naturally be a huge loss. Chapter 6 Defection from Konoha. The tailed beast is the foundation of every village. If there is no tailed beast, many problems will arise one after another. Now that Konoha's strength has been damaged, if they suddenly send all kinds of people to deal with Xiao Yun again, I don't know how many people will be lost. According to the reports of these people, the strength of the Black Shadow is getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps, this is a hidden danger after all. And all of this was probably known to Danzo through his ears and eyes. In Konoha village, Xiao Yun, who was walking, suddenly received a report from the Black Shadow. Although the appearance of the Black Shadow will be weakened a little during the day, it is only a little. He can still hear who is moving in the dark through the Black Shadow's ability. The Shadow is always full of companions. In addition, the research on the Black Shadow has been improved a lot in recent years. It is almost certain that the Black Shadow's ability can also be used by himself, integrated into the Shadow, or transferred, or similar to the ability of Shikamaru, but the difference between the two is very large. The Black Shadow can even be endless. Now the people from the Anbu arrived so quickly, which also made Xiao Yun particularly helpless. I thought that the third Hokage or Danzo would take action against me after a few months. After all, I was a threat, and it might threaten the foundation of Konoha village. If it wasn't for Minato Namikaze's strong request, the third Hokage might not have accepted me. But now, the Anbu took action first, which means it's time to break with Konoha. Walking out of the village, it didn't take long, and the Anbu members were everywhere behind the bushes, on the tree trunks, underground, and in the sky. The surrounding area of several hundred meters was blocked. Fortunately, Xiao Yun walked to such a remote place so that they could ambush. We are all companions after all, and I'm a child, why do you have to do that? Xiao Yun only remembered that he was a child at this time. I didn't see him so humble at ordinary times. I'm following orders. Sorry. The Anbu members took action one after another. Although they said sorry, their attacks were heavier than the last. The sealing technique covered the surroundings. If you want to escape from the sealing barrier here, you must defeat the Anbu inside, and the Anbu can go in and out to replenish chakra at any time. Everyone used their most powerful moves. No one was below the level of Jonin. Although each ninjutsu did not reach the level of Kage, it was enough to be a small hill and a small stream. Hiding in this narrow range, they did not show any mercy even if it was just a child. In desperation, Xiao Yun called out the Black Shadow Corps, and emerged from the shadows of those people, and the samurai sword quietly rested on the necks of the Anbu who were squatting on the ground to perform the sealing technique. Ka! Blood splattered, and the sealing barrier was broken in an instant. Before a group of Anbu ninjas could react, Xiao Yun had already controlled the black shadows to reduce the Anbu members again and again, and he himself walked towards the border of Konoha slowly. It's time to go to the sand village and hide there for a few years. Until the Konoha Anbu didn't check when they sent people to check because they had not received any information, they found that the ground was full of ninja forward guards with a horizontal line through them and the bodies of ANBU members. Even the ANBU members who were used to seeing killings were a little shocked when they saw this scene. A child under 10 years old killed an elite team of dozens of ANBU members? This is a joke? Send the ANBU to chase them. The leader Danzo made this decision after thinking for a while. Yes. Another group of ANBU members chased after the traces. At the border of Konoha, the boundary between the yellow sand and the forest, Xiao Yun sensed the pursuers behind him, with a smile on his face. After stepping into the desert border, the other party would no longer chase him. Even if they wanted to chase him, they would face the resistance of the sand village. After all, this border line belongs to the sand village. After crossing that line, Xiao Yun instantly felt that his whereabouts were locked by one gaze after another. Of course, the sand village had no intention of stopping him. He was just a child, and there was no mark on him. Xiao Yun certainly would not bring out his Konoha rebel forward protector to cause trouble for himself. When the Konoha Anbu behind him tracked him here, they stood on the border line in a daze, looking at the opposite side of the yellow sand. They knew that there were sand village Anbu ninjas guarding here, so they did not dare to go too far. It was just that the tracking failed. The two ninja villages had to negotiate with each other and issue a wanted order before they could chase him. Otherwise, they could only take a detour. But if this guy stayed in the sand village and didn't come out, he was wanted? Rebel? Impossible. Naruto couldn't believe it. He stood there as if he had lost his soul. He was in a daze. He didn't know why. Why all this happened. He couldn't understand why Xiao Yun had any reason to betray the village. The elite hunting team of the Anbu was defeated by him alone. Sasuke was shocked. This kind of confidential news is now spreading everywhere, and it is obviously true, but is that guy's strength really so terrifying? With such a strong strength, why didn't he follow him at the beginning? Maybe he could have revenged that man earlier. Uchiha Itachi. Irreconcilable. Sasuke was itching with hatred, and at the same time he was almost crazy with jealousy. There was another genius that he could not compare with. In the sand village, Xiao Yun disguised himself and walked in the most ordinary robe. The sand village did not have any special output. Now that the fourth Kage died again, the economy of the entire village was slightly depressed. There was even a rumor recently that it would sign an alliance with Konoha in order to avoid being occupied and invaded. Xiao Yun did not have any special opinion on this. After all he could do now was to practice well. It was a pity that the 8 gates of Dunjia could not let him practice. As for the Chakra properties of the sand village, he wanted to learn about them, so he came here to observe the Chakra properties of those sand ninjas. Some of the shadows are extracted from their shadows, which can obtain some Chakra properties. Especially for monsters like the 9-tailed fox, which have yin properties and can devour people's negative emotions to create black shadows, there will be no problem as long as they are not discovered by the other party. These days, he has been living with the money he earned from working as an Anbu in these years. Now, apart from the 9-tailed fox and the black shadow, he has no other strength, and even his ninjutsu is the most basic kind, which is useless. So he urgently needs a ninjutsu that can make himself stronger. The sand village seems to be a good condition for this. Where are your family members? Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. When Xiao Yun looked up, he saw a girl with yellow hair, carrying a huge fan on her back, and reaching out to him with a faint smile on her face. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment and said dully, "I don't have any family." Temari also muttered sadly, "Really?" She just felt that this person felt very different. She couldn't tell what was different, but she just felt very strange. The boy sitting in the shadow on the street had an inexplicable attraction that made her look over here. In fact, it was just the shadow that made her feel the connection here, so she noticed this place and came over to talk. Chapter 7 Chakra. Sister, do you know ninjutsu? Xiao Yun suddenly asked for no reason, with fiery eyes. And Temari hesitated for a moment. Did this guy see the ninja forehead protector hanging around my neck? Although Xiao Yun said that she was a ninja, it was obviously because of the ninja forehead protector. Unfortunately, she didn't know it at all. Xiao Yun had read the original work, so he not only knew that she was a ninja, but also knew that she had wind attribute chakra and her summoning beast was a sickle weasel. Just hearing the question of whether she knew ninjutsu, Temari laughed on the spot. Do you think I know it? Xiao Yun's face was full of admiration, but in fact, she was just eager to learn. Seeing this admiring look, Temari was very happy and smiled, but she was still not familiar with Xiao Yun's background, so she didn't have any extra thoughts for the time being. Xiao Yun said excitedly, Sister, can you teach me ninjutsu? I want to be a ninja. As she spoke, she hesitated. Her face was dirty, and even her body was dirty. These skins were easily seen by Temari. Temari was not the kind of person who was kind and soft-hearted, but she still felt a little interesting about this inexplicable fate, so she handed some gold coins to Xiao Yun and told her, living well is more important than anything else. Ninjas have their own missions, and you also have your own missions. You don't have to become a ninja yet. Xiao Yun smiled bitterly twice, not knowing what to say, but silently handed over the gold coins and nodded obediently. Temari left just like that, which didn't seem to leave much impression in her heart. Xiao Yun had a plan. Since then, every time he met Temari, Xiao Yun would silently let his shadow bring her a little attraction, and would unconsciously look over here. Several times, the two looked at each other. Temari didn't care at first, after all, she had seen many war orphans like this, but gradually, she felt particularly familiar with the thin figure in the dark street every day, as if it would be strange if he was not there. And this day, Temari appeared here as usual when patrolling, but did not find any trace of Xiao Yun. The streets were filled with yellow sand, but there was no trace of the man in the dark streets. Temari was a little flustered. Would he be in trouble? Did he starve to death? She walked forward slowly with suspicion. Although she argued in her mouth and in her heart that she didn't want to care about this guy, she still walked up unconsciously and looked around where Xiao Yun usually sat. Sister, what are you doing? Before she could wait for a while, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. She was also startled. She fell to the ground with a red face and looked at Xiao Yun in front of her with a curious face. The two looked at each other. To be honest, the height difference between the two was quite large. At least Temari was a head shorter than him. Now it seemed that she was in the backlight, and Xiao Yun's face had no expression, but her red face was clearly seen by Xiao Yun. Nothing. Temari stood up and left with a red face, her heart full of complaints and helplessness. This guy was like a cockroach and could not die. It was certain. Moreover, if I didn't teach him ninjutsu, I gave him money once and then didn't give it back. He must hate me to death. Why should I care about him? Temari struggled in her heart, but she actually looked back every 3 steps. Every time Xiao Yun felt her gaze when she was in a daze, he would smile and look at her, which made Temari particularly flustered. Maybe, I can teach him some ninjutsu? Anyway, he learned some ninjutsu, so he won't end up on the street again. Temari left silently with this mentality. The next day, when she came here, she saw Xiao Yun sleeping soundly on the street, covered with a thin piece of clothing. The cold night in the desert was no worse than winter. He slept like this, and several parts of his body were frozen purple. Temari was naturally distressed when she saw it. Hey! Xiao Yun woke up rubbing his eyes, and the two looked at each other. Don't you want to learn ninjutsu? Come with me. Temari took a deep breath and stood up and walked in front. Xiao Yun also smiled knowingly, and finally moved her. In fact, he had money to stay in a hotel, but after thinking about it, it was more practical to play the victim to gain sympathy. He didn't think Temari was a heartless person, so she would definitely agree to teach him ninjutsu. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. This is a true statement. He got up and followed her, walking towards the desert outside the village. At this moment, the desert was still full of wind and sand. When they arrived outside the village, Xiao Yun stared at Temari honestly, as if waiting for her to set an example. Temari also wanted to show off her ninjutsu. At such a young age, she had already been evaluated as a genin. She would be promoted to Chunin soon, but she could not be promoted directly because of the mission against Konoha, but had to go to Konoha instead. Of course, Gaara and Kankuro would also accompany them. But now, Ninjutsu Kazekari. The mark accompanied the fan and instantly drove a hurricane. Xiao Yun also remembered at the first time that he seemed to have not learned the hand seal yet. The wind gusted and rolled up a sandstorm, and the sandstorm also flew away into the distance, and it dissipated in a moment. The power was enough to surprise people for a while. How is it? Temari looked like praise me quickly. Xiao Yun was also surprised, so powerful. She is indeed strong, and her strength level is higher than mine. If I want to defeat her, it will probably take some time. Temari didn't know that Xiao Yun was actually calculating how to kill her, otherwise she would definitely give Xiao Yun a fan on the spot to let him know what strength is. However, when I heard Xiao Yun's praise, she was still very happy. So now she began to explain Chakra seriously. Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various components of human body. It is the energy source for performing ninjutsu, illusion, physical skills, or binding opponents in a line or cutting off materials composed of chakra. This energy consists of 1. Physical energy absorbed from human cells, one by one. 2. Energy trained through many practices and accumulated experience. Speaking of this, Temari also attached a little chakra to her hand, and then put it on the sand, absorbed the sand in her hand and raised her hand, but the sand on her hand did not fall at all. Chakra not only allows people to stand on the water, but also reduces the sinking force of sand and speeds up the ninja's travel. Xiao Yun must know this. The use of chakra has been perfect in these years. Who let the nine-tailed fox support it? But he didn't have much chakra, so he had to negotiate with the nine tails through the shadows, exchanging one shadow power for one nine tails chakra, so now the strength of the Jonin was completely supported by the nine tails. If he started to practice chakra, he might be able to reach the massive level of Naruto. Sit down, feel the chakra, and then extract it a little bit, the power flowing in your hands, feet and veins. Temari pressed Xiao Yun to the ground and explained. Chapter 8 He Kra. Not bad, it looks good. Temari was particularly happy and recognized to see that he entered the state so quickly. This guy might have talent. Xiao Yun knew the operation of chakra very well. After all, the nine tails lent him a lot. He had seen pigs run and eaten pork before, so he would definitely use chakra, but he didn't extract any of it himself. The combat effectiveness he showed in the missions over the years was mostly due to the help of the shadow and secret or the various fighting experiences taught by the shadow, or the nine-tail chakra hidden in his body, which he could control freely and no one noticed. And there was really no chakra in his body. Now after hearing Temari's explanation, Xiao Yun also began to refine chakra formally for the first time. In the past, he thought that his combat effectiveness was enough, but after he and Kakashi explored the bottom, he found that it seemed to be far from enough. Now he needs to go further and master the basic knowledge of chakra extraction and application. Temari was a little bored and walked back and forth in circles. She didn't dare to leave easily, for fear that someone would come to disturb this guy while he was extracting. But she also knew that even if this guy wanted to extract chakra, the amount would not be too much. The basis for him to settle down was just to protect her, not to make him more desperate. She didn't know what was wrong with her, why she cared so much about a stranger. But as time goes by, perhaps this enthusiasm will gradually cool down. Hey, Temari was distracted, and when she came back to her senses and looked at Xiao Yun, she was already stunned. His chakra fluctuations are so strong. This level of chakra is equivalent to the tailed beast, right? Who is this person? Temari was naturally very frightened when she sensed it at close range. She didn't expect that she could see such a landscape just by meeting a boy. Oh my god! What kind of luck is this? Xiao Yun never noticed anything wrong, but everything went smoothly, as if something was helping him. Boy, I have been taken care of by you for a long time. I will give you some benefits for the time being. The voice of the nine-tailed fox sounded deep in his heart, and Xiao Yun suddenly woke up, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to check the amount of his chakra. It didn't matter if he didn't check it, but he felt like he had come to an ocean. There was cool and refreshing power everywhere, as if he could fly into the sky and do everything with them. You actually, Temari was surprised and didn't know what to say. With such a huge chakra level, this guy is stronger than she thought. Is this the power he once had? Xiao Yun was also surprised. If his chakra was equivalent to Naruto's, then there was no need to think about how strong Naruto's strength would be. Just look at yourself and you will know. Who is it? Suddenly, the sand ninja Anbu rushed here, looking at Xiao Yun, whose chakra fluctuations had not yet dissipated, with alert faces. Although not everyone can detect chakra, these people in the Anbu are proficient in this. Once the breath appears, they can track it. Now the chakra level on Xiao Yun is enough to be comparable to half a-tailed beast. This is the case when it was sensed once before. And the target of perception is naturally Gaara. Now there is another person like this. I have to say, it's really scary. My friend. Temari came out to explain in person. Although she also had a frightened expression on her face, her eyes were particularly happy. Xiao Yun looked at these sand ninja Anbu and compared their strengths. They were almost the same as those of Konoha. They could even be said to be the same. No wonder he could become one of the 5 major ninja villages. Is that so? But be careful. The Anbu was obviously still concerned, but after giving a warning, he quietly got up and left. Temari also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be bad if she was entangled by the Anbu. But, you really learned chakras so quickly, I really didn't expect it. Temari looked happy, and even couldn't wait to teach Xiao Yun to practice chakra changes. But when she opened her mouth, she was stunned again. After a moment, she looked at Xiao Yun with curiosity. What's your name? Xiao Yun replied, Xiao Yun. What a strange name. Never mind, Xiao Yun, I will teach you how to change chakra next. Temari was very interested, but didn't care that this strange name sounded a little familiar. Xiao Yun also nodded and watched her demonstrate again. The change of chakra attributes is a topic that every ninja village has, and it is not strange to appear anywhere. And under Temari's teaching, Xiao Yun also roughly understood how to control chakra changes. The wind attribute is ethereal and fast, similar to what Naruto practiced back then. As night fell, Xiao Yun was still on that street, but there were many more people from the sand village around him. Traitor Xiao Yun? I can't believe that a child of a few years old can kill the elite Anbu of Konoha. Tisk tisk tisk. Those guys from Konoha are really useless. Xiao Yun had expected that several sand ninja Anbu would appear here. The whole village was under the control of the sand ninja. Now that Konoha has signed an alliance with Konoha village, they will naturally sell out their information, or even capture themselves and hand themselves over to Konoha's people. As soon as Konoha's wanted order came out, someone immediately knew that he was here. It was not surprising, after all, Xiao Yun had never concealed any of his identities. It is estimated that people from Konoha have also come. After all, as a member of the Anbu, he carried countless secrets. He was a threat when he was alive, and he must be a big threat even when he was dead. Alas, why bother? Xiao Yun summoned the Black Shadow. Konoha seemed to have received the news long ago, so they did not relax their defenses around them at all. The moment the Black Shadow appeared, he fought with the Anbu ninjas. Xiao Yun was also surrounded by several people. All the people in this block had been evacuated long ago. The barrier also appeared to control Xiao Yun. Although I knew someone would come, I still didn't want to fight so early. I only listened to a small part of Temari's chakra changes. Sigh. Give up and give up resistance, and go back to Konoha with us. Stop talking nonsense with him, and avenge your companions in Konoha. The two sides started to fight as they talked. Various ninjutsu outside the barrier hit this side, either water dragon bullets, earth dragon bullets, or fire dragon bullets. Ninjutsu that entered the barrier would not rush out, but would explode inside the barrier. And this time, it seemed that they had calculated that the Black Shadow would attack by surprise, so some ninjas who had been placed long ago also hurriedly appeared to contain the Black Shadow. Almost everything went smoothly. With so many people attacking, even if Xiao Yun had more chakra, it was difficult for him to fight against these guys with those ordinary ninjutsu. He was defeated and beaten all over the place. This scene happened to be seen by Temari, who was paying attention to this side. She also suddenly heard that a traitor had sneaked in here and Konoha wanted to join forces with the sand ninja to capture him. She wanted to take action, but... Chapter 9 Full Moon Night. But is it worth it to risk betraying the village to help an unknown outsider? Maybe not. Looking at the wanted order in her hand again, for some reason, Temari resolutely stepped out of the window and ran away, carrying a fan on her body, her eyes full of determination. Maybe she doesn't need to save herself, but it's okay to go over and cooperate, as long as it can't be seen. Here, Xiao Yun seemed to be fighting hard, but only his robe was torn. These sand ninjas were fighting almost on their home turf, and there was yellow sand everywhere. It was almost impossible for him to avoid them. He would be attacked as long as he touched the ground. The shadows outside were increasing, but for some reason, these guys seemed to have taken precautions in advance. Once the shadows appeared, they would be intercepted by them. A huge bright moon hung high in the sky. Today was destined to be an extraordinary night. The Nine Tails chakra was gushing out like it was desperate. Even the Nine Tails might not be able to withstand such a loss, so it was a little anxious. If this kid couldn't hold on, it would be over. Although the cooperation had been pleasant all along, it still felt that this guy was unreliable. It just didn't expect that such a young child would be hunted down by the Anbu ninja. Wow, what kind of monster is this guy? He has offended everyone he can, right? Outside, Xiao Yun kept dodging, and the only area he could leave was the ceiling barrier. If he wanted to break the ceiling barrier, he had to kill the people who maintained the barrier outside, but the black shadow was constantly restrained, and almost everyone in the sand village was mobilized. Even if the nine-tailed Chak, the black shadows all had the strength of a Chunin, but they could not withstand the increasing number of sand ninjas surrounding him. If the black shadows wanted to escape, it would be fine, but he was trapped. Chakra can also be continuously passed through, and the black shadows can use some simple ninjutsu, which can temporarily stalemate with those Anbu. Various puppets of sand ninjas rushed over here, and Xiao Yun could easily break one, but the number was really too much to give people a headache. In a short while, it was not just the robe that was broken, but the skin and muscles on the body. The purple liquid on the puppet kept sliding down the silver-white blade. Obviously, it was poisonous. His consciousness began to blur. Although he could hold on for a while with Chakra, it was an indisputable fact that his consciousness was blurred. He staggered, and was cut by several knives on his arms and shoulders again, and even the most dangerous knife was that the blood vessels in his neck were almost cut. These people showed no mercy, but fortunately he held on. Black shadows! Come! Xiao Yun shouted in a childish voice, and countless black shadows emerged again, attacking this side frantically. They were no longer afraid of loss. Even if they were cut into several pieces, they would open the barrier to let Xiao Yun out. In fact, the effect of doing so was very obvious, but Xiao Yun did not have this kind of desperate awareness at the beginning, which led to the limitation of the combat effectiveness of these black shadows. In fact, they are immortal. Even if they use a mutually destructive fighting method, they will not lose too much. Anyway, they only need time to summon. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this moment the poison invaded his body. The black shadows were gradually reduced, and without Xiao Yun's summons, these black shadows began to decrease. And Xiao Yun also lay on the ground motionless. The people of the Anbu approached step by step, their eyes full of fear. Xiao Yun did not move. Okay, let's take him back. The Anbu of Konoha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they cooperated with the sand ninja, otherwise this guy might really escape to an unknown place. At the same time, the chakra of the nine-tailed fox seal in Xiao Yun's body was still slowly flowing out. From the beginning, Kurama could break the seal, because Xiao Yun's exchange of chakra with it meant that he needed to cross the seal, and now that Xiao Yun was unconscious, the seal was slightly loosened. The giant claws crushed the iron seal, and Kurama's scarlet eyes flashed with brilliance. On the night of the full moon, a group of Anbu ninjas captured a boy on a dim street. But as they came to the street, a silent crimson chakra also emerged from the boy's body. On this full moon night, when they reacted, the boy had already fallen to the ground with his limbs, and the crimson shadow enveloped him, gradually becoming larger and gradually taking shape. Nine-tailed. Konoha's Anbu naturally knew what the end would be if the tailed beast lost control. They had experienced it once a few years ago. Continuously retreating, the face under the mask was distorted and pale to an unknown extent. Until the huge figure of the Nine Tails covered the entire sand village, all the people who saw this scene swallowed their saliva and stayed where they were, not knowing what to say. Monster, a real monster. The momentum alone was enough to shock many people. Hiss! The roar of the Nine Tails came, and most people covered their ears. The powerful air wave rushed all the ninjas facing it head-on and kept retreating. The yellow sand instantly formed a storm, and the buildings in the sand village were instantly shattered into ruins. Just the sound wave was enough to cause such a degree of destructive power. If it moved. Quick! Go and ask Shukaku, the one-tailed beast. Quick! Although the Sand Village did not think of preparing a sealing team in this operation, they also have their own means to deal with the surprise attack of the tailed beasts. The reason why the tailed beasts are one of the means that all villages are unwilling to give up is that they are strong enough and destructive enough. It can be said that these tailed beasts are one of the trump cards of their own villages. Now that the Nine Tails has exploded, the people of Konoha can do nothing but use the 6 Red Yang formation to temporarily seal the whereabouts of the Nine Tails. Unlike the Sand Ninja, they know how to deal with this situation. The Nine Tails has exploded more than once or twice, so they have prepared everything they should prepare. After all, this is Konoha's vital combat power and it is impossible to give up, so they must bring it back alive. Crack! A loud noise came, and the ground shook instantly. The 6 Red Yang formation twisted wildly. The people in the Anbu kept transferring Chakra into the formation. They activated this formation almost instantly after the Nine Tails took shape. Although it was a bit unstable, it was enough to control the Nine Tails for a while. The Nine Tails waved its claws frantically. Its huge body was not as bulky as imagined, but was extremely agile. Its claws scratched the formation frantically. What is this? A sense of fear swept Temari, who had just arrived. Although the strong wind and various turbulences just now told her that a terrible battle had taken place here, now that she saw this nine-tailed red fox, the fear in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Such a terrible monster! It reminded her of someone. Her younger brother, Gaara. As soon as he thought of Gaara, he was already brought here at full speed. Because Gaara is now a little stable, but his temper is still bad. Chapter 10: The Power of Black Shadow. Speaking of Gaara, that is the trump card of the Sand Village, the one-tailed Shukaku's Jinchuriki. And the one-tailed Shukaku has a certain relationship with the nine-tailed, a relationship of hatred. Because the nine-tailed has an idea that the power of the tailed beasts is ranked according to the number of tails, which means that it is implying that the one-tailed Shukaku is the weakest among the nine-tailed beasts, so Shukaku and Kurama have an unsolvable hatred. Now the enemies are meeting each other with red eyes. Before the Anbu Sand Ninjas can say anything, Gaara has already begun to grin at the nine tails trapped in the 6 red sun formation. Sleeping technique. Gaara used the secret technique that can summon Shukaku. In an instant, the yellow sand gathered and covered Gaara. Gradually, another equally huge figure appeared in the Sand Ninja village. Roar! The piercing and sharp raccoon cat screams sounded, and many people present were even more miserable. This sound was not only piercing, but also irritating. The nine tails saw Shukaku and showed a playful look on his face. "It's you, the tailed beast with only one tail." Kurama taunted mercilessly. "Shut up!" Shukaku's face sank, and he screamed and whipped the nine tails in the 6 red sun formation with his tail. Obviously, the 6 red yang formation cannot be entered or exited, so its attack can only make Konoha's Anbu miserable. Why are these Sand Ninja guys here to make trouble at this time? Shukaku's attack almost caused the 6 red yang formation to fail. Because of this, the resistance and struggle of the nine tails inside became more terrifying, and it was only a matter of time before the 6 red yang formation was cracked. Shukaku also smiled after seeing the 6 red yang formation, holding his stomach and laughing gaga. "You are also trapped by humans today? Ha 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 ha." The nine tails curled its lips and didn't say anything. Its goal was achieved. It only needed to relax the 6 red yang formation a little to the extent that it could be opened. "Can't die in this ghost place, leave as soon as possible." Black power emerged from the nine tails. The original red parts of his body were covered with black. The whole nine tails looked like burnt coal, with only scarlet eyes and black chakra surging. "What is this?" Shukaku looked at the nine tails in disbelief. "This power is chilling." The nine-tailed fox, which originally had a yin attribute, now possesses a more cold and dark power. Crack! Instantly, the 6 red yang formation shattered into pieces like glass, and a crisp sound came, and the 6 red yang formation was broken. The nine-tailed fox slowly walked out, staring at Shukaku with scarlet eyes. Shukaku felt cold all over after being stared at by that gaze. As a tailed beast, if the nine-tailed fox did not have this strange power, it would not be able to cause any harm to itself with its current half-broken chakra. But for some reason, this guy has a black power that makes people's backs cold. Directly make up for half of its chakra. Of course, the nine-tailed fox will not tell it that this is because Xiao Yun has been exchanging black shadow power and chakra with himself for a long time. Even now, the nine-tailed fox can sense that he can also summon a black shadow. Do it as you say, the nine-tailed fox tried it a little in his mind. Before Shukaku came to his senses, a huge black shadow of the nine-tailed fox appeared behind him. It was also a black nine-tailed fox, but this nine-tailed fox had red lines on its body, just like a black shadow army. Ahem! Shukaku was strangled by the neck, and the black shadow was even bigger than it. Being picked up, Shukaku was as weak and small as a kitten. The nine-tailed fox smiled with satisfaction, but then its face changed drastically, and it hurriedly gave up the time to chat with Shukaku, and got up and left. The black shadow also dissipated in an instant, and Shukaku fell to the ground from a high altitude. The sand village was almost destroyed, but fortunately there were not many casualties. After dawn, Xiao Yun, who was lying in the forest, woke up. When he opened his eyes, the picture in front of him was a red cloud and the texture of black cloth. Is this Akatsuki? Awake! A familiar voice sounded in my ears. I don't know how familiar it is, where I heard it before, I can't remember. But when Xiao Yun looked over there, his face he smiled. Uchiha Itaki, this guy. Damn, it's you. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't fall into the hands of Konoha's Anbu. If the tailed beast fell into their hands, they might never be able to leave Konoha again. According to Denzo's various secret methods, they might be able to control themselves easily. Speaking of the tailed beast, Itaki is now a member of the Akatsuki organization. Wait, the job of the Akatsuki organization seems to be to catch the tailed beast? Xiao Yun's eyes condensed and he looked around. Itaki stood aside and looked at him expressionlessly. Xiao Yun looked around and didn't find other people from the Akatsuki organization, so he breathed a sigh of relief. What are you looking for? Itaki asked when he saw him breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing. Xiao Yun looked at the sky and lay on the ground at ease. At this moment, he was already wearing a set of Akatsuki's clothes, and he had no perception of it and didn't know anything at all. By the way, what are you doing here? Xiao Yun looked at Itaki's appearance. What this guy has been doing since he joined Akatsuki, this is what he particularly wants to know. Doing tasks and earning gold coins. Itaki was not shy about this and spoke naturally. After hearing this, Xiao Yun also remembered that the purpose of Akatsuki at the beginning was to earn enough gold coins and then establish a small organization to become mercenaries to provoke wars, and to accept commissions from small countries to monopolize wars and earn gold coins, so as to interrupt other small countries' commissions for tasks to the big ninja village and disrupt their economy. If the scale of the war is further increased, it will be easy for them to cover all the wars with their strength, and then they only need to collect the tailed beasts to achieve their hidden purpose. Obviously, everything is going smoothly now. Now Itaki appears here, it means that there will be war here soon. What about you? Itaki asked. He is more curious about how this guy has grown over the years, and he is also more curious about what he said to him back then. As for me, I am being hunted down and I have also defected, Xiao Yun said leisurely, resting his head on his arms and looking at the sky. As he said that, he threw out the forehead protector of Konoha, which had a scratch on it. Itaki widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Yun in disbelief. Xiao Yun could imagine what Itaki's expression was like. After all, he once asked himself what the purpose of being an Anbu was, and he answered him that it was peace. Now his defection also meant breaking peace. You were for peace back then, and I am for peace now. Xiao Yun explained. You know. Itaki was completely confused. In theory, only he knew what happened back then. Afterwards, he also investigated Xiao Yun's whereabouts and learned that Xiao Yun happened to be out on a mission, so he couldn't know the inside story. Don't worry about why I know, anyway, I just know it. Xiao Yun was too lazy to explain. It's really tiring. Who is this kid, Mr. Itaki, do you know this kid? Suddenly a voice sounded, and Xiao Yun also knew at the same time, Shukaku Kisame. Chapter 11 Tailed Beast Without a Tail. The only person who calls Itaki sir in Naruto is Shukaku Kisame. The long robe of the Akatsuki organization, the ninja sword same head wrapped behind him, the iconic hair and grey skin, and even some characteristics of a shark. The moment this man appeared, Xiao Yun also felt a huge amount of chakra from his shadow that was no less than his own. He really deserves to be called the tailed beast without a tail. Of course, it is only no less than himself. If the nine-tail is added, he will be several streets ahead of him. Yes, I know him, a former companion. Itaki replied. Shukaku Kisame was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Xiao Yun curiously. To be able to be Itaki's companion, this person must be extraordinary, but from the current point of view, there is nothing special. How about trying it out? Shukaku Kisame smiled, pulled out the same hata from behind, and pointed at Xiao Yun lying on the ground. Want to fight? His mouth was cracked, and his shark teeth flashed with coldness. This guy's smile made people feel very weird and particularly cold. But Xiao Yun was also interested. He had tried the category of Jonin, but he couldn't fight with too many people. Now he was the real Shukaku Kisame, who was at the level of Kage. Not to mention that this guy's water clone was enough for Might Guy to use the 6th level of Peacock to deal with, and now the real strength was enough for the 7th level of Jingmen Day Tiger. Such a powerful opponent was also very exciting. He didn't learn the wind attribute chakra, and Temari didn't have time to teach him. Now he has the opportunity to learn the water attribute chakra. I hope he can't let it go easily. Okay. Come. Xiao Yun agreed, but when he used the Nine Tails chakra, he found that his connection with the Nine Tails became closer. He entered the Nine Tails mode almost the moment he used the Nine Tails chakra. Akatsuki's robes turned the red of the Nine Tails mode, and the huge amount of chakra was enough to support the operation of physical skills. Oh? Jinchuriki interesting. Shukaku Kisame was shocked at first, and then turned bloodthirsty. As a tailed beast without a tail, he also wanted to try how strong the real tailed beast is. Water style, exploding water wave. The hand seals flew quickly, and before Xiao Yun could see clearly, he had already jumped high, and spit out enough water from his mouth to form a lake and attack this side. The weight alone is enough to crush a person to pieces in an instant, not to mention that it also contains chakra power. Xiao Yun's way to fight this move is to run. He has no other ninjutsu to use, and he has few basic ninjutsu. Shukaku Kisame is different from ordinary jonin. This guy's hand seal speed and chakra amount are enough to deal with the existence of the Kage level. This amount of water alone can prove his strength. Itaki was also very interested in watching from the side. Compared with the mission, he was more curious about how Xiao Yun had grown over the years. The speed of dodging alone requires chakra consumption. Xiao Yun's unrestrained retreat method made Itaki frown as he watched. Then there is the method of confrontation. He can only dodge. Is this guy looking for an opportunity? Or is he brewing something? Itaki is very curious. He thinks Xiao Yun has never been the kind of person who can only dodge. But in fact, only Xiao Yun himself knows what it means to have no ninjutsu. Now I regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have followed Temari to practice wind attribute chakra and then learn ninjutsu honestly. No more fighting, it's boring. Are you kidding me? What's the point of dodging all the time? Shukaku Kisame must know something, so he stopped the seal at hand. He was a little excited at first. Mr. Itaki put down his mission to find him in Sand Village and rescued him outside Sand Village. Now this guy seems to know nothing. He is still a Jinchuriki. Are all the Jinchuriki like this now? It was so disappointing. Alas, Xiao Yun was also very disappointed with himself. There was no way. He didn't know any ninjutsu and had basically never practiced it. What is this? Suddenly Itaki appeared and picked up the things that fell on the ground, but when he looked carefully, he found that this was actually the Book of Sealing. Since there are no fantasy tools for storing things in the Naruto world, most of them are carried on the body. It's nothing for Xiao Yun to carry a scroll with him, but now that it fell and Itaki saw it, he was completely stunned. This guy is carrying the Book of Sealing? No wonder he is wanted. The Book of Sealing is controlled by successive Hokage, and it contains all kinds of forbidden techniques. Xiao Yun hurriedly stepped forward to dodge and take back the Book of Sealing. He also saw some ninjutsu on it, and some ideas just flashed through his mind. For example, the multiple shadow clones that Naruto practiced are A-level ninjutsu, which requires huge chakra to operate. Imagine thousands of the same self appearing together, and each of them has the power of Black Shadow. Then there are S-level ninjutsu, Impure World Reincarnation and 8 Gates ninjutsu, A-level ninjutsu multiplication detonation tags and a series of other ninjutsu are recorded on it. Itaki didn't say much, and the scroll was returned to Xiao Yun. Shukaku Kisame didn't understand what happened, but he was not interested in Xiao Yun's actions at all. This guy didn't interest him at all. He was too weak and could only dodge. Since everything is fine, I'll take my leave first. Xiao Yun took off his clothes and handed them to Ataki, then got up and left silently. It was the first time he saw the ninjutsu in the sealed book. Originally thought that this unpopular thing was useless, but after a glance, I found that it was no wonder that Orochimaru needed this thing. Impure world reincarnation, in other words, the purpose of Orochimaru stealing this thing was to study forbidden techniques. Fortunately, he got the real sealed book. Xiao Yun left under the gaze of Ataki and Hoshigaki Kisame. Tisk, this kid is really weak. You may not be able to beat him. Itaka may think that Xiao Yun has learned forbidden techniques, so every move is fatal. If he doesn't make a move, it will naturally explain the problem. If he makes a move, it will be life or death. It's a pity that he doesn't know that Xiao Yun has not learned any ninjutsu, and he has just seen the forbidden techniques. In Orochimaru's laboratory, when Xiao Yun came here, this place was still called Sound Village. Recently, Orochimaru has been planning about his reincarnation, and then he is making preparations for the Chunin exam. When he came to the entrance of the underground palace, Xiao Yun was quickly spotted by various sound ninjas and blocked his way. These sound ninjas are orphans selected by Orochimaru after years of wandering around. They can almost be said to be people who can fight for Orochimaru. A group of dead men. Ho ho ho, see you again. Orochimaru still has that cold look, but this time he turned into a woman, and it seemed that he had changed his body. Xiao Yun didn't want to say much, and handed the seal book that he had read and recorded by the Black Shadow to Orochimaru. This thing should have been given to him in order to plan to steal the bodies of the first, second, and fourth generations during the Chunin exam. Oh? What do you mean? Orochimaru was very curious, although he knew that Xiao Yun had defected. Chapter 12 Shadow. I want to live. Xiao Yun said so. Although he said so, he knew that even if he was caught and brought back to Konoha, there would be no danger. At most, he would be controlled by Danzo as a puppet and become Konoha's secret weapon. But now all parties who can cooperate are targeting him. He must not go to the 5 major ninja villages. If he is not careful, he will be wanted. Akatsuki is also full of dangers. I don't know when he will be turned into a corpse by Obito and absorbed by the Outer Path demon statue. Fortunately, Akatsuki does not have the strength to deal with several major ninja villages for the time being, and the Tailed Beast plan has not started. Although Orochimaru may have a backup plan to turn himself into a container, it is not impossible to find it. Just use the Black Shadow to guard against this guy approaching at any time. Okay, Orochimaru nodded and said nothing more. 10 days later. Xiao Yun has lived in the Sound Village for more than 10 days, and now the ninjutsu training has entered the first part. Continuously practice, learn various basic hand seals from Orochimaru. During this period, I met a lot of Sound Village ninjas. These people are really crazy and are loyal to Orochimaru. Of course, many Konoha ninjas have started to stare at this place recently, and Orochimaru has also moved his position several times because of this. Xiao Yun was not affected at all. Those Konoha ninjas just came here to check and left. Xiao Yun has already started to make the Shadow Clone his compulsory elective course. Then it was the 8 gates of ninja technique, and the Black Shadows also started to practice one after another, and even the Shadow Clones started to practice. With the Chakra extraction, these Black Shadows seemed to come alive. Xiao Yun was also particularly sure that he could not lose them anymore, otherwise the loss of one would make him feel painful for a long time. These losses were not only Chakra, but also time. The talent of the Black Shadows was not much worse than his own, and they practiced the Shadow Clone technique very quickly. Even the Multiplication Detonation Talisman was learned, but the Multiplication Detonation Talisman had to kill some ordinary Black Shadows together, which Xiao Yun did not feel bad about. During this period of time, he continued to practice, and his strength began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like Naruto's practice method, using Shadow Clones to practice, the experience points of practice will be returned to himself. Needless to say, the improvement of the 8 gates is visible, and the chakra gates of each layer have been comprehended to an appalling degree. Once opened, the strength will be increased thousands of times. Although it can only reach the level of Shadow, it is enough to fight for life, but it is only the Black Shadows who have reached this level. Their physical skills are much stronger than Xiao Yun. The battle with Hoshigaki Kisame made Xiao Yun realize the gap between himself and the Kage level, and he also truly understood the use of ninjutsu and taijutsu in a certain sense. So in addition to practicing ninjutsu's shadow clone, Xiao Yun also worked part-time to train his physical strength, just like Might Guy, tirelessly training, trying to open one door after another. 10 days is enough to do all this. Compared to this, Naruto and Sasuke will definitely go to the Land of Waves to protect the bridge expert's mission, and Xiao Yun must get involved. After he has ninjutsu, he is not worried that Kakashi can threaten him again with his combat ability. In the Land of Waves, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi have come here to protect the bridge expert. It can even be expected that the construction of Naruto Bridge will be successful in the future. Xiao Yun naturally hurried over. He also hopes to fight against the senior ninja alone to test whether his training these days is really effective. As expected, the three-person team immediately separated from Kakashi, and Zabuza Momoki's defected mist ninja subordinates also rushed over. Being surrounded, it should be the time for Sasuke and Naruto to show their fighting power, but Xiao Yun didn't want them to show off. Silently walked out from the dark. Who is it? The mist ninjas were on high alert for the sudden appearance of the people. But after seeing Xiao Yun's appearance clearly, the mist ninjas were relieved. What? It turns out to be a child. Those mist ninjas obviously didn't take Xiao Yun seriously. But Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stared at Xiao Yun blankly. This guy appeared again. From the time he became a Konoha defector to now, some people in the village are also very sad. Why did the child who looked very good defect now? Maybe the demon fox in his body is doing something wrong? You guy Sasuke's heart was even more complicated. This guy knows his brother, and he is also very strong, and he is nothing in the shadow of the two of them. Xiao Ying also looked at Xiaoyun with a serious face. The three people now have no awareness of being ninjas, they are just kids who are out for fun, not ninjas. Just passing by, don't worry. Xiaoyun ignored Sasuke's excitement. Hey, have you talked enough? The mist ninjas were very angry. These little ghosts treated them as air. A mist ninja couldn't help but start fighting first, and Xiaoyun just wanted to try it, so he kept dodging and began to adapt to the extent of his combat ability. Until Xiaoyun took the mist ninja away, Sasuke and Naruto also entered the combat state. Boy, why don't you run? I'll break your legs. The mist ninja who followed was a guy holding a samurai sword, and his ninjutsu was unknown. But when the fog started to rise around him, Xiao Yun knew that this guy wanted to hide his whereabouts. But shadows can be found anywhere, so his whereabouts are not difficult to guess. Swish! The knife broke through the fog and slashed straight at Xiao Yun's neck. No matter who it was, even if it was not a ninja, they would kill him anyway. He didn't mind at all that Xiao Yun was a child, and he didn't hold back at all. Xiao Yun needed this kind of decisive killing momentum. If he used a knife, he already had it, but he lacked combat experience in physical skills. If they were at the same level, he might rely on his endurance to crush them, but if the other party had any ninjutsu and abilities, he would easily lose. What? Dodged. Originally, he thought that the other party was just a genin kid, so the other party didn't care much, thinking that he would just hide his whereabouts and spend a little effort to deal with him. But now this kid's dodging was not dragged at all, as if he had been on the battlefield for a long time. Speaking of which, this kid looks a little familiar. There don't seem to be many ninjas in Konoha that I can remember among the children. If I have to say, there seems to be one in the Anbu. I once met him. Shadow, a child who is watched by all the major ninja villages, is said to be a Jinchuriki, and a special candidate of the Anbu, with a strength as high as Jonin. Not long ago, he killed the elite Anbu team of Konoha and defected. Gulp. The mist ninja swallowed his saliva and began to look for Xiao Yun's figure. But before he could come back to his senses, a voice came to his ear. What are you looking at? Pay attention, otherwise you can't find anyone to complain if you lose your life. He kicked this guy in the back with such force, combined with the powerful chakra and the training method of the 8 gates, it can be said that his combat power has increased several times. What Xiao Yun lacks is not chakra, but the method of using chakra. The 8 gates of the ninja also comes with various moves that are extremely demanding on the body, such as the lotus flower. Xiao Yun does not have the conditions to practice it for the time being, but it is no problem to practice a few simple physical moves. Chapter 13, Super Fireball Technique. Crack. The sound of bones breaking sounded at the moment of contact. The mist ninja was kicked far away, but he quickly stabilized his body, squatted on the ground and lowered his front body, holding the knife in his hand horizontally in front of him, looking ready for battle, but the blood at the corner of his mouth fully demonstrated the indisputable fact that this guy was injured. What happened? One strike, just one strike. If I stay here, I will definitely be beaten to death. What should I do? What should I do? Think of a way quickly. In the mist ninja did not have the usual pleasure of killing and giving life to the weak. He only felt that there were crises everywhere, and death was reaching out to him. This kid is Shadow. Shadow. The terrifying child of the Anbu. Pa. After punching out, Xiao Yun slightly reduced his strength this time. He just wanted to learn some combat experience, and this guy was doing pretty well so far. At least from his reaction during the fight, it can be seen that this guy has been on the battlefield for a long time. Xiao Yun has also been on the battlefield for a long time, but he has just learned combat skills and is not proficient yet, so he plans to see how this guy does it, and then try to learn and understand it himself. After opening the first gate of the 8 gates of ninja, he did feel that his body's speed and strength increased by 100%, but the consumption was also very large. If he didn't fight quickly, he would easily fall into a disadvantage, so the second gate needed to be opened immediately. He can be said to be invincible in the same level, and he can also be said to be a killer, there is no dispute about this. Ha ha ha, kid, I caught you. The previous snap was the sound made by the mist ninja when he caught Xiao Yun's fist. Now Xiao Yun's fist was firmly grasped by him, and the long sword in his hand chopped down mercilessly, almost slashing at Xiao Yun's arm. Now that he has been caught, he can't escape. Just cut off one of his arms. Do whatever you can, even if it's just a small profit, it can still play a role at some critical moments. Crack. There was another crisp sound, this time it was the sound of bones. The mist ninja chopped it down and found that it was just a shadow clone. The shadow clone appeared when he didn't notice it at all, and Xiao Yun also punched him behind the shadow clone. This time he didn't hold back. After discovering the opponent's decisiveness, Xiao Yun also roughly knew the weaknesses and strengths of the 8 gates. There is no problem with the coordination of ninjutsu for the time being. Low-level people can't see it, and high-level people are probably difficult to deceive, but it also has a certain effect. Slowly, the fog dissipated, and the mist ninja lay on the ground, his body was already covered with blood. Xiao Yun was too lazy to touch him again, and walked straight to Naruto and Sasuke. But after a few steps, he found that Kakashi's figure was approaching. Although it was daytime, the shadow could also feel the other party's presence, so Xiao Yun didn't dare to go too far forward. If it was a person of the level of the Anbu, he might be able to fight alone, but it's not possible to fight a special Chunin like Kakashi. At least not during the day. Although Xiao Yun has been using killing as a condition to judge whether the opponent is his opponent, he doesn't really want to kill the opponent, but just judges whether the opponent's threat to him has reached a certain level. Since coming to this world, the world has changed. There is a 9-tailed Jinchuriki named Xiao Yun. He might be captured by the Akatsuki organization or brainwashed by Danzo and become a slave. He even has to guard against the intention of Orochimaru, who is at the level of Kage, to move his container. He also has to worry about whether Naruto and Sasuke can grow up in real time, otherwise the world will be controlled by the infinite moon reading, and he will still lose everything in that case. In short, there are various ways to die, but he doesn't know when it will come. Now that Kakashi has joined Team 7, Xiao Yun is a little relieved. Judging from the fighting power of the mist ninja just now, there is indeed something wrong. That person is at least a Chunin, with no shortage of ninjutsu and combat experience, unlike an ordinary genin. I remember that there was no existence of this level at this time in the original work. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Yun wanted to get up and leave. Unfortunately, he was pressed on the head by a hand that suddenly appeared and pushed to the ground. A lot of rocks and trees were pushed away. Xiao Yun also vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. He could vaguely see a figure pressing him to the ground and pushing him forward. The clothes on his body were from the Anbu of Konoha. Did these guys track him here? Isn't it enough to hide these days? The 9 tails chakra attached, and the 8 gates of Dunjia opened. Xiao Yun tried to take the hand away from his face while being dragged. After forcibly prying it apart, the dragging barely ended. His body was already covered with wounds. A master of physical skills of this level must be at the level of a Jonin. The physical skills of the Jounin level are not ordinary. It is rare to see a pure physical skill guy. The opponent is from the Anbu, and it is very likely that he was sent by Danzo. The 3rd generation will not use this method to ask him to go back. Cough. Xiao Yun was pinched by the hand on his neck while struggling, and he coughed up blood. Xiao Yun was caught off guard by this sudden attack. The opponent was obviously very confident, so he was not worried that Xiao Yun would escape at all. He clamped Xiao Yun tightly until Xiao Yun collapsed as if he had lost all his strength. Only then did the opponent breathe a sigh of relief and feel relieved. Xiao Yun seemed to be fainted by him. But just when the opponent relaxed his vigilance, Xiao Yun's chakra burst at this time, and he instantly entered the Nine Tails mode and kicked the man. Although the force of this kick was not too great, it was enough to kick the man forward a few steps. Xiao Yun took this opportunity to escape. The man came to his senses and rushed over here quickly. Along the way, Xiao Yun summoned many black shadows to stop the man's steps. There was no way, the opponent's combat power was too strong, and he could not compete. Swish, swish. Fire escape, great fireball technique. While running away quickly, Xiao Yun did not forget to jump high, and made a seal while falling, put his hand in a circle and put it on his mouth. After his cheeks bulged, he spit out a huge fireball that was as big as a lake or sea, covering the forest below. It was almost an indiscriminate attack, covering his own black shadow. He didn't know complicated ninjutsu, but a lot of simple ninjutsu, stacking chakra in it like a life-threatening move, and the combat power was enough for them to bear, but these ninjutsu were all low-level ninjutsu, without any special combat power. He was not a member of the Konoha family, so he didn't have the secrets of special ninjutsu, and the only thing he got was the Book of Seals. A huge fireball covered the forest, and there were constant explosions. The opponent obviously didn't expect to be attacked by a fireball, and immediately wanted to dodge, but the coverage area was too large to be outrageous. If the founder of the fireball technique saw this guy use the huge chakra to perform the fireball technique without thinking, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. The fireball technique finally stood up. No more words, just the cards. Chapter 14: The Origin of the Black Shadow. With this previous lesson, Xiao Yun seemed to have discovered a new world. Although he used these ninjutsu before, most of them used the chakra of the Nine Tails. Although the tailed beasts had a lot of chakra, he rarely allowed him to squander it. After all, it takes time to recover if he exchanges the power of the Black Shadow. But now it is different. His own chakra is not expensive at all. Although time is money, Xiao Yun doesn't care. Then, all kinds of basic ninjutsu such as wind escape, earth escape, water escape, and fire escape were used like crazy as if he didn't care about his life. Almost the same as when Sasuke practiced, not quality, but quantity. Hand seals and so on were one after another in an instant, not complicated, and he used them a lot in these years. The smile on Xiao Yun's face was about to break. The Anbu Taijutsu ninja who was chasing him was stunned. What kind of monster is this? He originally thought that the other party was desperate and only needed to withstand the great fireball technique once, but when he came to his senses, he found that this guy was using ninjutsu like crazy. At first, he thought that it would be fine if he used ordinary ninjutsu to resist. After all, the other party wouldn't have too much chakra, right? But when he came to his senses, he found that this guy was not only desperate, but had 9 lives. All kinds of basic ninjutsu in his hands were like natural disasters. The small wind-killing ninjutsu turned into a huge whirlwind slash of several meters or even dozens of meters in his hands. Damn it! I have never seen such a person. He uses ordinary ninjutsu like he is risking his life. He is reluctant to use advanced ninjutsu, but the power is not weak. It makes people wonder if he has a trump card in his hand that he doesn't take out. Originally, his responsibility was not to track Xiao Yun, but to protect and keep an eye on Sasuke or Naruto. After all, the situation was serious now. One of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had escaped, and the other was a descendant of the Uchiha clan. It was hard to believe that these two would not have any more problems. As a result, Xiao Yun's trace was discovered by chance. Kakashi himself was a very outstanding special grade Chunin. With him, there was almost no need to worry about Sasuke and Naruto, so he simply set his target on Xiao Yun. But who knows, is this a monster or a beast? He doesn't want to be a human at all. This kind of ninjutsu formation is probably comparable to the first generation. At least the formation has been achieved, but the power is less. Even so, the Anbu ninja did not dare to chase him anymore, for fear of becoming one of the Anbu elite teams killed by Xiao Yun. That is why Xiao Yun was completely relieved. It's good that the other party doesn't chase him. The attack power of basic ninjutsu is always limited. Moreover, after releasing various ninjutsu for such a long time, this place has completely turned into a hell on earth, either a sea of fire or a lake of water, and there are tornadoes from time to time. This also reminded him that since chakra can cause quantitative changes, maybe a slight improvement can achieve qualitative changes? The second generation was able to create various ninjutsu through continuous experiments. If he started to experiment in the same way. After finding a safe place, Xiao Yun asked the Black Shadow to guard everywhere and immediately sound the alarm when someone approached. This is a small cave. Xiao Yun sat in it and began to refer to the ninjutsu structure in the Book of Seals. First of all, the stability of ninjutsu, and then the chakra attributes. There are 7 types of chakra changes: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. Originally, Xiao Yun fell into a misunderstanding, thinking that chakra attributes can be changed through practice, but in fact he was wrong. Chakra attributes have always existed. And every ninja who reaches the level of Jonin will definitely control the changes of chakra with 2 attributes. One of my attributes is definitely yin, and the other attribute is not yet detected. Of course, it is not ruled out that there may be 3 or something like that. But for now, there is only one, the yin attribute of the shadow and the 9-tailed fox. Yin escape, using spiritual energy, can create material images from nothing. Yang escape, using body energy, injecting chakra or will into inorganic matter to give it life. The 6-path sage used this to transform the world. With spiritual power, I can create a Black Shadow army, and the Black Shadow army is not just a Black Shadow army. When I practiced the 8 gates and shadow clone before, I felt that none of these guys could not change, and they could absorb chakra. If this is the case, fire escape is integrated into it, using the Great Fireball technique as a medium. And water escape is integrated into it, using the basic water wave as a medium. Wind escape is wind killing. Thunder escape is ground walking. Earth escape is rock rush. Basic ninjutsu can give these black shadows their own attributes, and the robes on their bodies also change accordingly. The original black robes have now become red, blue, silver, indigo, and earthy brown. One can even vaguely feel that they are no longer just the fleshless puppets of the past, but rather some like living people, and accompanied by us they have colors, they also have extremely high intelligence. Xiao Yun can even feel that they can leave him and go far away to complete the task. In addition, each original Black Shadow now has the ability to summon the Black Shadow army. The Black Shadow army they correspond to obeys themselves, and they obey Xiao Yun's orders. Even feel that they can practice chakra to improve their combat effectiveness, almost unlimited. Not to mention the initial ninjas who practiced the 8 gates and shadow clone before. Those guys don't know why, one of them has become very burly and strong, and the other has become thin and dry, but the scarlet eyes are telling Xiao Yun that their combat effectiveness has not weakened at all. Indeed, if only the 9 tails chakra is used for fighting, they are still too weak. Even vaguely, Xiao Yun feels that several guys who have swallowed the 9 tails chakra and are adapting have begun to have the black 9 tails chakra mode. Everything is getting better. I didn't put my mind on it, but now I come to my senses and these guys have grown so terrifyingly. If they were not under his control, Xiao Yun might have wiped them all out with his mind. These guys were so strong, almost every one of them was as strong as he was against the physical ninja of Konoha Anbu just now. A ninjutsu can cover a wide range. It seems that I don't have to work hard. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't take long, and a few months passed outside. Okay, I can't give you ninjutsu scrolls. You have to work hard on your own. Don't follow me next. Go and practice hard. Xiao Yun also felt a headache. It was unlikely to fight against the big ninja village. After all, they were not strong enough, so they had to find a way to get scrolls by themselves. It was not a big deal to carry so many people around. So Xiao Yun could only let them leave first. And he also had things he had to do. After a few months, Zabuza had been killed, and Bai followed him. But when he left, Xiao Yun saw a familiar figure. Chapter 15 Chunin Test. Hey, what's going on? Xiao Yun was walking in the forest where he could see Naruto Bridge, and happened to see a figure standing in front of a grave next to the beheading sword. Ah, it's you. Orochimaru looked at the bodies of Zabuza, Mamakai and Haku neatly placed in 2 coffins with a smile on his face. I was wondering if it's appropriate to use them for experiments. Xiao Yun didn't say much after hearing this, but just counted on his fingers and began to calculate. Do you think that if we can get the bodies of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th generations, will the effect be better? Orochimaru's eyes widened, and the light in his eyes has been getting bigger since Xiao Yun started talking, until a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You always make me feel fresh. By the way, I finally remembered a possibility that you won't be tempted by me. If I can let you have a container for the Sharingan, would you be happier? Although Xiao Yun didn't want to say more, he also felt that Orochimaru would definitely think of this, but it has been several months now, and Konoha's Chunin exam is already being prepared. If Orochimaru doesn't hurry up, he will probably miss it. So we really have to hurry. Orochimaru touched his chin. Uchiha Sasuke, how could I forget him? I was confused. Xiao Yun knew that this guy would make arrangements. Attack Konoha, what a big ambition. Orochimaru couldn't help but started laughing, looking at Xiao Yun with calm eyes. Okay, I promise to help you. Xiao Yun saw what he meant and knew that this guy wouldn't reveal anything if he didn't follow him. That's right, Orochimaru said hoarsely as he walked down the mountain, I hope you won't let me down. Now the two of them have their own goals. To be honest, compared to Xiao Yun, Sasuke's Sharingan is indeed more tempting, and Xiao Yun's current strength is comparable to that of a senior ninja. It's really a headache to deal with such a guy, especially when there is a Nine Tails in the middle. It is hard to guarantee that the Nine Tails will go berserk and both of them will die. So the final thought must fall on Sasuke. Actually, Orochimaru had some thoughts at the beginning, but now that he has obtained the Book of Seals, his primary goal must be to study the impure world reincarnation as soon as possible. His current physical body is about to collapse in less than a year, although Kimimaro is included. But if there is a spare Sharingan, he will probably tremble with joy. Not afraid, but excited. Xiao Yun followed his footsteps, but did not relax his guard because of this. This guy will definitely still focus on himself. The young body is a fatal temptation for Orochimaru. It is hard to believe that this guy will give up such a good opportunity. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. In Konoha village a few days later, the Sound Ninja group disguised themselves and came to Konoha village. First arrived at the entrance of the village, and saw it was the familiar Temari, Gaara, Kankuro, and others. The Otonin didn't want to cause trouble, so they followed the crowd and went straight into Konoha village, bypassing the guys who were arguing in the village. Xiao Yun was quite interested, silently jumped onto the tree trunk, and saw the people who were confronting each other. Temari was obviously not in good condition, and her soul had returned to heaven, while Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, Konohamaru, and others looked at Gaara and Kankuro who were causing trouble indignantly. Friends over there, why don't you come down first if you want to watch the show? Kankuro looked in the direction of Sasuke, who was hiding on the tree trunk like Xiao Yun. The appearance of Sasuke attracted the attention of Kankuro and others. Xiao Yun was more willing to see the conflict between the two sides. So when Kankuro took out the puppet and was about to take action, Xiao Yun widened his eyes and rubbed his hands to watch the show. Enough. At this time, Gaara appeared here. Gaara stopped the two who were about to fight and stood up to leave. He was about to leave in the surprised eyes of the others. Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a little discouraged, thinking that they would fight. Hey, how about we fight first? Xiao Yun suddenly jumped off the tree trunk and said to Gaara and others who were about to leave. These guys are only at the level of Chunin now, and their fighting power is not as high as imagined. If they were replaced by the previous Anbu Taijutsu Jonin, they might be able to easily beat them. Gaara is a little different, at least he is about to become a Jonin, otherwise he would not have become the Kazekage a few years after returning to the Sand Village. Hey! Several people suddenly stopped. Xiao Yun, who was wrapped in cloth strips and had a forehead protector from the Sound Village on his head, was not worried at all that he would be discovered. Seeing the strange Xiao Yun appear, the always lively Naruto hurried forward and stared at him. Hey, cloth strip weirdo! Where are you from? Xiao Yun was relieved to see that Naruto was still so lively, smiled knowingly, and then stared at Sasuke. I think you look very strong, do you want to fight with me? Over there, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro and others stopped and listened to everything that happened here. Hey! Sasuke looked at this side with a cold face. With Sasuke's personality, he would definitely not be able to withstand such provocation, especially when others pointed at him by name and shouted that they wanted to fight with him. Interesting. Kankuro put down the puppet behind him again and was about to take action. But he was held down by Gaara's shoulder. I said, let's go. Under the threat of Gaara's murderous gaze, Kankuro was sweating coldly, silently put away the puppet, and left with Temari and Gaara without hesitation. Xiao Yun and Sasuke and others who were left at the scene looked at each other. Forget it. Sasuke hesitated for a moment. Gaara's departure reminded him of a fact: don't be stupid and fight with others before the Chunin exam. I'll do it. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Xiao Yun. You give me a break. Sakura was furious and punched him, dragging Naruto with a big bump on his head and left. Konohamaru and others also left with him. Xiao Yun was asking for trouble and was a little helpless. Why did you come back? Others may not know, but Kakashi, who had been staring at them, knew very well that this person was Xiao Yun. Maybe others don't know, but Kakashi, who had teamed up with Xiao Yun and fought with him, could see the difference in Chakra through the Sharingan, and could also see that this guy's behavior was very similar to someone else. Ah? What did you say? Xiao Yun chose to play dumb, shrugged his shoulders and looked at Kakashi in surprise. Who are you? It was not surprising to be discovered. Having worked with him before, he also knew that Kakashi had the Sharingan that could copy and see through other people's movements. These were not surprising at all. I will keep an eye on you. Kakashi said harshly and left in a flash. Shadow Leaf Dance, Konoha's physical technique, can make oneself faster. This move made Xiao Yun's eyes light up. He can also judge the other party's behavior from the shadow, which is also the benefit obtained from the experiment of cultivating the shadow ancestor. Xiao Yun also now has the ability to blend into the shadow. It is just like a shadow coming and going. There is no need to worry about any problems. You can follow it wherever you want. Compared to this, I also participated in the Chunin exam myself. I have to say that it is very exciting. Chapter 16, Death Forest. At the Konoha cemetery. Orochimaru stood quietly in the cemetery, quietly looking at the tombstone under his feet. Life is short. Raindrops fell unconsciously, washing Orochimaru's expressionless face. At the same time, Xiao Yun was taking the Chunin written exam. Just like in the anime, the exam method of this group of guys is to collect information from all sides, and almost everyone is trying every possible way to cheat, because not many people know how to answer the questions, and those who do know are few. So many people started to cheat using their unique abilities. Xiao Yun was definitely no exception, using their shadows to pass information to him and collect answers. After an exam, he was safe and sound. If he was found out, he would be disqualified. If he was found out in the outside world, he would lose his life. Since Xiao Yun came to this world, he has always put his life first, even if he is free now. He never refuses anything that may test his ability. Compared to this, Orochimaru will follow him into the forest of death to plant the curse seal on Sasuke, paving the way for the future. Now, several examiners and examinees have all turned their attention to Xiao Yun. Perhaps because Xiao Yun controlled their shadows, some people inexplicably noticed that Xiao Yun was very concerned, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. But this feeling made Temari's eyes light up. If this feeling appeared, it meant that Xiao Yun appeared. This guy inexplicably made her care about him. The examiners had even more complicated expressions. Why did they care about such a normal guy? There was obviously nothing worth caring about. But they couldn't take their eyes off. Xiao Yun silently did the test questions until the test was over and the paper was handed in. Outside the death forest, Mitarashi Anko looked at all the people present, and after explaining all the rules, she turned her eyes to the direction of the Sound Village. Remember that those who enter must abide by the rules, otherwise. What will happen if you don't abide by them? Naruto spoke at a very inappropriate time, and Mitarashi Anko's kunao quickly crossed his cheek and flew straight towards Orochimaru behind him. Here Mitarashi Anko had already sensed that the curse seal began to change, so she guessed that Orochimaru might have come to Konoha and was among these people. The dagger flew straight at the man, but unfortunately it had no effect. When Orochimaru approached with a kunao, Mitarashi Anko had a murderous look on her face. Naruto was shocked, while others were at a loss for what to do with this sudden show of power. Only some people ignored this sudden accident. Okay, let's go in. Mitarashi Anko kept her eyes on Orochimaru. Xiao Yun was in a headache, Orochimaru liked it this way. Following him into the death forest to start the test, Temari followed Xiao Yun silently. This guy was very strong. She wanted to try if it was really Xiao Yun, and she was very concerned about what Xiao Yun experienced after escaping. A strong man who could tie with Gaara, the same age, all made her particularly curious, because Xiao Yun gave her a different feeling. Following the Odanin and others into the forest, Temari was surrounded in an instant. Various people surrounded her, wanting to take away the Heaven's Scroll from her body. The second challenge of this Chunin exam is the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth. If you can reach the designated area within the specified time with these 2 scrolls, you will be considered to have successfully advanced. This is not difficult for Xiao Yun, but he is more curious about how Orochimaru will deal with Sasuke. Summoning technique. Not long after walking, Orochimaru summoned various snakes and roamed around the forest. Xiao Yun was probably afraid of this scene. Summoning beasts are also part of combat power. He almost forgot about it. That's right. If the shadow can steal other people's movements. Summoning technique. Xiao Yun also learned the movements and chakra operation fed back by the shadow, bit his finger and covered it on the ground. Puff. After the white smoke came out, a black mist snake appeared instantly, with scarlet eyes and a body formed by a few red lines. It looked much more domineering and beautiful than Orochimaru's ordinary snake. Ho ho. Orochimaru certainly didn't forget to pay attention to Xiao Yun, but he didn't expect that the other party had learned his sorcery and summoned something, which was really curious. The 2 of them searched for Sasuke in the forest together. The Sound Ninja had already followed Sasuke, and the rest was to follow the traces left by the Sound Ninja to go there. But at this time, Xiao Yun found Temari following behind him. I'll help you kill her. Orochimaru seemed to think that Xiao Yun was very concerned, so he paused and pretended to seek Xiao Yun's meaning. Xiao Yun stopped when he heard it. You go by yourself, I'll meet her. Orochimaru sneered and left. It was always a trouble for Xiao Yun to follow him. And now Xiao Yun chose to stay to deal with Temari, which could also reduce the trouble of being chased by the tail. Finally I found it, it was really a good chase. Temari paused on the giant tree opposite Xiao Yun with a smile on her face, and the 2 looked at each other. Xiao Yun looked at her without saying a word. I have to say that after a while of careful observation, Temari is really a beauty, but it's a pity that she is too brave and lively. In Shikamaru's words, she is more troublesome than an old woman. Hey, why don't you say anything? Hide is also a master-disciple relationship. You should at least call me master, right? Temari looked at Xiao Yun teasingly, holding the fan beside her and looking joking. Xiao Yun said nothing. He was recognized only because of the long-term contact with the shadow. Indeed, the relationship between the 2 was slightly different because of the shadow. The shadow may be able to convey some of his memories or emotions to others. Xiao Yun still looked silent. Temari also exhausted his patience, his face turned cold, and he silently unfolded the folding fan, looking like he was going to take action. Whether you say it or not, I will beat you until you say it. Temari got angry and waved the fan in her hand fiercely at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's face was covered with a bitter smile under the cloth. She was indeed the troublesome woman that Shikamaru had identified. Her reputation was well deserved. As the strong winds came, Xiao Yun silently formed a seal and blocked the earth-attributed rock protrusion in front of her. Because she didn't care about the consumption of chakra at all, the rock wall of several feet rose instantly. It was not as easy for the wind to cut on it as it was for wood. It was completely restrained. Not bad. Temari's smile became even bigger. This level of chakra scale was indeed Xiao Yun. This guy made her worried for a long time. She had silently stepped out of the window to save him, but this guy ran away by himself, making it seem like she had done something unnecessary. Fortunately, no one knew that she was going to save him, but it was enough to make Temari angry. My grandma came to save you, so you should just stay there. Running around. Chapter 17. Gaara is injured. I'm a traitor, aren't you afraid that I will kill you to protect my identity from being revealed? Xiao Yun stared at her with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Temari smiled contemptuously. You want to kill me, and you tell me that you are sure that I can't beat you. He weighed the fan in his hand twice, with a warning look. Xiao Yun didn't say much, but turned around and left. Stop. Temari was also stunned. She thought she could say more, but this guy ran away directly. For some reason, she felt very curious about this guy, and she just wanted to follow him inexplicably, as if some kind of magic was slowly attracting her to him. The power of the black shadow seemed to penetrate into her mind and merge with it. Who said that only light can attract people? Black shadows are also curious and fascinating. Xiao Yun left at the fastest speed, and used his shadow clone to divert her attention. Finally, he found that she was not following him anymore. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, merged into the shadows, and walked quietly towards Orochimaru. It was not until he came here that he found Sasuke, who had been bitten on the shoulder by Orochimaru and cursed. Interesting, Naruto should be nearby. Sure enough, Naruto's figure was seen soon, and the nine-tailed chakra on that guy was being stimulated. And Orochimaru seemed to have guessed it, and used the 5 elements seal to seal Naruto's chakra again and solidify it. After doing all this, Xiao Yun came out of the dark. Looking at Sasuke lying on the ground and getting weaker, alas, although it would be too early for me to show up now, I still want to come and tell you that you are too weak. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened, and he struggled to get up from the ground. He grabbed a handful of soil in his hand, but he couldn't support himself to stand up. Kill you. Sasuke said this weakly. Xiao Yun probably had a hint of murderous intent in his heart after hearing this. The Son of Luck wants to kill him. If possible, he must die. If he kills this guy right here. After thinking about it, Xiao Yun was held down by the shoulder, and his thoughts came to an abrupt end. Let's go, someone is coming. Orochimaru said hoarsely, his eyes always staring at the distance. Xiao Yun had to give up this idea after hearing this and followed him away. In the Death Forest, Xiao Yun was still doing the task, but this time it was like shopping. Watching everyone walking slowly on the road, Xiao Yun especially wanted to test Gaara's strength. Since coming to this world, he found that he was more and more passionate about fighting. Not only when performing tasks, but also when facing strong people. In a short while, Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro's team rushed over. After all, this is the only way to go, so Xiao Yun is waiting here. According to the original book, these 3 people are the first arrived at the target location. So Xiao Yun sent several shadows out of the darkness to block their way. After seeing these shadows, Temari began to look around. The appearance of the shadows means that Xiao Yun is also nearby. Unfortunately, no matter how she looked, she didn't know that Xiao Yun had already escaped into the shadows. Controlling the shadows to launch surprise attacks, the shadows holding samurai swords, long sticks and shuriken launched surprise attacks one after another, and Gaara's yellow sand was also activated in an instant to block these attacks. Any yellow sand emerging from the ground can extinguish those shadows. Ordinary shadows can't do anything to this guy. Xiao Yun activated a recently cultivated shadow ancestor. The moment the fire-attributed shadow ancestor appeared, it began to form seals, and the chakra in its body was similar to that of ordinary ones. However, its seals were not made using ninjutsu, but summoning techniques. Various red shadows emerged from behind it, and it could sense that the temperature around it had increased a lot. Gaara was not afraid at all. It was obvious that sand was stronger than fire. Shua shua shua. The seals were formed instantly, and all the black shadows were in sync. Because they were dodging all the time and forming seals while moving, Gaara's yellow sand could not track them for the time being, but their speed made Gaara a little crazy. Gaara was in a state of irritability now. Puff! Balls of flame spurted out one after another. After Xiao Yun went through it in his head, he found that it was not that the fire attribute could not restrain the sand, but that the temperature was not high enough. In other words, the quality was not high enough. So he deliberately made these black shadows improve the quality, not the quantity. A small ball of flame obviously did not have such a great deterrent power. And Kankuro and Temari also looked strange. Are these guys crazy? They are naturally restrained by the attributes, but they still use this kind of moves? If it was water, Gaara might be naturally restrained, but now it is fire, isn't it a waste? Crack, crack, crack. But then, a harsh sound came, and when he looked at Gaara again, he was already covered by crystals. This was Xiao Yun's idea. As long as the chakra ratio was good and the temperature was high enough, the opponent's sand could only turn into glass even if it also had chakra. And Gaara couldn't control the glass. Bang! A crisp sound came out, and the glass was instantly shattered. There were already tiny and dense bloodstains on Gaara's face. Gaara was injured. After Temari and Kankuro were stunned for a while, they rushed forward to comfort Gaara. Not now. Don't forget our mission. Gaara. The two said anxiously, and even looked at those fire attribute ninjas with a certain fear. At this time, Xiao Yun's test ended. The ninjutsu of these Black Shadow origin ancestors really reached the level of A, at least they could fight against some people and senior ninjas. If it was a surprise attack, the combat effectiveness might be higher. After all, relying solely on the Nine Tails Chakra can only eliminate some of the Jonin and Anbu by surprise. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is still far behind. But now, the combat effectiveness is more balanced, and Xiao Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about Gaara's affairs. If this guy broke out early, the ending would be the same. At most, Orochimaru would directly start to attack Konoha. Anyway, everything was arranged. After handing in the task directly, Xiao Yun also hoped to compete with the younger generation. Just reading comics was not enough. Even if he had watched the real anime, it would not be as exciting as fighting them once. Xiao Yun began to look forward to the day when he would officially fight with Kakashi. In the second section of the Chunin exam, Xiao Yun was matched with Yamanaka Ino. This guy looked embarrassed. Even after announcing the start of the battle, he slowly formed a seal and made a heart gesture to Xiao Yun. Oh, is this a confession to me? Okay, I accept it. The nine-tailed fox in Xiao Yun's body would not give her such an opportunity to win people's hearts. Chapter 18 Defeat Ino. Heart-to-heart technique. Seeing Xiao Yun standing there with a smile on his face and teasing her, Ino felt that this guy deserved to be controlled. But when her heart-to-heart technique entered Xiao Yun's body, the first thing she saw was darkness, where one after another black shadows in ninja uniforms would appear from time to time, staring at her with scarlet eyes, and the gaze was filled with endless red, just like the darkness, with no end. No. Damn it, I want to get out. Where is the exit? Ino's heart was full of fear. She had forgotten that she was competing and just wanted to escape from this ghost place immediately. But no matter how she performed ninjutsu, she could not escape. She could only watch those black shadows like zombies staggering towards her. Ah! The fear gradually increased, and Ino helplessly blocked it with her arms. Her eyes, her mouth screamed subconsciously. After waiting for a while, she didn't feel anything touching her. She struggled to force herself to open her eyes, but she didn't see the terrifying face. But she felt that there was a terrible thing behind her. A thing that was imprisoned in a huge cage, making people feel terrified and cold. That thing was staring at her back. She didn't dare to turn around, but curiosity told her that she wanted to see it, especially wanted to see it. It must be something very scary. It's just a Chunin exam, but there are such things? What's wrong with this world? Why is this guy so scary? Turning her head, she saw a huge nine-tailed red fox with a sneer on his face and a terrible aura of pressure. In an instant, she turned pale and fainted from fear. But when she came to her senses, she slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was not a terrifying monster, but a face wrapped in cloth, with only eyes, mouth, ears, and nose exposed. She could vaguely feel that this guy should be very handsome, and there was an inexplicable sense of intimacy. It was probably because she entered the shadow space, so she also integrated part of the shadow power into her body like Temari. How is it? Didn't scare you? If so, sorry, I can't control it myself. Isn't it funny? Xiao Yun tried to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. And Ino found that she was actually held in his arms, and immediately jumped out of his arms with a red face. Xiao Yun didn't hold her too tightly, just a princess hug, and she could leave at any time. So Ino ran away with a pale face, looking like she didn't intend to compete and wanted to escape from here. Then Xiao Yun did not forget to look at her leaving back and added, "Coward. Don't meet me again in the future, or I'll scare you to death." Hearing this, Ino's running figure stumbled and almost fell, but she also clenched her fists and vowed to surpass this hateful guy and defeat him. Xiao Yun didn't know that his position in her heart had suddenly risen to the peak of his life. Until all the battles were over, it was the battle session at the venue, and there was a period of rest before that. Xiao Yun wanted to ask someone for advice. At the same time, Itaki also came here, seemingly to check on Sasuke's progress, and it seemed to be for the nominal 9 tails. Although he had come here a long time ago, he did not show up, but lurked outside the village with Hoshigaki Kisame. The gold coins of the Akatsuki organization have been collected almost, and now it is time to launch the eve of the second plan. Just need to confirm what happened to the younger brother that Itaki has always cared about. Itaki is now relying on drugs for cancer treatment, and he doesn't have much time left. You came back just to ask this? Aren't you afraid that I will catch you and hand you over to Denzo? Kakashi is worthy of being the person who will take over the 6th generation Hokage in the future. He is even more meticulous than Xiao Yun. He guessed what happened between Danzo and Xiao Yun at once. Xiao Yun didn't want to say much. Anyway, Kakashi will not talk to him so peacefully soon, at least not after the death of the 3rd generation. take advantage of now to ask him about the changes in Chakra attributes. I want to know the practice of Chakra attributes, only this time, and it will be difficult for me to appear here later. If I appear, Xiao Yun's words are very clear here. If he appears, it may be a big thing like life and death. Alas, it's really a headache. Although Kakashi was complaining, he did not refuse to teach Xiao Yun and began to explain seriously. At the same time, not far behind the two, the third generation, wearing a Hokage robe, took a deep puff of cigarette, looking at this side, with helplessness on his face full of age spots and wrinkles. After all, Xiao Yun was once a member of Konoha village, but unfortunately, he defected because of Danzo's one thought. The third generation knew that even if he went up and explained it openly now, it would be difficult to explain the pursuit of the Anbu. After all, the Anbu and the Hokage are almost inseparable. Maybe Xiao Yun didn't know, but he knew very well that even if he knew, it would be difficult to believe in Konoha village. Who would trust someone who killed him? So now, watching Xiao Yun, who is a head shorter than Kakashi, humbly asking questions, the third generation can only sit here and let Danzo's people stop doing it, that's all. Maybe it's just a matter of time. Sooner or later, he will do it to Xiao Yun, but not now. Maybe Xiao Yun will hate it, but it's just for the Hokage or the Anbu. The third generation, like the fourth generation, believed in Konoha, believed in the village, and believed that these ninja companions would have the best influence on Naruto, Xiao Yun, and even Sasuke and a series of others. A few days later, final stage of the Chunin exam. Master all 7 attributes. Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with all kinds of complex colors. Indeed, he had the idea of making Xiao Yun a container. Although he was afraid of the 9 tails, that was not all. The main reason was his obsession with Itaki, which made Orochimaru prefer the power of the Sharingan. But now another temptation appeared in front of him. A genius who mastered 7 chakra attributes was in front of him. This means that as long as he can control Xiao Yun and make him his body, he can perform any ninjutsu. This temptation is undoubtedly greater. But Sasuke can't let it go either. It seems to be the best to have both. Xiao Yun's scheming and unknown power made Orochimaru more afraid. For the time being, just pretend that he has no intention. There was a fight going on off the field. Sasuke and Gaara had already reached the final stage. Naruto and Neji had already decided the winner. Now Sasuke and Gaara's duel had reached the final stage, and Orochimaru could no longer hold back. At this moment, Orochimaru transformed into the wind shadow and was sitting next to the third generation. Xiao Yun knew what would happen next, so he had to start preparing. He left the venue silently and walked straight to the Konoha village outside. The sand ninja would soon summon the summoned beasts to attack the gate of Konoha village. Chapter 19 Attacking Konoha. The black shadow appeared, and Gaara was almost defeated by Sasuke, and Gaara was injured again. Gaara had entered a semi-runaway state. If Kankuro and Temari had not suppressed and persuaded him, the one-tailed Shukaku might have exploded in the venue at this moment. Similarly, Sasuke and others also chased Gaara out of the venue together. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru also took the third Hokage hostage and went to the roof of the Hokage's office. Seeing this, Xiao Yun summoned all the black shadows. Although he felt sad when one of them died, he was not stingy at all and used all his strength to make trouble in Konoha village. Now that he has temporarily surrendered to Orochimaru, he has a certain ability to protect himself. Under the constraints of interests, Orochimaru will be very interested in the proposal of using himself as a container. Xiao Yun didn't think that he was enough to deal with a team of members of the Akatsuki organization now. Even Gaara, who became a Kage, was easily captured. Those people are not just Kage level, at least they are super Kage level existences. So Xiao Yun is not only practicing the 8 gates of ninjutsu now, but also constantly refining the black shadows in his body as a backup capital, and even constantly thinking about how to go in the future. Chidori. Xiao Yun's lightning escape burst out. Since he consulted Kakashi, he naturally learned this signature skill of Sasuke. Attacking the Konoha Anbu, there were many people guarding the venue, but no one would have thought that someone would launch an attack at this time. The sand ninja Orochi outside the village has been constantly hitting the village entrance. Xiao Yun is also using various black shadows to make trouble here. The Konoha village is in a mess, and there is almost no manpower to spare. Xiao Yun can be sure that Orochimaru is showing the success of his reincarnation technique to the third generation this time, and at the same time he wants to kill the third generation and control the Konoha village himself, so as to launch his ambitious plan and stop the fragility of life. Unfortunately, he would not have thought that the third generation would use the Shikigami Fujin to seal the souls of the first and second generations together with the souls of his hands, otherwise this plan might have really succeeded. While listening to the movements around, he sensed the figures of two uninvited guests on the other side. Just outside the Konoha village, one of them is very familiar, Uchiha Itachi. And the other one is naturally Hoshigaki Kisame. The two had come here at this time, but saw that Konoha was being attacked, but they certainly couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Yun didn't dare to make trouble for himself. It had been a long time, and he didn't know how far the Akatsuki's plan had reached, so he didn't dare to go there stupidly to die. The strength of the Akatsuki organization was not something he could deal with now. If he had known that being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki would be so troublesome, he wouldn't have given up the Nine Tails. Hey! I heard everything. The Nine Tails was indignant. Xiao Yun was thinking in his heart, and he was also listening. Hearing this, he was even more furious. Of course, it was useless for Xiao Yun to regret now. It was destined for him to be spotted and hunted by the Akatsuki organization. Even if he was unwilling, he would be found in the end. It was just a matter of time. Before that, before Sasuke defected and Naruto learned the wind-style Rasen Shuriken, Xiao Yun felt that he would be fine. After all, it was only after that that Gaara was attacked, which meant that it was when the Akatsuki organization began to capture the tailed beasts. Before that, Xiao Yun could breathe a sigh of relief. He had a rough idea of how to cultivate chakra attributes. The next step was to search for ninjutsu to practice, or directly improve his own ninjutsu, or learn fairy arts. Roar! The roar over there was not the Shukaku, the one-tailed fox, had already erupted in the forest outside the Konoha village. At this time, Xiao Yun also sensed the sudden appearance of the figures of Danzo's Anbu around him, and Danzo himself also appeared here. Sure enough, they knew he was here a long time ago. Also, since he had consulted Kakashi before, he had already confirmed that the third generation was nearby, so it was not difficult for them to find his trace. Now that he was surrounded again, Xiao Yun did not feel the panic and anxiety he had before. The strength of the Shadow Ancestor changed greatly. Now he has mastered the Chidori ninjutsu, and almost every black shadow has one. Chidori formation. The black shadows appeared instantly, formed a seal, and then lightning gathered at hand. Without waiting for the Anbu to say anything more, the black shadows rushed towards them one after another. The opponent obviously did not expect Xiao Yun to launch an attack so decisively, so he was caught off guard and pierced through the body by the Chidori. Speed and chakra level, these black shadows can almost be refined by themselves, comparable to the Chidori of the water tower, they are not easy to dodge. Xiao Yun himself would not use it that way, as the lightning attribute could easily hurt himself, but the shadows were different, they were not afraid of death, and no matter how much chakra was covered, it was just a drop in the ocean. It seems that choosing to hunt you down was indeed the right decision. You have been planning a conspiracy against Konoha from the beginning, right? Danzo walked out from behind the Anbu, still with a bandage on his head and arms. Oh, Mr. Danzo. Xiao Yun's eyes were fixed on the other's arms and face. This guy's arms are Hashirama cells, and Hashirama cells are inlaid with no less than hundreds of Sharingan. His strength is no less than that of the Kage level, but it's a pity that he has not reached the Super Kage level, otherwise Xiao Yun would have escaped immediately. Xiao Yun thought that Danzo probably thought the shadow behind him was a certain force, and that his appearance in Konoha was a conspiracy from the beginning. But he was too lazy to explain, so he bit his finger and put his palm on the ground. Secret technique, summoning the snake. He had learned a summoning technique from Orochimaru before, using the power of the shadow to simulate the opponent's snake. The moment the snake appeared, it was hazy with black mist, and only the dark eyes and the red lines on its body made it look a little more shaped. It seems that I can't keep you without paying a price today. Danzo also began to make hand seals and use wind attribute ninjutsu. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also immediately made hand seals, earth escape, earth flow wall. A huge earth wall rose up and blocked the two sides. Danzo's people couldn't fly, so they could only smash the earth flow wall and chase them. Xiao Yun would not give him this time, riding on the snake under him, dismissed all the shadows and left directly. Although Danzo's people reacted and broke the wall quickly, they were still a step too late. In the end, they could only watch Xiao Yun break through Konoha's defense and leave. A month later, Xiao Yun successfully arrived at the hidden cloud village. If you want to find the secret book of ninjutsu, the best place is the major ninja villages. He turned into a shadow and sneaked into the secret warehouse of the hidden cloud village, and sat here to look for the secret book of ninjutsu he needed. Click! Suddenly, the sound of the warehouse door rang, and with the approach of two shadows, Xiao Yun quickly turned into a black shadow and sneaked into the shadow. Click! After the door opened, the Thunder Ninja of the hidden cloud village walked in, and the two talked and laughed one after the other. Have you heard? Konoha was attacked by Xiao Yun, the former rebel ninja of the Anbu, and Orochimaru, one of the three legendary ninjas. Alas, fortunately, this didn't happen in our Kumagakure, otherwise it would be difficult. Who said it wasn't? The three generations were all killed, alas. The two chatted and found what they needed, so they left directly. Chapter 20 Demon Sword Muramasa. After these people really left, Xiao Yun also started looking for the secret book of ninjutsu again. He also read a lot of the various secrets sealed in it, and asked the Black Shadow to keep recording them. As for how to record, it depends on the power of the Black Shadow. Since escaping from Konoha village, Xiao Yun has successfully promoted the power of the Black Shadow to another level on the road. The Black Shadow can be transformed into anything you want, but of course it cannot be brought to the real world. Even if it is brought, it will only be an appearance. But in the Black Shadow world, it can be preserved forever. As long as you are alive, these things will always exist. So Xiao Yun recorded these scrolls without exception. It was called recording, but it was actually a replica. One-to-one replica, what you saw and got was directly replicated. Xiao Yun's purpose was very clear, just take these things away, and then you can look at them however you want. Various kinds of extremely secret scrolls, sealing magicians, and other things were recorded one after another, and Xiao Yun was not soft-hearted at all. Until the entire Union secret library was emptied. But when he was about to leave in secret, he suddenly felt a sense of attraction when he turned into a shadow. This kind of attraction was unprecedented, as if it was attracting his own shadow power to devour it. After showing up again, Xiao Yun began to search seriously. Just as Orochimaru liked to find the Kusanagi swords in different categories, Xiao Yun did not want to be without a handy weapon. He himself was practicing physical skills, and although he rarely came into contact with ninjutsu, he did come into contact with it. If he could have one more skill, no one would dislike that he had too many skills. So, under this premise, Xiao Yun began to search in the secret library according to his attraction. Until he came to a wall, the attraction Xiao Yun felt became particularly strong. Demon Sword Nine-Tailed suddenly heard a voice. Demon Sword? Hearing this name, Xiao Yun instinctively remembered that there were names for this kind of thing on Earth before. The more famous one was the Demon Sword Muramasa, and the other was the Demon Sword Yazi. Xiao Yun didn't know any other demon swords. Compared to whether he knew it or not, Xiao Yun wanted to know which one it was, how strong it was, and what it was used for. Everyone was trembling with excitement. Crack! Reaching out to break the wall, Xiao Yun directly broke the barrier until the rocks behind the wall were broken, and the demon sword inside also showed its true form. Red shell, white cherry blossom carving pattern. Just like it was placed on the knife holder normally, the back of the knife was facing down. Seeing this knife, Xiao Yun couldn't help but put his hand on it. Buzz! In an instant, the power of the Black Shadow continued to flow into it, as if it was not worried at all that the loss of power would lead to the death of the source of power, and the knife didn't know how to restrain itself at all. That's why Xiao Yun was also very alert, but the Black Shadow power, if you have a little, you will have a lot. As long as he is alive, the Black Shadow power will continue to flow. So, the loss of this little power did not even make Xiao Yun feel any change. He just had to keep raising his hand to it. After waiting for a while, Xiao Yun's patience was exhausted. This guy was devouring endlessly, and the speed was not enough. So he doubled the input of his Black Shadow power into the demon sword. You guy! Are you looking down on me? The demon sword trembled slightly, looking unwilling to admit defeat. Even if Xiao Yun increased the output power, what would it matter? It took it all. Not a drop. Seeing this, Xiao Yun smiled slightly and increased the power. He himself was not the kind of person who would accept it. Since the other party wanted to play, then play. Anyway, even if the Black Shadow power was input into the other party's body, it was under his control. So, the stalemate lasted for a long time until Xiao Yun felt that dozens of shadows were approaching again, as if the Thunder Ninjas who had been alerted after discovering that he had destroyed the wall before finally found this place. Sure enough, the warehouse door opened, and a group of Thunder Ninjas, led by the 4th Raikage, found Xiao Yun, who was in a stalemate with the demon sword in the warehouse. Catch him! The Thunder Shadow said, but his body was faster than anyone else, turning into a blue human-shaped lightning and running towards Xiao Yun frantically, with the momentum of killing him on the spot. Xiao Yun ignored him, but just summoned the Black Shadow and stretched out his hand to stop him on his way. It didn't take long for the demon sword Muramasa to be unable to withstand the invasion of the Black Shadow's power, and his will gradually dissipated. Xiao Yun didn't need something that would hinder him to act arrogantly in it, so he naturally added some of the Black Shadow's will to it. The demon sword is now his own property. Boom! A violent vibration was heard. It was obvious that it was the sound of the Black Shadow being beaten by the Raikage. Turning his head, he saw a very familiar face in front of him. He had seen it in comics and animations. Now he looked at it from the front and it was indeed different. Lightning release, thunder plow hot knife. Seeing the strong wind coming and an arm hitting his face, Xiao Yun smiled contemptuously and turned into a black shadow and disappeared. For a ninja like the Raikage who is good at ninjutsu, Xiao Yun, who is flexible and cunning, is his natural enemy. Although his strength and combat experience are much worse, Xiao Yun can dodge and disappear very easily. Until he merged into a person's shadow, Xiao Yun no longer showed his trace. Bang! The entire secret library was shaken, and the ground shook instantly. The rocks collapsed, and even the mountain tilted. Quick! Move! Raikage had no choice but to quickly command his ninjas to move. So, the news and the sound of the collapse of the hidden Cloud Village secret library spread out together. Maybe no one heard the sound of the collapse, but the news was different. Someone reported that after investigation, it was found that Xiao Yun had carried out this attack, and the purpose was unknown. In Longdi Cave, inside the illusionary palace, there are all kinds of fine wines and delicacies, as well as beautiful maids. Xiao Yun stayed here for a while. Master, stay here, there is food and shelter, and sisters accompany you, why not? The snakes began to approach Xiao Yun, waiting for his answer. Xiao Yun took out the demon sword Muramasa from the shadow space and slowly pulled out the scabbard. That's enough, I'm here to learn fairy arts, not to talk about love with you. The cold expression made many snake princesses present startled. This person can actually see through the arrangements of themselves and others? Indeed, all of this is an illusion, but no one has seen through it for thousands of years. The guy in front of him looks like a teenager, and his specific age is unknown, but his eyesight is particularly surprising. What do you want to see me for? A huge snake was coiled on the throne. After it appeared, Xiao Yun stared at it straight. Then Xiao Yun stretched out his hand, I want the magic. There was only determination in his eyes, otherwise he would not have come to this ghost place. The Longdi Cave, which is as famous as Mayaboku Mountain and Wetbone Forest, is not a small place. Is that so? The white snake immortal didn't say much, bit Xiao Yun's arm with his teeth, and then the magic energy began to spread to the whole body along Xiao Yun's arm. Chapter 21 Sage Mode. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Yun did not regret it at all, even though his whole body seemed to be crushed and stitched several times. There is only one possibility for this power, that is compatibility. The so-called compatibility is the degree of tolerance and acceptance. In other words, it is not people who choose this magic, but the magic that chooses people. Once you can't bear the power of the magic, you can either turn into a big snake and become one of the thousands of big snakes in the underground cave of Longdi Cave, or control the Sage Mode and obtain Sage Chakra. There is no other possibility. The physique is not suitable and cannot accommodate this kind of power. In the end, they can only turn into a big snake, or like Kabuto Yakushi, half human and half ghost, and their magic is also half-baked, so they can only barely turn themselves into a monster. For a while, Xiao Yun thought of using Chakra to integrate this power. The result is that Chakra can only be swallowed. Magic belongs to natural energy, while the Chakra power generated by humans is spiritual power. This kind of power is not as good as nature, so it is normal to be swallowed directly. Xiao Yun is not surprised at all. Instead, as the Chakra was swallowed, it was like lighting a fire, burning directly to the whole body where his Chakra was stored. This time it really felt like being burned by fire. It couldn't stop. If you ask what this feeling is, Xiao Yun can only say that his whole body was roasted, and he even had an illusion that he could smell the smell of being roasted. This weird feeling is really unacceptable. The chakra was burned out, and scales began to grow on part of the body, and even the skin turned pale. There were also 2 small bumps on the forehead, like bone hyperplasia. The power of the fairy art became stronger, and even the momentum was much stronger. If he turned into a big snake now, maybe Xiao Yun would become very strong, at least more than the level of Wan Shi. After all, his chakra amount was no less than anyone else. It might be a good thing to turn into a monster and keep his consciousness. Thinking of this, even the snake princesses and white snake fairy outside couldn't bear to look directly. Eat this guy now? Anyway, he has no room for resistance, and his whole body has become a snake, which is no different from death. Then let me eat him and end his pain. One of the snake princesses, Tuanjinji, twisted her slender snake body and came to Xiao Yun, opening her bloody mouth. There is no doubt that she can swallow Xiao Yun directly. But then, before she could take a bite, a more powerful force emerged. The energy of the immortal arts was directly suppressed, but it was also constantly losing. However, this force seemed to be consciously cultivating the power of the immortal arts, and was not worried about being completely swallowed up, so it started a chase. Once it caught up, the power of the black shadow would suppress it directly. And seeing that the opponent was in a weak position, it would immediately help it to win back a game. If the power of the immortal arts had consciousness, it would definitely flip the table and say angrily, "I don't want to play anymore." Damn. Unfortunately, it didn't, so it could only be led away like a pig or sheep in a pen. The scene also became particularly strange in the outside world. Xiao Yun's body was normal for a while, and then it turned into a snake. The pain in it was simply unbelievable that any human could bear it. Finally, after a while, all the snakes disappeared, and Xiao Yun successfully controlled the cultivation of natural power. However, the difference in his power cultivation was that the power of the black shadow was endless, and the power of the immortal arts could be continuously transformed into the power of the black shadow. In other words, the current immortal arts chakra just didn't have the cooperation of ninjutsu, so it is impossible to improve the combat power too much. At most it can improve the cultivation of physical skills. If he learns the ninjutsu of the Thunder Ninja Village and understands how the Thunder Shadow uses the Lightning Attribute Chakra to enter the rapid mode, Xiao Yun can officially start practicing ninjutsu. 8 Gates of Dunjia, Lightning Attribute Activated Cells, Sage Mode, Nine-Tailed Mode, Demon Sword Muramasa, Black Shadow Power, Massive Chakra, these are Xiao Yun's trump cards, and they are also the basis for him to survive in this world. Black shadows keep coming out of the dark, one by one, neatly arranged, and each of them has the fluctuation of fairy skills. I may need to go to the snake cave and find a suitable summoning beast. Xiao Yun didn't care whether the white snake sage agreed or not. Under the dull gaze of the white snake sage and the 4 snake princesses, Xiao Yun walked straight into the snake cave under the dragon cave. The white snake sage didn't dare to say anything when he entered the snake cave under the dragon cave with the black shadows. Being able to freely control the power of immortal arts, even it may not dare to say that the power of immortal arts is completely under its control, at most it can be used perfectly. This guy directly turned the power of immortal arts into mud that he can control and shape at any time. He can make it into any shape he wants. At the same time, in the Konoha ninja village, Sasuke defected and was taken away by Orochimaru's 4 people. Naruto and others also followed and chased him out of the village. Itake's appearance made Sasuke successfully realize that he should not be decadent anymore, nor should he waste time. He decisively gave up the life of Konoha village and went to find Orochimaru to find stronger power. In the snake cave of Longdi Cave, Xiao Yun searched for a long time, but he didn't find what he was satisfied with, but since he came here, wouldn't it be a pity not to search for it? So he picked a big white snake and took it with him and left Longdi Cave. I don't know how to get to Longdi Cave, and I don't know how to get out. Anyway, I came to a place that is familiar but strange. After thinking about it carefully, this place seems to be not far from Konoha village. Then I looked up and saw Jirobo over there fighting with the butterfly Akimichi Koji in the Ino Shikacho. I actually came to Konoha. I have to say it's a bit of a headache. I've seen it all, it's not right not to help. If I help, who should I help? In the future, I have to rely on Orochimaru to survive. Although he may not cooperate with me, he is also a partner. And if Konoha doesn't help, he will definitely die. How will the plot unfold in the future? Let's help Konoha. Although you chase me and kill me, Dad still loves you. Xiao Yun stood up and stepped forward, and the demon sword Muramasa in his hand swung it casually, and a black semicircular sword energy was swung out directly. This is called drawing a sword, and the swung out is naturally called sword energy. Xiao Yun didn't think there was anything wrong. What? Jirobo was not able to recover, and fell to the ground with his head and body separated in one move. Even with the second state of the curse seal fully activated, he could not even last one move. And Koji, who was about to take the third red pill, was also stunned. How could this guy be so strong just one move? Wait, this face is a little familiar. Is it Xiao Yun? The wanted Konoha rebel? He is back. Why? Didn't he kill the third generation? Is he coming back to attack Konoha again this time? Ah, don't look at me like that, you guys started it first, what does it have to do with me? Xiao Yun didn't want to explain too much. Since the problem here has been solved, it's time to go to the next place. Chapter 22. The four Odinins are destroyed. Kidomaru, the spider archer, where he is according to the observation of the Konoha secret record in his memory, Xiao Yun followed the traces to find him. Then he walked towards a direction in the forest. It didn't take long to see Niji with a pierced shoulder. It seemed that both of them sensed the presence of a third person, so Kidomaru stopped attacking and hid to see who was coming this time. The result they predicted was that Konoha would not take action, because Sasuke's current behavior was assumed to be out of the village for fun. Although it was essentially a defection from the village, once Konoha's ninja took action, there was only one result, death. Once he was recognized as an enemy, he would fight to the death. Even if the other party was a genin, he knew the information of some important people in the village, and the intelligence collected during the mission was deadly enough. It was estimated that if Konoha took action, he would not even leave a complete corpse. So now there was a scene where Konoha's friends tried to chase him back. Konoha had the opportunity to chase back this threat, but they chose not to do so now. Hey, isn't this Lord Xiao Yun? Kidomaru was obviously very relaxed, and there was no harm in having more spectators. But Ninkai's heart sank, and he stared at Xiao Yun with the determination to die. He knew that he might die here. Based on his understanding of Xiao Yun, this boy of the same age as himself is no less powerful than a jonin. Even if he uses a human wave tactic, he is enough to completely crush a jonin in a one-on-one fight. Such a person is not like an ordinary jonin at all. Preliminary judgment shows that after the last attack on the village, Xiao Yun's threat level has changed from A to S, and the next level is a super secret threat, which is almost comparable to Akatsuki and Orochimaru. This guy appeared here. Buzz. A sword energy broke through the air in the forest and rushed towards this side. Here it comes. Niji hurriedly used his whole body chakra to try to block the sword as if he was facing a great enemy. Return. When Niji wanted to use Kaden, he found that the sword energy was terribly crooked and slashed directly in a direction behind him. Ah! Kidomaru screamed, as if he had seen a ghost. The powerful force frightened him, and he used all his strength to finally delay the sword energy by 0.001 seconds, but he could only die with hatred. You! When Ninkai turned around to look for Xiao Yun, he found that this guy had disappeared without a trace. This guy didn't even bother to say a word to me. Yes, if he wanted to kill me. Ninkai was shocked and felt that he had survived the disaster. He struggled to stand up and rushed to the direction where Shikamaru and others left in the distance. At the same time, Xiao Yun silently found Ya, who was fighting with Sakon and Yukon. Akamaru was covered with scars. Xiao Yun's face was full of helplessness for this dog. The seriously injured Ya was also lying behind the river rock, panting. After struggling to raise his eyes and staring at Xiao Yun, he was also disheartened. Xiao Yun attacked Konoha village and even killed the third generation. These little ninjas, alas! Why are you here? Sakon and Yukon obviously entered the second state of the curse seal. Now they came to Xiao Yun, and the feeling of the power surged, whether it was intentional or not, made Xiao Yun feel it. Xiao Yun said nothing and slashed with his sword. He drew his sword and separated Sakon and Yukon in an instant. Oh, that was close. If I had known that you were a threat to Lord Orochimaru, it would be good. You would have died here today. Sakon and Yukon seemed to think that after dodging the attack, it would be a contest of the same level, and rushed forward from the left and right. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. The two bit their fingers and summoned Rashomon, as if they wanted to block Xiao Yun's retreat. Haha, want to run? Too late. Seeing Xiao Yun looking at Rashomon behind him thoughtfully, Sakon and Yukon were proud. What could be more exciting than making the opponent afraid and then chasing them? Alas, Xiao Yun sighed, slowly formed a seal, and gestured in front of him. Great fireball technique? What can this thing do? Be careful, Zojin, it might be a trap. The two analyzed it for a while, but when the huge flames appeared, there was only a fiery red in front of them. Instantly turned into ashes. For opponents of this level, the fairy Chakra instantly cooperated with a huge amount of Chakra surge, and directly blasted them into slag. Ye was extremely tired, but he still forced his eyelids open, staring at Xiao Yun, who blasted the two into slag with a ninjutsu. He tried his best, and even felt that Zojin and Yujin's combat effectiveness had not been weakened much, but now this guy's ninjutsu. Great fireball? The kind of great fireball used by Sasuke? This is not at the same level at all. Such a powerful force, I have to say, it makes people tremble all over. What frightened him even more was still to come. He only saw a layer of green Chakra fluctuations appearing on Xiao Yun's body, and then he slowly walked to the front of the two doors and gently tapped them with his fingers. Boom! With a loud noise, the world shook, and with the strong wind that pushed the two doors directly open, countless boulders flew into the sky. Just 2 fingers lightly tapped the 2 doors were already. Gulpa swallowed his saliva. It was hard to imagine what kind of training this guy had experienced over the years to become so strong. In addition to being shocked, Ya also smiled and looked at Xiao Yun's back. Yes, you are very strong. Wait, I will return your favor today. Sooner or later, I will become stronger than you. Although only Ya said this, in fact, whether it was Niji or Dinkai, they were of the same mind. Since they had received the favor, hatred was another matter. They must become stronger and then catch up to repay the favor. The premise is to practice like crazy, constantly improve yourself, make yourself stronger, and become able to step onto this person's stage and dance with him. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiao Yun said without looking back, and left directly. His face was full of smiles, and it was obvious that he didn't take this seriously, which made Ya very determined. At this moment, in another place, Shikamaru was fighting with Taewiya, and Taewiya used the 3 ghosts controlled by music to fight Shikamaru for life and death. Naruto had left the team to chase Sasuke's whereabouts. What made Shikamaru anxious now was that these 3 shackles blocked his actions, and the opponent was even afraid of his shadow approaching, so there was almost no chance for him to launch an attack. If he continued to consume like this, being attacked by the powerful physical skills of the 3 ghosts, Shikamaru felt that he would die sooner or later. It was too late to escape now. If he wanted to leave, he had to find an opportunity, but all the opportunities were locked. The only thing he faced was a dead end. And the only thing he could choose and do at present was to hold on. Chapter 23. Watch the show. Oh, miserable, Xiao Yun's voice sounded. Shikamaru jumped away from the spot in a hurry, staring blankly at Xiao Yun, who suddenly appeared. When did this guy appear? I didn't even notice. Shikamaru only felt a will of death entangled with him, and the sense of crisis directly surpassed all the previous times. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. Xiao Yun explained, and Taewiya also entered the 2nd level of the curse seal because of Xiao Yun's appearance. Xiao Yun also smiled when he saw her state. The curse seal also belongs to the category of fairy arts, and it is also a natural force, but the curse seal is much more dangerous than the fairy arts. The curse seal will slowly erode the human body, just like the fairy art chakra will turn a person into a monster once it can't bear it. Now this guy is activating the 2nd curse seal, which means to some extent that she is going to fight to the death. Perhaps she knew the fate of the other 3 people, so she didn't hesitate at all, or perhaps she guessed something, and directly distanced herself from Xiao Yun, and with a solemn face, she used the flute to control the 3 ghosts to attack this side. Be careful. Seeing Xiao Yun motionless, Shikamaru also carefully reminded him, and he himself began to stare at the 3 ghosts rushing over with a serious face and waited for battle. It seemed that he did not expect that Taewiya would attack him so decisively, and Xiao Yun was stunned and did not dare to say a word. Wind escape, tornado hurricane. At this time, a female voice sounded. Accompanied by the sound of strong wind, the whole forest was cut apart. Countless fallen leaves and tree trunks fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Shikamaru was even more shocked that this woman from the sand village came. Xiao Yun was not surprised, it was normal for Temari to come. On the contrary, if she didn't come, people would think something was wrong. Oh! An unexpected surprise? Temari's eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance, staring straight at Xiao Yun, with a smile on her face. Xiao Yun avoided eye contact with her. It felt like she was going to eat someone. Since you are here, I am relieved and will leave first. Xiao Yun was eager to go to Naruto's side. After all, Kimimaro must have come. At this rate, Xiao Li and Gaara can't take all the limelight. After offending Sasuke, at the very least, he had to improve Naruto's favor. The high-level people at the level of the third generation were already full of hatred for him. It was best to improve Naruto's favor first. Otherwise, he might not be able to become a member of Konoha's Anbu with Sasuke in the future. Sins are hard to forgive, but there is no guarantee that he can survive. Stop! Temari scolded coldly, and then Xiao Yun stood there obediently, looking at her. If you run again, I will break your legs. Temari scolded without caring about her image at all. Shikamaru didn't think there was anything wrong with the two flirting like this. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yun showed up first, and now the two were chatting so passionately, so he only had a feeling of being saved, and didn't feel anything else at all, but he felt vaguely that he had lost something in his heart. Forget it, since he didn't remember it, it must be something unimportant. Women are troublesome creatures, it's better not to get close to them. Just right, you want to talk, then I'll send you down to talk. Teiwaya said crazily, and then used her final ninjutsu, and the seal was completed quickly. Magic flute. Dream sound lock. Summoning jutsu, Kamaitachi. Ninjutsu, Zhan Wu. The sound waves came quickly towards this side, and Temari's Kamaitachi Zanzan Wu also flew out in an instant and attacked that side. It can be said that it is natural restraint without exaggeration. It directly destroyed Teiwaya's sound waves, leaving no residue, and Teiwaya was killed instantly by Zanzan Wu. Okay, it's time to talk. When Temari turned her head again, she found that Xiao Yun was gone. Damn it! She stomped her feet in anger and looked around, but she couldn't see anyone. Trace. Helplessly, she could only escort Shikamaru back first, but now she was thinking about Xiao Yun's whereabouts. Konoha whirlwind. After a kick on the bone protection, Xiao Li's leg was broken first. Compared to this, Naruto's Nine Tails mode has gone wild, and countless shadow clones have joined the battle. Xiao Li was unable to fight Kimimaro because of his injury. Xiao Yun also arrived at this moment, sitting cross-legged on the tree trunk quietly. And Gaara's figure appeared silently beside him. Why do you want to defect? Gaara asked. Hearing his question, instead of directly attacking him in anger, Xiao Yun probably knew that it was Naruto who made him see another possibility, so now he wanted to see another possibility. Life is forced, alas. Xiao Yun was more optimistic and looked down happily. Seeing him so cheerful, Gaara roughly knew that this person was similar to Naruto and himself. He then checked the information and found that Xiao Yun was also a tailed beast Jinchuriki, but his experience was a little different. Then why did you become an Anbu? Why did you attack the village? Gaara asked his doubts again. He guessed that Xiao Yun wanted revenge. When Xiao Yun was asked, he looked at the sky with a smile on his face. You look like someone I know. He also asked me why I became an Anbu. I told him that it was for peace, and attacking the village destruction leads to establishment, and death often represents rebirth. I just slowly let it go. If I am wrong, it is indeed wrong. Admit mistakes? Xiao Yun never has right or wrong in his heart. Got it. Gaara nodded at Xiao Yun, got up and rushed down. And Xiao Yun also left a little lonely. I don't know what Gaara knows, but it is certain that his good impression of me should have increased. Trying to gain favor everywhere. It's too humble. Smile bitterly. In Akatsuki, the gold coins are increasing as tasks are entrusted and accepted. A few days after Sasuke defected, the area where Orochimaru was located was surrounded by 2 people from Akatsuki. That's right, after the attack on Konoha, after investigation, the Sound Village has been destroyed, so now it is in another research institute. There are definitely many people in the research institute, but it is surrounded by 2 people. And their target is naturally Xiao Yun, who is a tailed beast. Led by Itaki and assisted by Hoshigaki Kisame, the 2 tried to arrest Xiao Yun. Of course, the first thing Xiao Yun thought of when he got the news was to escape. But Orochimaru gave him a reassurance. Didn't you say that the time is not up? Then why are you so anxious? Xiao Yun was probably relieved when he heard this. Until he came to the outside of the base and saw the familiar figures of Hoshigaki Kisame and Itaki, Xiao Yun didn't know how to speak. It's been a long time since we last met. Orochimaru looked at Itaki with a familiar face and his eyes full of ecstasy. The reason why Itaka came here was naturally because of Xiao Yun. After all, Xiao Yun was his former companion. The relationship between the two was not very good, but it was definitely not bad. Now Itaka could only think of Xiao Yun as a reliable person. He would not tell the truth, but just thought that Xiao Yun, who was always by Sasuke's side, might save Sasuke one day when he happened to see Sasuke's Mangekyo. Sharingan. Follow me. Itaka stood up and left without saying a word, as if he wanted to avoid Orochimaru's eyes and ears. And Shukaku Kisame also understood, silently stood up and stepped forward to block Xiao Yun who was following him, and tried to move forward in front of Orochimaru who was following him. Why not fight a few moves? Kisame grinned, with sharp teeth in his mouth, and his hand was placed on Samehada's tail behind him. Chapter 24 Sharingan. Okay, Orochimaru was not at all timid, staring straight at the back of Shukaku Kisame, as if his soul was wandering in the sky. Shukaku Kisame pulled out the Samehada behind him and began to make seals. Although Orochimaru's hands were sealed, he was still not afraid of fighting. He changed the container again, and now his condition is extremely good. Moreover, he has countless strange secrets and fighting methods, but it's a pity that he will be stopped by Itaka and Xiao Yun after all. Your body is about to fail, right? I'll tell you, if you have anything, come to me, don't do it alone. When Sasuke knows the truth, he will want to destroy Konoha. Xiao Yun said a lot of things in a helpless manner. Itaka was already shocked beyond words. He had a feeling that he had been seen through by Xiao Yun from the beginning, and this feeling had been like this since the beginning of the companion mission. Although Xiao Yun thought that the relationship between the two of them was not very good, Itaka actually knew that the relationship between him and Xiao Yun was only slightly worse than that between Sasuke and Shisui, just a little bit. As a quiet person, he would not speak easily, and even when performing tasks, he rarely talked endlessly to others. But when he was performing tasks with Xiao Yun, he inexplicably felt that it would be much easier to speak to Xiao Yun. This feeling lasted until now. When he was seen through again, Itaka's face had no other expression except a helpless bitter smile. Even if you smile like a bitter melon, it's not bad. Your handsomeness is only lower than mine. Xiao Yun boasted shamelessly. And Itaka used illusion to bring Xiao Yun to the space of Tsukuyomi. I want to entrust you with Shisui's eyes to prevent the situation you said from happening. Itaka didn't say much, and he handed the crow directly to Xiao Yun after speaking. The crow merged into Xiao Yun's body and was directly swallowed by the power of the black shadow. In turn, the Sharingan was retained, and the Kota Amatsukami was also eliminated. The conditions remained unchanged, but the ninjutsu was stripped away, and the Mangekyo Sharingan could also be rewritten. Itaka definitely didn't know, otherwise he probably wouldn't know what would happen. After Xiao Yun accepted Kota Amatsukami, he also stood on tiptoe and patted Itaka's shoulder. It's almost done, go. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, don't bother me in a few years, I won't be gentle. Yet. Itaka nodded, without saying much, he believed in Xiao Yun's strength and kept his words in mind. He was very relieved to entrust Sasuke's future to Xiao Yun. And Xiao Yun was also very relieved that he handed Kota Amatsukami to himself. Originally, I was worried that after Sasuke completely turned evil, I would definitely become his enemy. If I had to kill Sasuke, it would mean that Naruto would definitely fight to the death with me. After all, the impure world reincarnation is a crucial part of the ninja world war, and this part must not last too long. Xiao Yun hopes to get rid of Kabuto directly at that time. But now it seems that I only need to find Itaka by myself at that time, and Kota Amatsukami will be handed over to him. The bell must be untied by the person who tied it. Sasuke's voice came. The news of Itaka's appearance must have been hidden from him. Xiao Yun didn't say much, and passed by directly. Sasuke also reached out and pressed Xiao Yun's shoulder. What did that man tell you? Sasuke almost gave an order and roared at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun didn't say much, but put his wrist behind his back and said indifferently, he asked me to kill you, so that you don't cause trouble for him here. Not only will he destroy Konoha, but he will also destroy you, kill Naruto and Sakura. Every sentence and every word left a deep mark and blow in Sasuke's heart. Really, Sasuke smiled bitterly, but his eyes were full of anger and tenacity. Xiao Yun didn't want to say much, and pushed him to the ground fiercely, got up and left, leaving only one sentence. Orochimaru asked me to teach you ninjutsu. If you are willing to learn, come here. If you don't want to learn, you will be so sloppy and decadent. It's shameful. Sasuke struggled to get up after hearing this and followed Xiao Yun's footsteps. If possible, he would be willing to learn from Uchiha Itachi himself. Xiao Yun was also extremely helpless. He didn't expect that Kailan had to teach him himself. He said he taught him, but in fact, he just passed it on to him from the experience he had learned from the animation he watched before. Use the dragon fire technique to burn the sky, and then turn the clouds in the sky into mist, so that it rains. At the same time, use the lightning attribute Chakra to guide the lightning in the sky. The power of heaven and earth, this level of ninjutsu is worthy of being an S-level ninjutsu. A few days later, in a small country, Xiao Yun brought Sasuke here. Sasuke wanted to become stronger, and the way to do it was to fight. Xiao Yun thought that he had no intention of killing Sasuke, and Sasuke could not kill him, so he brought him to a small ninja village in such a small country. The peaceful life was over for Sasuke. He was not worried at all that attacking these people would destroy anything. He thought he had nothing. The battle started quickly, and Sasuke's thunder escape launched a surprise attack on the outpost over there. Xiao Yun just sat aside and watched quietly. Damn it! Someone is attacking, gather people quickly. When the ninja village over there was already anxious, Sasuke was already planning to go forward and launch a surprise attack. Although his attack was still a little off. So Xiao Yun's response to his action was to press his shoulder, "Don't worry, it will be the same if you wait until everyone is almost gathered." Sasuke did not refute or say much. It's not surprising that Xiao Yun had countless opportunities to kill him. Since he wanted to try, Sasuke would do his best to cooperate in order to become stronger. Until the opponent's ninjas had gathered, and most of them were fully armed, and some had even made hand seals. Fire escape. Fireball technique. Wind escape. Wind kill. The power of wind and fire increased sharply, instantly reaching the level of B-level ninjutsu, and this was not just released by one person. In other words, several of them released ninjutsu. Sasuke himself had a grim expression, and his body suddenly retreated. His Sharingan opened in an instant, trying to find the weakness of the opponent's ninjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. Of course, his ninjutsu was not left behind at all. In an instant, the great fireball technique was successfully sealed. He put his hands in front of him and directly spit out a mouthful of flames. Bang! The fire tornado and the great fireball collided with each other. With Sasuke's Sharingan observation, he could definitely see the weakness of the opponent's ninjutsu. It was easy to crack it after directly analyzing the structure. Change formation. Seeing that the ninjutsu was cracked, the Chunin and Jonin over there also rushed over. Just now, it was just a group of skilled genin who made a noise. Seeing the Jonin rushing over, even one of them had pushed the blade to Sasuke's neck, but Sasuke didn't react at all. When? So fast am I going to die here? Sasuke's eyes moved, and his gaze locked on Xiao Yun in the distance. Chapter 25. Here comes another double. This guy will definitely not save me. Am I willing to die like this? I'm not willing, damn it. Helpless, lost, inexplicably calm, without a trace of fear, this is the true portrayal of Sasuke at this moment. And the knife seemed to have cut his neck a little. Clang! In an instant, the stinging pain came, but it was also accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Sasuke only felt a little deafening when he felt the pain, so he frowned. The scene he had been watching suddenly changed, as if it had always been like this, not changed, very naturally. Xiao Yun disappeared, and a figure appeared in front of him who blocked the opponent's attack with the sword in his hand. The sound probably came from there. Sasuke suddenly didn't know what happened, and when he came to his senses, he widened his eyes and came to his senses. This guy, when did he appear in front of me? He easily blocked the opponent's sword? The opponent is a Jonin. As a fighter, Sasuke certainly knows how terrible the opponent's fighting power is. A Jonin who can take his life with one sword, facing such strength, he is powerless to resist, and can only watch the opponent's sword pierce into his neck and watch his life slip away. This is a Jonin. But now this guy actually easily blocked a sword. Interesting, I thought they were two guys who wanted to die, but I didn't expect them to be so capable. The opponent was obviously more surprised that Xiao Yun, who was only in his teens, could fight with him with a sword, and he kept praising him. Xiao Yun did not speak, but took out the Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru had given him from the shadow space and handed it to Sasuke. Hey, watch it. When it comes to sword skills, Xiao Yun can be sure that no one is more skilled than the Black Shadow. Although these guys are not very strong, their sword skills are absolutely first class, even if they use samurai swords. But this is not the point, don't care about these details, the point is that Xiao Yun inherited a very powerful swordsmanship from the Black Shadow. If you ignore the Chakra, Fairy Art, and 8 Gates, maybe you can suppress a Chunin who is about to be promoted with swordsmanship alone. It is not difficult to deal with the Jonin now. The opponent's Jonin can be said to be a shadow-level existence in the village. After all, it is a small village, even if there is a shadow level, the combat effectiveness is not high. Xiao Yun is not afraid at all. The demon sword Muramasa in his hand dances with a tiger and a tiger. One sword after another, the Jonin is directly suppressed to the entrance of the village. It's not that he just relied on his strength to push forward. From Sasuke's perspective, Xiao Yun had completely found the opponent's weakness. If he could calm down at the beginning, he might have discovered this and used it, but he subconsciously chose to give up. He shouldn't have done that. He really shouldn't have done that. Sasuke began to reflect in his heart. Did his fighting spirit get eaten by dogs? Try hard. Don't you want revenge? Show your enthusiasm and prove it. The Sharingan was opened, staring at Xiao Yun fighting in the distance. Very calm, one hand beat the opponent to pieces. The weakness was discovered before he could protect it. It is estimated that this guy had already lost at the beginning. The more he beat the opponent, the more shocked he was. A child of such a young age has such a terrifying strength. Wait, Konoha rebel? Suddenly, the opponent found the Konoha forehead guard on Xiao Yun's head. There was the Konoha logo on the forehead guard, and there was also a scratch from a kunao. People who defected at a young age, at this age except for Uchiha Sasuke, only Shadow, Xiao Yun. The boy who once shrouded all the small ninja villages in fear. The reason why he is scary, rather than other Anbu, is that this guy is just a child. The children in the Anbu basically didn't come out to perform tasks, so once you see a child, you can only think of Shadow. Among all the normal Anbu, he is a standout. The Konoha Anbu, which was originally feared and terrified, now has an outlet for venting, and the reputation is directly tilted towards Xiao Yun. It is not surprising that a person with a deep memory and abnormality suddenly appears among a group of normal people. This person will naturally be given some strange titles or reputations. However, what exactly does the other party want to do by coming here with such fanfare? Destroy the village? Mr. Shadow! Mr. Shadow! Stop fighting! There is no grudge between us, right? The other party lost his fighting spirit and begged for mercy. Xiao Yun also looked at Sasuke. When he saw a flash of contempt in Sasuke's eyes, he knew that Sasuke was probably sure, so he didn't need to say more. Just when he was about to kill the Jonin, Xiao Yun stopped, flashed to Sasuke's side, and took him away. Sasuke was puzzled, and the Jonin was even more puzzled. Why? Why did he leave in the middle of a fight? To humiliate him? But there was no way. Even if the other party might have wanted to humiliate him, he still had no choice. He dared not say a word, and even felt fortunate that the other party had let him go. Surviving the disaster made him feel that life was more precious. 3 days later, in front of the small ninja village, Xiao Yun and Sasuke's figures slowly descended again. When the outpost discovered the two perverts and reported them, the Jonin never dared to come out to fight again, but shrank in the village and opened the protective formation, trembling as he looked at the two people who came to the village entrance. The moment Xiao Yun raised his head and looked at him, this guy felt like he went to a black space and kept falling down. This space had no bottom line, and he kept falling down. He didn't know how long he had been falling. Ah! Suddenly awake, the Jonin came to his senses and realized that he was fighting against these two guys. But when he looked down again, the formation had been cut open with a black hole that could not be repaired, and the two had walked into the village leisurely. And Sasuke also looked at this side with full of fighting spirit. The Jonin's heart suddenly twitched. This is not a joke. It's deadly. When Sasuke pulled out the long sword at his waist, the other party knew that he couldn't run away. He could only bite the bullet and pull out the long sword at his waist and walk down. Humph. Sasuke has improved a little after a few days of training this time. He stared at the Jonin coldly, and it seemed that he was eager to try. Xiao Yun didn't say much, and the other party's fighting spirit was also obvious. If I can't beat Xiao Yun, I can't beat you either? Isn't that too much of a contempt for me? The Jonin was filled with anger. This guy really treats them as a public square where they can come and go as they please. He drew out his sword, and the moment the chakra surged, he attacked directly. He didn't want to waste time. If Xiao Yun wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take more than a moment. He discovered during the previous battle that Xiao Yun didn't use chakra at all, which meant that he still had some strength. Bang! The swords collided with each other, and because of the use of chakra, the opponent was still in a state of crushing in the battle. Chapter 26 Chakra Sword Skills. The opponent had Earth Attribute Chakra, which was a natural enemy for Sasuke, so even if he knew the opponent's weaknesses and was much more cautious, he still couldn't resist the opponent's natural restraint of Earth Attribute Chakra and combat experience. Sasuke's mind was always running with various ideas. He now only has 2 attributes, Fire and Thunder, but these 2 are restrained by the Earth Attribute, so he can't fight with the opponent. From time to time, various ninjutsu seals, ninjutsu release, Earth Flow Wall and Earth Dragon Bullet and other series of ninjutsu continue to attack. In the sword skills duel, Sasuke is not inferior to this long-time fighting ninja. The more Sasuke fights, the more terrified he feels. It's not because he has become stronger, nor because of the opponent's strength, but because of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun only taught him a little bit, and he already feels that he is starting to improve to a very obvious degree. If he follows him, maybe he can really catch up with Uchiha Itachi's progress. At the same time, the opponent's ninja is also surprised that Xiao Yun and Sasuke's improvement is so fast. I don't know what these 2 people have experienced. Xiao Yun is enough of a monster, and now there is Sasuke. It's simply life-threatening. Sasuke's improvement is even more amazing in the eyes of his opponent. He is not only strong, but simply too strong. If he had such a talent improvement at Sasuke's age, he would not have been just a half-baked jonin until now, although he is quite famous in this area. After all, this is just a small place. Surviving in the cracks of those big ninja villages, they are just trying to survive. Perhaps they can learn from Sasuke and Xiao Yun. You can see why Konoha village became one of the 5 major ninja villages. With young people like this, why worry about Konoha not growing stronger? Even if the opponent is a traitor, the potential of Konoha village can be seen from them. The more they fight, the more angry the opponent becomes, and of course he is also very powerless. Even if he tries his best, he can't kill Sasuke, because Xiao Yun is always watching him, so sooner or later, his life will be given to Sasuke. He only has despair in his heart, no other emotions. Seeing that the opponent has lost the will to fight again, Xiao Yun also flashed to Sasuke, caught his falling sword directly, and took him away by the collar. Damn it! Let me go! What are you doing? You bastard! Sasuke was very angry that Xiao Yun actually held him back and prevented him from killing this man. Xiao Yun stared at him coldly. Killing a man without fighting spirit is not impressive. When he fights you squarely and you can kill him, then consider killing the waste. He couldn't even beat him head-on, let alone make him lose his fighting spirit. Xiao Yun clearly analyzed why the other party lost his fighting spirit. But isn't it enough to just kill him? Sasuke asked puzzledly. You are too weak. Learn to become stronger yourself, not relying on me. Xiao Yun asked back, not to be outdone, can you guarantee that you can beat him if I'm not here? Sasuke was speechless. Indeed, Xiao Yun brought him too much benefit here. He used his power to make the other party give up several opportunities to kill him. When he thought that his strength was not enough, but he was still relying on Xiao Yun, this made Sasuke particularly angry, because what Xiao Yun said was the same as Itachi, he was too weak. Secretly clenching his fists, Sasuke was afraid of Xiao Yun's current strength, but he vowed that he would become stronger. Xiao Yun must have seen this guy's mind, but he didn't say much. Once he couldn't beat Kaguya and the others, he must have Sasuke and Naruto to help him. Maybe Sasuke will be more stable in the future and not cause trouble for himself. I can only think so for the time being. So the 2 left directly and rushed to their camp. At this moment, the Konoha Anbu hunting team also came here, because after hearing the news about Xiao Yun and Sasuke, the 2 rebels needed to be killed or taken back. At least Xiao Yun, as the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, needed to be taken back to Konoha village. Before the 2 had walked for long, Xiao Yun had stopped, pulled out the demon sword Muramasa, stood in place and looked up at the surroundings. Sasuke stared at him in a daze, not knowing what was wrong with this guy. He even bumped into Xiao Yun. Be careful, Konoha has sent someone to ask us to go back. Xiao Yun had a look of arrogance on his face. It was just right that these people came to die. After his strength was improved, he would no longer be beaten by them like a street rat and run around with his head in his hands. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of leaves being blown by the wind sounded. Xiao Yun protected Sasuke behind him, and began to explore the surroundings with the chakra of his whole body accompanied by the power of Black Shadow. There were more than 40 people coming. When they killed the elite Anbu for the first time, they didn't expect that they would have the help of the Black Shadow Corps, so they were caught off guard. After receiving the intelligence for the second time, they were much more cautious and sent more people, which indeed received a good response. Now that 40 more Anbu have been sent here, it almost means that they think this part of people is enough to deal with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun didn't want to say much, and watched these people slowly appear and then form a seal quietly. The Shadow Army was also silently forming seals in the dark, ready to go at any time. Boundary Technique, 6 Red Yang Formation. It was still the 6 Red Yang Formation that Xiang Qian used to seal Xiao Yun after he turned into the 9-tailed fox. However, this time it was obviously stronger than the one Xiang Qian had hastily prepared to deal with Xiao Yun. It can also be seen from here that they really put in a lot of effort to capture Xiao Yun and Sasuke and bring them back. Anbu, why? Sasuke seemed a little panicked. After all, the strength of the Jonin is recognized to be very strong, but the Jonin level is all Jonin except for some special Jonin. Now surrounded by so many Jonin, Sasuke has to say that he is very panicked. Although he knew that Xiao Yun was very powerful, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious because the other party had sent out so many people. If they can't beat them, they will face a catastrophe. Just surrender, go back with us, while it's still early. The people in the Jonin persuaded. It would be best if they could win without bloodshed, but if they had to fight, they were not afraid. Everything is waiting for Xiao Yun to answer. Xiao Yun smiled and said, I refuse. After that, he swung the sword Muramasa in his hand. Sasuke stared at the sword energy swung by Xiao Yun. Chakra and an unknown power. I have never heard of this power before. The memory in any head is not like the characteristics of this power, none of them match. Sasuke knows the combat power of the 6 Red Yang Formation, so he is not optimistic about Xiao Yun, but is thinking of other ways to solve the current dilemma. Just like what Xiao Yun said, he can't always rely on others. Boom! The red array wall of the 6 Red Yang Formation twisted wildly, which is comparable to the twisting phenomenon when the 10-tailed beast ball was in use. Chapter 27 Fire Release Shadow Demon Shuriken. No, I can't hold on, this guy. As a result, before Sasuke could figure out what was going on, the formation here was about to collapse, and several ninjas who maintained the formation barrier looked uncomfortable. Indeed, the 6 Red Yang Formation is rarely used now, and it was only because the 9-tailed fox attacked the village that this thing was turned out and used. Now it is really a broken jar. Once Xiao Yun becomes stronger, it will be enough to give them a headache. The formation was broken in an instant, and Sasuke didn't even come back to his senses. He felt a sense of weightlessness and was directly led by Xiao Yun to rush towards the group of people. During this period, another sword energy was swung out, which directly stopped these people's idea of chasing and intercepting. Is he going to take me with him? Or abandon me when necessary? Sasuke was thinking in his heart that facing so many Anbu, even if he had overwhelming strength, it would not be enough to escape with such a burden as himself. Maybe he would abandon me. Sasuke probably expected his fate. After all, his relationship with Xiao Yun was not as strong as he imagined. But what was even more unexpected was that suddenly a large number of ninjutsu appeared and smashed towards this side, accompanied by various black shadows emerging from the dark, with various attributes, and their scarlet eyes were still conspicuous in the daytime. The ninjutsu that tilted down instantly directly covered the group of Anbu ninjas, and the other party didn't even react. Directly wiped out. Such a powerful strength, isn't this guy alone? Sasuke, who was dragged and led away by Xiao Yun, couldn't believe it. Even so, he didn't stop following Xiao Yun, but followed Xiao Yun with a wave of emotion. Okay, let's start the Shuriken training. After a few days, Xiao Yun didn't take Sasuke to find trouble with anyone, but wanted to take Sasuke to train basic skills. Although Sasuke's training has never been interrupted these days, Xiao Yun was thinking that his basic skills need to be exercised. So he planned to learn from Sasuke. He has always relied on the ordinary power of the 9 tails to do whatever he wants. Now he has practiced various chakras and has many more means. Now he is eager to see what the most basic things are. Maybe he can modify them like modifying the black shadow. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, looking at Xiao Yun, vaguely feeling that he saw the shadow of Ataki, thinking of the words sorry, next time in his head, his eyes full of memories and hesitation. With a wry smile on his face, Sasuke took out the shuriken from the bag behind his waist. In the distance, there were several big trees, and the black shadow was busy carving the big trees into targets. Da-da-da. As soon as the target was carved, 3 shurikens were fixed directly in the center of the target. Xiao Yun was also surprised when he saw it. Although this kind of accuracy was expected, he still didn't expect the other party to be so skilled. Awesome, awesome. Xiao Yun looked dazed. The damage of the shuriken itself is not that strong, but the shape and essence are still not weak. At least from the essence of this thing, Xiao Yun felt that his further training had a clue. The wind escape spiral shuriken that Naruto practiced must have the shadow of shuriken. There are many changes but not deviating from the essence. There must be something to learn from it. There are also many skills in ninjutsu that can be thrown out without hands. Xiao Yun tried to simulate it. The power of the black shadow turned into a shuriken and rotated in his hand, just like a finger gyroscope. Gradually, it began to burn as it spun, and turned into a fire-attributed shuriken. Xiao Yun did not feel the damage to himself similar to the wind-style spiral shuriken. Instead, he felt that because he was a shadow, he could control a certain distance at will, but because he was not very skilled in shaping now, it would consume more power. The biggest difference between the past and now is that most of the combat power can only be exerted by hand seals, but now he can easily use his own ninjutsu. The combat power of the Jonin and Shadow level mostly changes qualitatively from this level. The combat power of the 3rd generation will be weaker, and the 4th generation is stronger than the 3rd generation. There is no doubt about this. Of course, there are many ninjas who are also powerful in hand seals, but that is a problem of ninjutsu. Xiao Yun believes that the restraint on himself is the hand seal technique, which is hard to say for other ninjas. Swoosh! Bang! The fire-style shadow demon shuriken was thrown directly, and when it hit the red dot on the tree trunk, it burned the entire tree, and even the shadow was burned together, which means that this thing can burn chakra. Sure enough, Shadow clearly felt a natural force being burned, and after the burning ended, it directly entered his body. If it was chakra, as long as he could kill the enemy, he could also replenish a lot of chakra. Xiao Yun's head was full of this thought. Sasuke was extremely contemptuous. One shuriken was indeed very powerful, but at most it was only at the level of B-level ninjutsu, which felt a bit useless. But then, countless fire-attributed shurikens flew in the air beside Xiao Yun. 1 2 3 1000. The sky was full of fire-attributed shurikens floating, and the temperature around was much higher. 1000 B-level ninjutsu. Sasuke subconsciously drew out the long sword at his waist, which was covered with fire-attributed chakra, and he obviously wanted to challenge one of them. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also assigned one to him without rushing, and the other shurikens began to spin and dance under his own control, gradually condensing into a huge shuriken, covering the sky and spinning into a tornado. Take it apart, put it together, and the fighting power is extraordinary. 1000 B-level ninjutsu turned into a super S-level ninjutsu. As for Sasuke, just facing a B-level ninjutsu gave him a headache. No matter how he launched a surprise attack on the flying ninjutsu, it was useless, as if it didn't exist. But after being burned by the fire for a while, he felt a burning sensation on his body, and even vaguely felt that part of his skin had been burnt. Wait, Shadow? Sasuke suddenly seemed to have discovered something and looked at the moving shadow on the ground. The long sword in his hand was thrown out quickly and stabbed at the shuriken shadow on the ground. The shadow of the long sword flew over there with the sword body itself, nailing it directly to the ground. And the shuriken that was moving at a high speed also stopped instantly, like a vicious dog restrained by a chain, unable to move, and circling around the shadow of the long sword. It seemed that it could not move, and the shuriken did not move again, but stupidly fixed in place without moving. Sasuke seemed to have discovered the door to a new world. His guess was correct. Since there was no physical form, he could find the answer from the yin and yang. As for the shadow, there was a guy he was not too familiar with, but he had seen him fight, that was Shikamaru, and that guy left a deep impression on him. Now it seems that Xiao Yun is similar to that guy, both of whom are very difficult to deal with. However, he is really strong. Sasuke has to say that he admires him very much. Just a ninjutsu made him so sad, and they were the same age. Chapter 28 7 Escapes, Shadow Demon Shuriken. Just when Sasuke was secretly sad, he vaguely saw that the shuriken began to move again, and this time his long sword also began to tremble slightly, as if it was being pulled and began to move towards this side. Although the amplitude was not large, it can be seen that his long sword seemed to be swallowed by the shadow. Ka! The long sword broke out of the ground and rushed towards him in an instant. Under the leadership of the fire escape shadow demon shuriken, it seemed that the long sword was turning because of the rotation of the shuriken. Sasuke couldn't dodge in time, and even felt that he couldn't come back to his senses. He could only watch the long sword and shuriken flying towards his head with great power. Obviously, he had no power to resist this force. He had never seen the ninjutsu of swallowing shadows before, and the shadows themselves had no entity, but he could create entities. What kind of monster is this guy? It's no wonder that Sasuke has been feeling a lot recently, but because Xiao Yun, a peer, has brought him too many surprises, so he has no time to spare his head and space to think about why he can't catch up with this guy, why this guy's great projects are so dazzling again and again, and how he did it. From the time he met Xiao Yun until now, he has always had that idea. The spinning shuriken seemed to be unable to stop, and flew over with the long sword. Until Sasuke closed his eyes and spread his hands to face the front, the rotation of the shuriken stopped, and the long sword flew out in an instant, slashing across Sasuke's cheek, and a blood mark accompanied the entire blade of the long sword piercing into an old tree before it stopped. And the shuriken also dissipated instantly. Is it over? What a terrible control! I have never seen him use this trick before. Yes, I am not familiar with him, no wonder Itaka's evaluation of him is, a terrible guy is really well deserved. Relieved, Sasuke turned around and walked towards the place he sensed, pulling the long sword out of the tree trunk. This process can be said to have really consumed his great efforts. When he pulled out the sword, it was only because he used the fire escape to burn the tree. When he slumped on the ground and leaned against the tree, he looked up at the sky, but found a huge fire whirlwind driven by the fire escape shadow demon shuriken. The storm was slowly gathering. In front of the storm, all kinds of birds fled out, and all kinds of wild animals appeared in the forest and fled out. Even the falling flowers and leaves were constantly collected and burned to ashes. It's Super S level. Which one is more powerful than the Kirin? He kept muttering. The power of heaven and earth, is it really that powerful? Sasuke looked up at the sky blankly, and his thoughts flew to somewhere. This is it. Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. A lot of shurikens of various colors appeared scattered around the storm in the sky, which means that this ninjutsu is about to start the second round of changes. When the shurikens of wind attribute appeared, Xiao Yun didn't need to control how strong the chakra changes were. He only needed to input a little bit of ordinary ninjutsu of wind attribute and then change it to achieve wind attribute, not to mention that Xiao Yun himself covered a lot of chakra attributes, which were all the benefits brought by the black shadow. That's right, Xiao Yun couldn't create things from the shadow space and then take them out, but he could do it on the shadow. In other words, there are many possibilities for the shadow, but most bold ideas will be blocked by the limitations of the shadow itself. Until all the chakra shuriken of all attributes are summoned and rotate around the fire shuriken. According to the special arrangement, thousands of small shurikens are distributed in different positions. This time, the power is not just the sky burning red, but the 7 colors gather and directly dye the sky into rainbow colors. Sasuke even felt that he had gotten used to it and almost had no desire to live. What can this guy do that is not surprising? Maybe his peaceful life is also surprising enough. He was powerless to complain. The changes in the sky are still continuing, and Sasuke has also restrained his thoughts a little, and calmly began to look at the sky and think. Xiao Yun was also very satisfied after doing all this. This level of ninjutsu is comparable to Shinra Tensei. It can even be compared to the wind shuriken, but its power is definitely higher. And Xiao Yun feels that this move can be released many times. At this time, Sasuke below suddenly thought that since the ninjutsu has been released, it is impossible not to release it. Doesn't this guy want to blow up this area? That power, I'm afraid that the surrounding several thousand meters will not be spared. Xiao Yun's prediction is actually a little bit off. At least the combat power of his move can be compared with Deidara's final Nano C4. When the ninjutsu is used, no grass will grow. It's hard to imagine how destructive this move can be. 7 chakra attributes. If it was just fire attribute, it would be fine. It could predict the effects of explosion and even explosion. But if there were 7. If what Sasuke was worried about happened, this area would probably turn into hell on the spot. Chi. But after a gust of wind, the ninjutsu that had been destroying the world suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only the flying ashes and stone powder that were constantly falling from the sky were slowly falling. The wind blew and then they dissipated and fell away. Sasuke's face was calm. He didn't want to express any expression at all. There was no wave of fear in his eyes. Just like this, I thought it was so terrible. Alas, I should get used to it. I wasted my brain cells thinking too much. I was really bored. Not strange, not curious, not surprised, not asking, not saying, it's none of my business. The next morning, two long-lost figures suddenly appeared outside the small ninja village. Until he heard the news, the Jonin here didn't know what to say, but his eyes were full of determination. He has lived to this day, from the war to now, he has experienced too much, and finally these few days have made him think clearly. Why should he be afraid? Why should he run away? What's so scary? It's just a death. Haven't you killed enough people? I have been numb many years ago, but now I am afraid again. Why? Before Xiaoyun and Sasuke came to him, the Jonin had already walked out silently with a knife. Until Xiaoyun and Sasuke came here. The Jonin clenched the knife in his hands with both hands, staring at Sasuke seriously. There was no Xiaoyun in his eyes. He knew that he was not his opponent. Since he was not his opponent, then he would find an opponent and stare at him. Fighting to the last moment, this is the will of the ninja village. If you want to live, even the most humble weeds must survive in the cracks. Even if it is small. Okay, start, don't waste time, there are other things to do. Xiaoyun urged. Sasuke nodded without saying a word, tightened his grip on the sword, and his chakra surged. This battle determined the most important aspect of Sasuke's growth, facing the enemy head-on. Chapter 28, Black Shadow Village. From fear to determination, the Jonin no longer hesitated with the sword in his hand. Every sword of the earth attribute was like an earthquake. The mountain was huge and immovable. It could even feel that the sky had become stronger. Sasuke was not afraid either, as he had seen more horrible things. How could he stop such a small battle? Any guy who would become a roadblock on his way would be removed and destroyed by him. The flash of swords and the sound of swords continued in an instant. Although Sasuke was a little immature, he was growing rapidly under the observation of the Sharingan. He was very cautious every time. Even if he was kicked and rolled on the ground, he would come back to his senses in an instant, holding the Kusanagi sword in his hand, gritting his teeth, and bleeding at the corners of his mouth, like a lone wolf who was injured but refused to leave. A terrible light flashed in the scarlet Sharingan, which was a kind of pride from self-esteem. At this moment, he fully realized the confidence brought by relying on himself. Similarly, the Jonin did not hesitate at all, and he even wanted to challenge Xiaoyun. What if he couldn't beat him? Cut with a knife, send Chakra, and the people were gone. They were just two little brats. Kill. Even a sick lion has the rage to wave its claws and fangs for the last time. The only fate of daring to provoke it is death. Even if you can't win, try your best to fight. Don't let yourself live so many years in vain. Don't regret it. Bang. 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 Ping. Pong. Crack. After a battle, even a strong Jonin was covered in bloodstains. His clothes were already tattered. He knelt on one knee with his sword, coughing blood from his mouth. His eyes were already blurred. Is that it, alas? While feeling sad, somehow, his muscles suddenly tightened. The only chakra left in his body seemed to tell him that he hadn't tried his best. What was the shame of this appearance? Struggling to stand up, the Jonin used up his last chakra and strength to stand up and limp towards Sasuke over there. Sasuke, who was slumped on the ground, holding his chest and coughing up blood, was on the verge of coma. He couldn't think of what chance he had, and couldn't figure out why he couldn't kill the other party even after trying his best. It seems that he still has to rely on him. It's a very annoying feeling. What flashed in his eyes was the overlapping backs of Xiaoyun and Ataki. He hated both of them, and neither of them could catch up with him. Sure enough, you are too weak, just a waste. At this moment, an extremely clear voice came into his ears. Sasuke didn't even have the strength to look back. His whole body was torn apart. With the loss of blood, his life also dissipated. A feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. So this is the feeling of death. Being ridiculed by such a person, I really want to punch him, let him know that he is not a waste, and show him that the Uchiha clan is not so easily defeated. No wonder Itaka looks down on you. I thought how strong his brother he often mentioned to me was, but it turns out he is just a waste. He is self-degrading. Xiao Yun's ridicule was merciless. But once Itaka was mentioned, Sasuke's eyes widened, and the power behind his neck could not help but surge out. Dense spells flowed from his neck to his face, like red-hot molten lava branding on his face. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't mention him. Sasuke's skin turned black, and he completely entered the curse seal state. Kaka. After a loud bang, the knife raised by the Jonin was instantly shaken away, and Sasuke's sword instantly slashed across the Jonin's neck. In an instant, under the setting sun, the Jonin knelt on the ground, and Sasuke also began to go crazy. The speed was much faster than before, but it was a pity that it was just the last gasp now. After the madness, he would have to faint, but before that, he had to wait for him to make a fuss. Xiao Yun felt helpless and clapped his hands, and countless black shadows emerged on the ground. Each one was on full alert and surrounded him. Then there was a group fight. Xiao Yun didn't have the habit of abusing people, so he simply surrounded him with black shadows and then restrained him. He could only use various strange methods without hurting him, such as piling people up, or something else. In short, when it was almost dark, he finally made enough noise and fell asleep. The black shadow carried him, and Xiao Yun also took him to his next destination. Only with a positive awakening can we fight against darkness. Awake. When Sasuke woke up, he saw a bright and wide space in front of him, with a throne, black shadows surrendering around him, and he was sitting on a chair, with bandages wrapped all over his body, and there were black shadows beside him using healing scrolls and potions on him. Where is this? Sasuke asked puzzledly, his face full of indifference and murderous intent, and it was obvious that what he said before made him very angry. Xiao Yun looked outside, Black Shadow Village. Xiao Yun did not expect that after releasing a few source ancestors for a few days, they have successfully controlled several small countries and developed them into their own countries. What's more important is that the places chosen by these source ancestors are not far away. If the 4 points are connected into a line, it is exactly one square. With just a little effort, the encirclement can close in all directions and swallow up the area in the middle. In fact, they are doing that. Outside, there are densely packed shadows lurking in every corner of the houses and streets, and on the streets are a group of people who feel a little chill on their backs. They don't seem to know how to face these guys staring at them all the time to live their daily lives. The whole village is full of shadows, wearing a uniform red ninja uniform. It can be seen that these are the subordinates of the fire attribute source ancestor. Xiao Yun vaguely felt that he had a connection with them. This connection was very faint, but tough enough. Are they all your subordinates? Sasuke went to the window and looked at the shadows lurking below. He was just a little surprised in his heart. What exactly does this guy want to do? Xiao Yun scratched his nose. I guess so. Strictly speaking, yes. Bang. Suddenly there was a vibration, and Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows. He dared to build a village not long after being explored by ninjas? When a new ninja village appears, there will definitely be ninjas to collect intelligence and assess their strength, threats, intentions, etc. Xiao Yun has only been here for a few days, and Sasuke has been recuperating for 3 days. Now people from these big and small ninja villages come to investigate, and most of those who have not been seen by the shadow will be stopped and questioned. Ask the shadow directly, this is faster than anything else. These are more terrifying than anything else under strict surveillance. This is also one of the reasons why those villagers are more afraid. What happened? Seeing Xiao Yun's face full of understanding, Sasuke asked puzzledly. Xiao Yun glanced at him and said, it will be sent here soon, don't worry. Although the subordinates of the source ancestor will be consumed, it only takes time to repair. It was only a while, and someone over there was detained and sent here by the Red Shadow Demon. Xiao Yun said that they were called Black Shadows, but they have been changed, and it feels weird for people in this world to call them Black Shadows, as if everyone is the shadow level of the village, so it is better to just treat them as shadow demons. Anyway, they are all shadows. Chapter 29 I've offended you so much. Damn it. What are you doing? I'm just a traveler passing by here, why are you arresting me? The guy who was detained was still struggling. Of course there was more than one person, but the others didn't say anything. Obviously they all knew what would happen if they were caught. But Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a headache after looking at the reports on these people, that is, the information that the shadow demons conveyed to him through their shadows. 3 of the 5 major ninja villages have been offended, and there are 2 small ninja villages that want to fish in troubled waters. Their purpose is unknown, but some information can be obtained from their shadows. Things like behavioral logic and subconscious reactions cannot be deceived. You give me a headache. Xiao Yun knocked his head with a complicated expression. This is the first time to build a village, and I don't know what rules to follow. It's not easy to offend the 5 major ninja villages, not to mention that I have to guard against the Akatsuki organization's tailed beast capture plan in the future, which is even more troublesome if I offend the 3 major ninja villages and 2 small ninja villages now. I will definitely have troubles in the future. Forget it, let's go. Xiao Yun waved his hand like he was chasing away flies. The detained people were stunned. What was going on? A little brat asked them to leave? He was called and dismissed? What did he think of them? Among them, the Konoha ninjas got up and left silently without saying a word. The remaining Thunder ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Earth ninjas from the Earth Ninja Village all got up and left, and the remaining 2 small ninja villages stood there trembling and at a loss. What do you want to do again? Seeing that they were not leaving, Xiao Yun also had a headache. The ninjas from the 2 small ninja villages looked at each other. There are Konoha's Anbu outside maybe. It is normal for ninja villages to quarrel with each other, and it is normal for small ninja villages to be afraid. If they die, no one will complain. Xiao Yun didn't want to say much. If they want to stay, they can stay. Just don't make trouble. He waved his hand and let a few black shadows follow them and monitor their actions. And Xiao Yun also began to think after a headache, why did only one person come from the Konoha Anbu to gather intelligence? Now all 3 major ninja villages are here. Are they here to hunt me down? Or... Suddenly, Xiao Yun was startled and looked at Sasuke, who was staring at him with a serious face. Speaking of this guy, the people who are in the Anbu alliance are Danzo, the massacre of the family. All the people from the 3 major ninja villages are here. If they can't go back, the ninja village will determine that they must be a threat. Damn! That old dog Danzo, plotting against me. The Anbu did come to arrest, but Danzo has always been plotting against Sasuke around him. After all, it is about the massacre of the Uchiha family. If his affairs are revealed, Konoha will shake people's hearts, and his scandal will not be saved. Xiao Yun has always thought that the other party is hunting him down, but in fact, it has not been the case since the Land of Waves. The people he has come into contact with are too messy, including Itaki, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. This inevitably led to Danzo's misunderstanding. Moreover, he also attacked Konoha, which indirectly led to the death of the 3rd generation. Oh my god! This guy! Unfortunately, when Xiao Yun reacted, it was too late. At this moment, outside the Black Shadow village, the Konoha Anbu surrounded the 3 ninjas who were about to leave, and then killed them. Even the people with the Anbu committed suicide and died outside the Black Shadow village. Now all 3 major ninja villages have been offended. Originally, there was only some grudge on the Konoha side, even if the attack on Konoha caused the death of the 3rd generation. But that only intensified the conflict to a certain extent. How many people have died in the struggle over the years? But now he has shown such a strong attack power, not only Konoha has to reconsider its attitude towards him, but also the Cloud Village and the Rock Village have been offended. Don't think that Konoha is usually very friendly, just on the surface. Don't forget how Might Guy's father died. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Moreover, the 2 guys that the 4th Hokage had faced before, the modern Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. If they really cooperate, these guys are more friendly than anyone else, but if they stop cooperating, they are more sinister and ruthless than each other. Alas, it seems that I can only conquer them with strength. Xiao Yun was helpless. I wanted to keep a low profile, but Danzo didn't allow it. It was originally a normal thing. Danzo probably had collected intelligence a long time ago. When he thought of the Black Shadow, he naturally thought of himself. He and Sasuke defected, and now the Black Shadow village has appeared again. Naturally, someone will come to investigate, but I don't know how many people will come. It is estimated that Konoha's Anbu didn't plan to go back this time, and none of those who came to investigate could escape. It was destined that Danzo decided to offend several major ninja villages after being investigated. In the past, the intelligence of the ninja village was collected at the cost of the lives of ninjas. Now, they are not afraid of losing a few people. I guess Danzo has a trick up his sleeve. Buzz. A black shadow emerged from the ground, half knelt on the ground respectfully, as if reporting something, and a black gas rushed towards Xiao Yun. After sensing the black gas, Xiao Yun frowned even more. Sure enough, an ordinary black shadow was controlled, and then attacked the rock village. It was estimated that it was sealed in a scroll and taken to the other ninja village. Then dense news came out, either this side was attacked or that side was attacked, almost everyone who could be offended was offended, and now others come to counterattack. Danzo is really cruel. Alas, Xiao Yun walked down from the throne with a sad face, and glanced at Sasuke when he passed by him. Let's go, there is work to do. The big ninja village can't be dealt with, but the small ninja village is still no problem, let's solve those small troubles first. If it was a big ninja village, it would be fine, they would have many concerns, but a small ninja village might not be the same. It was like a mosquito or a fly. They would risk a lot with a small investment. Even if they got a bite of blood, they would still make a profit. Sasuke followed hesitantly. In front of a small ninja village near the river, Xiao Yun slowly came here. First, various black shadows emerged from the dark and surrounded the entire village. Let the people of those ninja villages retreat, and the ninjas stayed to fight. It was also a great honor for them. Who are you? A cautious ninja came out. Sure enough, even if these people had strong strength, the strongest was only about the Jonin. Seeing this person coming out, Xiao Yun had a blank expression on his face, hugged his arms and waited quietly. Sasuke had almost recovered from the rest these days, but the bandages on his body looked scary. What he had to do now was to become stronger. Xiao Yun didn't have that much time to work. Orochimaru is looking for a way to heal his hands. It is estimated that Tsunade has been found now. Regardless of the matter over there, Sasuke's training is almost over. There is actually very little that I can teach. Kirin only told him a prototype, and then it is a matter of cultivating feelings. It is impossible that when he has combat power in the future, his first thought is not to retaliate against Konoha but to kill himself, right? Xiao Yun thinks that he is still quite afraid of death. Sasuke rushed out directly now, without hesitation. It is okay to keep out of the way, as long as you don't cross the line. Even if he knows that he has become Xiao Yun's thug, he has nothing to say. Now he is facing an opponent who has lost his will to fight. Can he take action and break through the darkness in his heart? This step only makes him more confident in his own path, to become an avenger, to become stronger with hatred, and to defeat Uchiha Itachi, the man who destroyed his own tribe. Chapter 36 Shadow Talks. Time passes day by day. The deeds of the Black Shadow village spread everywhere, various small ninja villages were destroyed, and the territory occupied by the Black Shadow getting bigger and bigger. There was a vague news that the 6th ninja village had been successfully established. Xiao Yun didn't care about these false names, so he carried out his own actions. Get rid of those guys who had thoughts that shouldn't be there, and finally argue with the 5 major ninja villages. Until the Black Shadow sent news that the 5 major ninja villages held a 5 shadow meeting, and even sent an invitation letter, asking Xiao Yun to go together. Upon learning this news, Xiao Yun immediately ordered the 7 shadow ancestors to pay attention to their own territories and take action immediately if there was anything wrong. It happened that this time was the most likely to cause problems. He didn't worry about any more conflicts with the 5 major ninja villages. If he offended them, he offended them. What else could he do now that it was like this? So after some preparations, Xiao Yun wore the Black Shadow robe outlined by the Black Shadow with the power of the Black Shadow, and rushed to the venue of the 5 shadow meeting, no, the 6 shadow meeting, that is, the Iron Kingdom. During this period, various things continued to happen, and Xiao Yun never cared about it again. Instead, he wanted to see what these guys wanted to do. At the same time, the Rock Village was also suffering from the disturbance of the Black Shadow. It was called the Black Shadow, but in fact it was just some means of the Konoha Anbu. They used some secret method to control the sealed Black Shadow, and when they were released, they fought together. Even if the strength was not enough, it could show a signal that Xiao Yun seemed to be launching a provocation. The strength of the Black Shadow village was growing day by day, and it had to be said that the other 5 major ninja villages were very afraid. Suddenly, a guy with such a fierce attitude emerged. It was hard to say what his purpose was, and his power was so great that people had to be afraid. The reason for the 6 shadows talks was to find out what the other party meant. No one believed that this would be something that a person with such a great power would do. Offending the 5 major ninja villages? Are they tired of living or do they have any trump cards? Although Xiao Yun's information has been collected, the news about Konoha's rebel ninjas, former Konoha Anbu members, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has been learned through some credible channels. The Hidden Cloud Village was even more angry about what Xiao Yun did. The most important thing was that the other party could quietly enter their secret library to collect intelligence, which was enough to make people afraid. The other 4 hidden villages all kept a wait-and-see attitude, and even Konoha remained calm and watched the development of things. After all, Konoha knew the inside story better than anyone else. At this moment, outside the Six Shadows Talks Castle, a group of samurai lined up on both sides to welcome the 5 shadows who were slowly moving forward. Representatives of the 5 major ninja villages of Konoha, Hidden Cloud, Hidden Rock, Hidden Mist, and Hidden Sand came. That kid hasn't come yet. I was very unhappy with Xiao Yun because that kid caused him to smash the Hidden Cloud secret library with one elbow. Although many files were not lost, the scroll itself was damaged. The loss of the Hidden Cloud village was huge. The most important thing was that none of the ninjas sent by the 5 major ninja villages to explore intelligence returned alive. Even if those ninjas were their top intelligence personnel, there were basically no survivors. During this period, there were also reports of many black shadows attacking the 5 major ninja villages. It must be said that Xiao Yun's headache was about to explode. I think he doesn't dare to come. Onoki put his hands behind his back and looked around with anger on his face. The rock village was also attacked by surprise. Although there was no danger during the period, the other party's face could be seen. They were not afraid of provocation. I was afraid that someone was playing tricks in the dark. Onoki locked his eyes on the Hokage of Konoha. At this moment, Tsunade was the successor. Now he heard Onoki's angry voice again, and he felt particularly helpless. He was helpless to succeed. If he hadn't agreed with Naruto, he wouldn't come. Mei Terumi had a smile on her lips. She was also curious about who would be so strong to offend the 5 major ninja villages. The Sand Village only sent a few elders. Orochimaru killed their 4th generation Kazekage. Now it is hard to say who will succeed the 5th generation Kazekage, so they can only invite a few elders to come. Here they come. All eyes gathered with this voice. Only 5 ninjas of different colors were seen walking in front of a young man, and a group of black shadows were also walking slowly towards this side behind him. The 5 shadow ancestors were walking in front of him, and they were not afraid of stealing his limelight. Safety was the first priority. He had a red sword hanging on his waist that was longer than his body. He was wearing a smaller pure black cloth robe and a white hat. On the pure black hat was a big red shadow character. When this guy appeared, the 5 shadows present were very unhappy, mainly because his pure black color was obviously different from their white with 5 colors. Xiao Yun seemed to have an idea after seeing the armor and swords on the surrounding warriors. I don't know what he thought of when he closed his eyes for a moment. The shadow ancestors in front of him turned into black shadows holding samurai swords and wearing samurai armor. Even the black shadows following behind him turned into this look, and then disappeared directly. This scene was seen by many people, and the warriors, shadows, and shadows followers were all shocked. Although the intelligence personnel were killed by the Black Shadow village almost there, but they can still vaguely determine the ability of the Black Shadow. Now it seems that they still know too little. Since you are here, please enter the meeting office together. Each person can bring 2 companions. Mifune of the Iron Country said and walked in front to lead the way. Xiao Yun also locked the status of all the warriors here through the black shadows along the way, and learned some things from their shadows. The reason why the Iron Country is so powerful is because of the ninja seals. Xiao Yun himself also relies on physical skills and swordsmanship, and he feels very touched by this. Most ninjas rely too much on seals, so their combat effectiveness is limited by physical skills. And physical skills are not the pros of many ninjas, so they are very useless. When he came to the office, Xiao Yun picked 2 shadow ancestors and brought them in, and the other black shadows disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. This scene is also very headache. Although I have learned about these things from Konoha, it is still a bit difficult to accept. The fighting power that can disappear and reappear at any time, without any trace, and the other party is following the rules, there is nothing to say. In the office, Xiao Yun sat upright. Although he was a head shorter than the 4 people present, he was accompanied by Onoki after all. Anyway, Xiao Yun looked calm, with his hat down, and his childish look made people not take him seriously at all. Well, after all, he is just a child. Tell me, who instructed you to do that? Tsunade has seen many children of Xiao Yun's age, but there has never been one as unruly as Xiao Yun, stirring up the storm to the extent that they, the veterans of the battlefield, have been able to compete. In fact, Tsunade is still quite skeptical. Xiao Yun has many people who have been touched, and the only one she is familiar with is Orochimaru. Perhaps many people present are more inclined to this possibility. Xiao Yun's face is complicated. If it really comes to that, they are right to understand it this way, so they just kick the pot to Orochimaru? Actually, it's not bad. If Orochimaru knew that Xiao Yun was putting the blame on him, he might go berserk on the spot and kill him with the Kusanagi sword. Of course, Xiao Yun would not do that. Chapter 31 Negotiation Breakdown. I did it myself. Everything, I will take all the blame and throw all the dirty water on me. It's easy to talk. Xiao Yun acted very arrogant. The rendering of light in the Naruto world is fascinating, but the darkness has never stopped. Sasuke, himself, and others. The representative of the Kage sneered a few times. They must know what Xiao Yun meant by this. If you offend the 5 major ninja villages, you will face more than just a war. So they couldn't help but sneer. Breaking up with the 5 major ninja villages, is this kid crazy? Xiao Yun shrugged his shoulders immediately after seeing the expressions of everyone present. Yes, we are not fools, so why should I provoke the 5 major ninja villages? Have nothing to do after eating. A tender voice sounded, and after hearing what he said clearly, the faces of the 5 Kage became very stiff. The surface peace has been maintained for many years, and the secret struggle has never stopped. They know this better than anyone else, so Xiao Yun is now looking at it all very calmly. Then I don't know, maybe he said it on purpose. Onoki knew the details of the Black Shadow attack clearly. Although what Xiao Yun said made sense, he did not intend to let go of this possibility. Moreover, the scouting ninjas he sent to the Black Shadow village were all killed by the Black Shadow, and none of them came back. The news was also leaked from Konoha. It is inevitable that there will be a war of words, and Xiao Yun is not surprised, just sitting there. The 5 Kage felt a little uncomfortable to have a serious meeting with a child. Xiao Yun took advantage of the silence and said, since the Black Shadow village can enter the meeting now, does it mean that I can be on equal footing with you? Dream on. AI slammed the table and shouted angrily. Last time this guy sneaked into their cloud-hidden library to find something, I don't know how much information he has seen. Now this guy wants to establish the 6th largest ninja village? He also wants them to publicly admit it. That's impossible. Let them become equal opponents. With the corresponding status, you will have the corresponding rights. When you do anything, you have to consider the feelings of other ninja villages. Any conspiracy can be used. There is no problem, the problem is that a large area is now vacant. Konoha has suffered a great blow, and now its strength is not enough to be an enemy of their 4 major ninja villages. If there is a chance, I believe the other 4 ninja villages will take action to solve and distribute it. Among them, Xiao Yun also killed many of Konoha's Anbu, plus the death of the 3rd generation and the attacks of Sand Ninja and Orochimaru, all of which made Konoha particularly vulnerable. It's a pity that Xiao Yun has appeared now to stir up trouble and confuse the situation. He maintained a sharp attitude and confronted everyone. Although this matter was done by the 5 major ninja villages, they sent people to investigate. They were killed for looking up information, which was due to their poor skills, but fear made them bring Xiao Yun here to negotiate. Konoha is weak, and if they send people to investigate, they may be able to wipe it out, and the major ninja villages will get a lot of benefits at that time. The information they have found in recent years all means this, and they can soon unite to solve Konoha. The appearance of Xiao Yun really solved this possibility. Perhaps Danzo did not expect Xiao Yun's combat power to be so strong. If he had expected it, he would probably not have tried to destroy the evidence. Sasuke's safety and attack as secret are not important at all in the face of the survival of Konoha village. It's a pity that he didn't know, so there is such a stalemate now. The 6th major ninja village appeared, and no matter what big things happened, they couldn't get around them. Although they can't get around them now, they still can't let this guy please them in name. Then there's nothing to talk about. Xiao Yun sat calmly, and it seemed that he didn't intend to speak. The other 5 shadows looked at each other. Today's 6 shadows meeting was to ask Xiao Yun or the people behind him what exactly he meant. Now it seems that the other party wants to occupy the ninja world. The ambition is a bit big. Then fight, I'm not afraid of anyone. AI picked up his hat and left. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. She got up and left silently. Onoki also floated up, touching his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. The Sand Village naturally didn't want to say more. Even if the Sand Village was also in decline, they were still not afraid of fighting. If anyone wanted to provoke them, then come. Only Mei Terumi of Kirigakure was left, with a smile on her face, and I don't know what she was thinking. They all left, why don't you leave? I'm thinking Kirigakure might be able to cooperate with you. Mei Terumi's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yun, and I don't know what she was thinking. But Xiao Yun pouted. Who said that the shadows don't know how to explore intelligence? Isn't she exploring now? Investigating the details is one of the things that all the 5 major ninja villages have to do now, and it is the most important thing. Oh, Xiao Yun nodded, as long as you don't investigate my details, everything will be fine. No fun sister will ignore you. Terumi Mei was not surprised at all when her thoughts were seen through. Instead, she looked angry and left straight away. The reason why Xiao Yun dared to come here was that the 5 of them knew that he was either a puppet or had enough strength. Now the shadow-level people of the 6 major ninja villages are not here. If a war breaks out, the village will be attacked by surprise and the loss will be huge. So they all left. Only Xiao Yun was left sitting in his original position, stroking his chin quietly and thinking. In fact, the possibility of going to war with the 5 major ninja villages made him very excited. The Black Shadow village can disappear at any time. When the time comes, he will be an army when he goes to the village alone. Isn't it easy for them to fight? In the final analysis, they are indeed powerful, but their only weakness is that they are too big. Millions of small ants can devour the corpse of a giant elephant. It just so happens that this giant elephant is dead, not alive, so it is not difficult to devour it. As soon as he thought of this, he felt that the Ninja World War was coming, so Xiao Yun could only restrain himself a little. Let's disperse the Black Shadow village first. The thought was transferred to the Shadow Ancestor, and it is estimated that it will be transmitted to all the Black Shadows in less than a day. When they all return, the threat to Xiao Yun's Black Shadow village will naturally disappear. But there is another problem. Recently, the Black Shadows always feel that some people have appeared, and from the pictures from the corners of the Black Shadows, it seems that they are the Akatsuki organization. These guys came to the door so quickly? The tailed beast plan should not be so fast, right? The last time I fought with Hoshigaki Kisame, I felt that the opponent was very strong at that time. Although I am also very strong now and have reached the level of Super Shadow, if he faces more than a dozen members of the Akatsuki organization, I am afraid it will be difficult to survive. Just the cooperation of Pain and the others is enough to make him uncomfortable. The fairy arts have changed recently due to the passage of time. The power of the Black Shadow has been continuously transformed into fairy arts chakra, and the fairy arts level has been directly upgraded by more than one level. Chapter 32 The Immortal Duo. After leaving the meeting office, Xiao Yun walked out silently, touching his chin and thinking, and the shadow ancestor behind him quietly dissipated. The warriors of the Iron Country did not stop Xiao Yun and let him leave. Not long after walking, the Black Shadow sensed the movement of 2 people. Xiao Yun saw from the scene conveyed by the Black Shadow's eyes that these were 2 people wearing Akatsuki robes, and they appeared in the eyes of the Black Shadow for the first time. It was not Ataki, nor was it Hoshigaki Kisame. White scales appeared on the body, 2 dragon horns appeared on the forehead, a tail also slowly appeared outside the black robe, the eyes also turned into golden vertical eyes, and the tongue could be vaguely felt to be spit out from the mouth slightly. There is also a small gap in the mouth for the tongue to stick out. The senses are perfectly upgraded, and the whole world has changed from the original colorful to a world of infrared senses filled with scarlet. Even the opponent's chakra perception and movements are within the prediction range. It can almost be said that this is a move that is no less than the Sharingan, but it is a pity that the threshold for learning is very high, and ordinary people do not have strong fairy chakra support, so naturally they cannot support them for a long time. Xiao Yun is easy to say, and he directly uses the Sharingan on himself. With the continuous blessing of the Black Shadow power, this eye of the God of Heaven can almost be said to exist forever, and the Black Shadow power can repeatedly destroy it and create it. This single eye is probably indestructible. The advantage of the Sharingan is that it can copy the opponent's not complicated ninjutsu, and can also see through the opponent's movements and chakra flow. With the snake eye, it is like making this skill advanced. It is estimated that even a few heartbeats of the opponent can be seen, although it can already be heard. Oh, I've been discovered. Feijuan jumped out from behind Xiao Yun with a big laugh, swinging a big sickle fiercely, accompanied by wild laughter. And Kakuzu also slowly joined Feijuan. Tisk, it happened to be these two immortal duos, trouble actually not too troublesome? Xiao Yun muttered in his heart, then clapped his hands, and suddenly many black shadows appeared beside him. What is this? Feijuan raised his eyebrows. This kid can summon without making hand seals? Be careful, these guys are very strong. Kakuzu's face was complicated. He could sense the chakra flow of these guys. Although it was a little worse than Xiao Yun, he could still sense that each of them was no less than a genin, and there were even some that he couldn't see through. The black shadows surrounded him, and several guard-like guys were fully armed, wearing armor, holding samurai swords and fooling around Xiao Yun. Even so, Xiao Yun did not give up the sage mode. In order to avoid a car accident, he planned to be careful, but he must not get into trouble at this critical moment. His strength is gradually improving. If something goes wrong, all the previous efforts will be wasted. If he loses the tailed beast, he will die. He doesn't have the life of Cho, who risked her life to save him. Who knows what will happen? Are those guys you have been talking about? They are indeed very strong, but not to that extent. The nine-tailed fox, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke now. Xiao Yun didn't pay too much attention to it, but just silently looked at the two people in front of him in full battle array. The black shadows cooperated very well, although their combat power was definitely not as good as these two perverts. Samurai black shadows kept rushing forward, and those black shadows who were making seals behind them used the 7 escapes and shadow demon shuriken created by Xiao Yun one after another. Although each person has only one attribute, their combat power after cooperating is enough to complete a 7 escapes shuriken. These guys Kakuzu quickly retreated. These ninjutsu were very lethal to him. If he was hit, he would lose his life. It might not be just a life, he might actually die. And there was Feijuan. That guy's sneak attack failed. Now the battle was largely based on physical skills. Those black shadows were like shadow clones. They dissipated after being killed. Almost most of the black shadows rushed up like they were going to die after seeing that they were about to be broken through by the overwhelming strength. They were not afraid of casualties. With Xiao Yun here, he was not the shadow ancestor. The shadow ancestor needed time to summon the black shadows to serve, but Xiao Yun did not need it. Even if it would weaken his strength during the day, he could just summon the black shadows directly. Countless black shadows attacked, and Feijuan felt his scalp tingling. Is this guy a bottomless pit? Let alone summoning spirit beasts, what's wrong with these monsters that look like shadow clones? Don't they need chakra? Damn it! He swung his sickle vigorously, but unfortunately a black shadow had already hugged his waist. After he dealt with the black shadow hugging his waist, he immediately found that the other black shadows also came up one after another, directly pressing him down, and turned into a pile of people. Kakuzu thought for a while and used fire style. Fire style, head hard. It was as if a sea of fire spit out of his mouth and smashed directly at Haiden. If there were other people, they would definitely be shocked. This guy actually hit his teammates. Did he accept the money from Xiao Yun and then betrayed? But Xiao Yun knew that using Haiden as a target was the best way to fight, and it was best for the two to cooperate. Sure enough, most of the black shadows were eliminated. The 7 shadow demon shuriken over there was also ready at this time, and it seemed that they had received Xiao Yun's command, so these guys all rushed towards Kakuzu over there. Damn! These guys Kakuzu originally saw these shadows surrounding Haiden, and there were 3 circles in total, 1 outer circle to prevent him from attacking the guards who were releasing ninjutsu, 1 circle to release ninjutsu, and the innermost circle to contain Haiden. But now that the ninjutsu has been applied, I originally thought that this guy they were going to kill Haiden, and even Kakuzu didn't intend to help. He just waited for Xiao Yun's reaction after the ninjutsu was thrown, so Kakuzu, who was planning to watch the show, was a little relaxed. But now these black shadows turned their bodies, clasped their hands together, one hand pointed at the sky with 2 fingers, and the other hand pointed at the ground with 2 fingers upside down. The upright figure, the powerful ninjutsu did not fluctuate at all. Seeing this thing coming towards him, Kakuzu's head suddenly split. Earth Grudge final shot. Kakuzu had no choice but to use the final ninjutsu and directly face the 7 escape shadow demon shuriken. Bang! The final shot went straight through the 7 terrible storms and shot directly into the sky, without the imagined stagnation of the fight. What? This thing has no entity? Is it an illusion? Or Kakuzu was blinded by the scorching temperature, strong wind, and other phenomena in front of him? When he found that this thing had no entity and then looked at the shadow on the ground, it was too late. He didn't have the time like Sasuke to practice slowly. Now he was in actual combat. If he made a wrong step, he would die. Chapter 33 4 Lives Left. The 7 escapes instantly swept the direction where Kakuzu was, and instantly swallowed him up. The wind was surging, sand and stones were flying, and the flying flowers and fallen leaves turned to ashes. The place was covered by a tornado that changed color from time to time, as if some kind of chakra suddenly took the upper hand and dominated the color. From the constant change of color, it can be seen that there was a fierce mutual annexation and explosion. Looking at this scene, it is not difficult to guess what kind of torture Kakuzu was going through in the center of the storm. When it calmed down a little, hidden over there was also controlled again. The smoke gradually dissipated. Kakuzu, whose Akatsuki robe had been shattered, was wearing a set of ninja chain armor. He covered his arm and stood there with a twitching face. Yes, you are one of the strongest opponents I have ever met. Just as he finished saying this, Xiaoyun vaguely discovered several shurikens nailed to the ground. It was obvious that this guy discovered the secret of the shadow at the last critical moment and used this trick. Sure enough, the strength of the black shadow was still low, otherwise Kakuzu would not have had room to resist and struggle. Now Kakuzu reacted, and some of the ninjutsu of these black shadows directly lost their threat. Of course, it doesn't mean that they are useless, but it will be a bit troublesome. There are still some ninjas who continue to make hand seals and cast spells, of course, including some black shadows without chakra. The ninjutsu they use is completely transformed by their own black shadow power, that is, only the shadow is a physical entity, and the shadow can devour chakra. In an instant, it was like raining, and various ninjutsu kept flying towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu was shocked and a little worried. He said he was here to capture the 9 tails, but why did he feel like he was walking into a trap and being surrounded? If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life here today. Haiden might not be able to take care of it. Hey, can you give me some advice? Xiaoyun suddenly spoke. Kakuzu stared at him silently, calculating the chances of escape. After judging, performing ninjutsu requires chakra consumption, and after performing ninjutsu of that level just now, this guy's consumption is probably enough if he can be caught. Perhaps it was because of the black warrior shadows beside Xiaoyun that he thought Xiaoyun needed to be protected in his strange appearance. It is estimated that after performing so many ninjutsu, there were many shadows killed by him and Haiden alone, and it is impossible that chakra was not consumed. Maybe there is no need to escape? He can even really catch this guy back. Kakuzu began to calculate the possibilities in his mind. He knew the combat power of the samurai black shadow and those ordinary black shadows, and the success rate of the breakthrough was very high. Hey, why don't you just go with him? I'll let you go. Xiaoyun's voice continued to come, but he turned a deaf ear to it. According to common sense, the other party maintained this strange state and cast so many spells, which must have consumed a huge amount of chakra. As for Kakuzu himself just now, releasing the final ray consumed most of the chakra. Even if he could do it again at the end, it would be the limit. The scope of the ninjutsu released by this guy on himself just now exceeded the final ray. Humph. Kakuzu said nothing more. After making a decision in his heart, he transformed into his original form viciously. Various things that looked like tentacles and lines emerged from his body, accompanied by 4 heads, and things that were not sure whether they were tentacles or lines were swaying and wriggling in the mouths of the heads. It looks particularly disgusting, a bit like a coral colony in the sea, but the coral colony is much more beautiful than him. Xiaoyun frowned with disgust, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Originally I wanted to let him go, but now he changed his mind. I have an idea. I might as well stay here. For the time being, it seems that the other party has not sent a 3rd member of the Akatsuki organization to hunt me down. In this case, there is no need to pretend to be a coward. All the shadows dissipated instantly, and Feijuan, who was controlled over there, also hurriedly stood up, his face full of irritation and madness. This guy must be killed. Damn it, too damned. Feijuan has never suffered such grievances in his life. The fear of being controlled by someone and unable to move a finger. As time gets more and more intense, every second will be torture, in the endless darkness forever. Die. Feijuan gritted his teeth, veins on his head and arms bulged, and he looked vicious. The sickle was raised high, and the whole person flew to a place not far above Xiao Yun. Seeing that the tip of Fei Juan's sickle was about to scratch Xiao Yun's head, but Xiao Yun stared at him motionlessly, as if he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. Sure enough, Kakuzu's eyes flashed with joy. This guy consumed too much energy. As for Haiden, he was also smiling as he saw that he was about to succeed. As long as he got this guy's blood, no matter how he cried and begged for mercy, he would make him suffer and then end himself miserably. Bang! The moment the sickle touched Xiao Yun, a huge shock was transmitted from the sickle back to Haiden's hand. The force was so great that Haiden felt his arm numb and almost slipped out of his hand. It was true that the tip of the sickle pierced Xiao Yun's face, but Xiao Yun still stood in the same place. Instead, he was directly bounced out, while Xiao Yun's face was only partially shot off, and then the old scales were replaced by new ones as if the skin was being replaced. Xiao Yun stood calmly in the same place, watching Haiden retreat rapidly back to Kakuzu. The two looked like they had seen a ghost. Haiden was fine, he didn't feel that much, after all, he didn't use his brain most of the time. After a while of analysis, Kakuzu felt that the Xiao Yun he saw was an endless black hole. This guy still has plenty of fighting power. Escape, just run away? Staying here only felt a deep sense of powerlessness and fear spreading. There is no way to defeat this man, he is a monster. A complete monster. Kakuzu was still confident just now, but Feiden's attack told him that it was impossible to defeat Xiao Yun. Don't hold on to luck. From the first generation to the present, his sense of crisis has never been missed. He is not a fool. Earth Grudge final shot. Raising his right hand, the three chakra attributes condensed and faced Xiao Yun. He probably thought that Xiao Yun would still stand there stupidly for him to hit. But in the blink of an eye, when he was accumulating power, he saw Xiao Yun flashing to a place not far in front of him. When he subconsciously wanted to escape, Xiao Yun did not move. Good. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Kakuzu was also ruthless, and the final ray showed no mercy. Bang! After being hit head-on, the explosion sent Kakuzu flying. Haiden was not spared either, and was blown away along with him. Kakuzu rolled on the ground for a while and barely stood up and looked at Xiao Yun. Chapter 34 Xiao Yun was killed. Looking around, he saw only a figure lying motionless on the ground, with a big hole in his chest, as if he was dead. I killed him. Kakuzu himself didn't react, staring blankly. Haiden looked at him, as if praising Kakuzu's fighting ability, and he had solved such a monster. But what about the 9 tails? There is another one in Konoha, but I'm injured, so I'd better not consider it for the time being. Kakuzu came to a conclusion after thinking. The two staggered away, and they didn't even have time to check Xiao Yun's body. Xiao Yun saw that the two of them were going downhill, so he couldn't say anything more. He had taken the attack just now, but the scales on his body were broken and fell off. Although they could be replaced, the problem during this period was very serious. Just like Pain's Shinra Tensei, there was a time interval, and it was impossible to release it whenever he wanted without a gap. Within a few months, the news spread throughout the ninja world, and the reports of the ninjas who went to the Black Shadow village to investigate seemed to confirm the news. Xiao Yun was ambushed and lost his life after leaving the Six Shadows talks. Even the Black Shadow village had completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. There was no trace of the withdrawal of the Black Shadows, leaving only a lot of territory for people to drool. When hearing this news, many people had different reactions. The 5 shadows were silent at first. They were thinking, who could get rid of Xiao Yun before the Iron Country arrived? If one of the 5 shadows was left alone, would he also be eliminated? The sense of crisis suddenly increased several hundred times. Sasuke and Naruto were silent at first, but then they curled their lips. Xiao Yun will die, Naruto doesn't believe it, and Sasuke doesn't believe it even more. As for Orochimaru, he personally stole some fragments of Xiao Yun's body to verify whether he was really dead, and the result was obvious that he was not. It was even simpler for the Akatsuki organization. A casual check would tell that the other party was faking his death. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun was now in a state of death to the outside world, and even if they knew it, they couldn't do anything. And time was still slowly passing, and Xiao Yun quietly came to Konoha village and became an ordinary little beggar. Recently, he vaguely found that there was a vague feeling, as if something was threatening him. It was like being spied on by something. This feeling could be detected, but I didn't know where it was, as if it was everywhere. Until I came to Konoha village, this feeling did not disappear. Recently, I often saw some familiar figures in the village. Xiao Yun's own practice of the 8 gates of Dunjia was only at the first level, and the other black shadows practiced very hard, and the highest had reached the realm of the peacock. So the first thing Xiao Yun wanted to do after arriving at Konoha village was to practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu and hide for a while. If he was too conspicuous, he would be attacked and killed by the 5 Kages. Now he couldn't even hold on to 2S level ninjutsu, and he might die in the hands of these people. Tian Tian. Suddenly Xiao Yun spotted Tian Tian, who was taking a walk, so he rushed forward to say hello. Tian Tian, who was wearing a training suit, obviously didn't know the guy who suddenly came out to chat with him, and stared at him with a puzzled and confused look. I vaguely felt a little familiar, and there was some connection inexplicably. Is it an acquaintance? Why did I forget? Ha ha ha! Tian Tian scratched his head and laughed awkwardly with his eyes evasive. I was recognized by an acquaintance, but I forgot the guy who might be an acquaintance. Sure enough, you don't remember me, aren't you afraid that I will be sad? Xiao Yun stared at her with a smile on his face. Tianatian's face was red, and her big, lively eyes moved around, as if she was thinking of a solution. She pursed her lips and said nothing with a red face. I really forgot. Oh no, who is this guy? Think about it. Think about it. Oh no. I can't think of it. Tian Tian was so anxious. Okay, actually you don't know me either. Xiao Yun scratched his head awkwardly, it's just that I know you. Why is there this familiar feeling? Tian Tian obviously didn't believe what he said, but thought that Xiao Yun didn't want her to be embarrassed, so he said that. Do you have something to ask me? Tian Tian tried to change the subject. Since he gave her a way out, she would step down first. Xiao Yun touched his chin. I was thinking, you are a Konoha ninja tool expert. Can you tell me the story behind this? When Tian Tian heard that he was here to praise her, she immediately flashed with joy in her eyes. Xiao Yun didn't look bad, and after many changes, basically no one could tell what he looked like originally. But now it seems that he is going to do the mission. Ah! You still have something to do, then I won't bother you, you go first. Xiao Yun also slapped his head and nodded as if he came to his senses, and left directly. Tian Tian felt that this person was inexplicable, but at the same time he was also suspicious of his own brain. He couldn't even remember the familiar people? It seemed that he would be very disappointed. No matter what, let's carry out the task first, and wait for fate to meet again in the future. Tian Tian decided to carry out the task wholeheartedly. And Xiao Yun followed quietly. Along the way, Tian Tian accepted the single-person errand task and rushed to the target location silently. During the period, she always felt that someone was following her, but after checking around, she found nothing. Until she arrived at the target location. This is your scroll, please. The other party handed the scroll to Tian Tian, and Tian Tian also got up and rushed to the next place again without stopping. It is rare for ninjas to carry out missions alone. Originally, Tian Tian was supposed to form a team to complete the mission, but Niji and Xiao Li were injured and could not come, so she had to do the mission alone. Tian Tian is not short of money, but she lacks experience and practice. She cannot accept honest training. What if she accidentally becomes a muscular woman? When she was on the road again, the feeling of being stared at became heavier and heavier, until she vaguely saw a few silk threads glowing in the sun in front of her, and could barely see the detonating tags in the bushes. If she rushed over, she would definitely be hit. Tian Tian was not that stupid. She raised her mouth and smiled, then stopped instantly. However, she didn't know that there was something like a silk thread at her feet at this moment. Before she could move or even touch it, the silk thread was pulled by itself. Bang! The detonating tag exploded instantly, and with this signal, a large number of unknown ninjas from the small ninja village emerged from the bushes and directly surrounded Tian Tian. You are Kusagakuer? Why? Tian Tian was puzzled. Isn't the relationship between the village and Konoha very good? Why don't you take a closer look? When several Kusagakuer ninjas said this, Tian Tian saw scratches on their foreheads and forehead protectors on their arms. Tian Tian struggled to stand up, but the explosion just now blew some gravel and bounced directly onto her legs. Now it was difficult to move. Chapter 35 No Scrolls. As soon as she wanted to move her legs, she felt a pain. The force of the explosion was too terrible. Xiao Yun also carefully sneaked behind a Kusagakuer ninja. Tian Tian happened to see Xiao Yun's sneaky look and widened her eyes. What was this guy doing? Although he seemed to appear at the right time, but Tian Tian didn't know this familiar stranger, so she was not sure whether Xiao Yun came to help her or to harm her. If he was strong enough, it would be fine. He might come to help her escape from the predicament, but if he was not strong enough, he might just come to deliver food. Brothers, there's one more. Suddenly, a Kyuzagaku rebel ninja with sharp ears discovered Xiao Yun's whereabouts, and immediately shouted, and directly chopped at Xiao Yun with the long sword in his hand. These guys are all about the strength of genin, and there are dozens of them, and some of them are hiding in the dark. Xiao Yun hurriedly dodged, and even almost fell because of his haste. This scene seemed a bit funny and helpless in Tianation's eyes. Why does this guy want to show off when he is obviously not strong enough? Just follow and look for opportunities. Now that they are discovered, both of them will die. Is it fun to die one more? What Tian Tian didn't know was that Xiao Yun could easily kill these people. But Xiao Yun has been thinking about a question. If he grows too fast and attracts the attention of the Akatsuki organization, will it cause Sasuke and Naruto to fail to grow? He had watched anime, so he knew that Kaguya Otsutsuki would be sealed in Chibaku Tensei in the end. The reason for the seal was that she was invincible. If he couldn't deal with that guy alone, maybe waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to grow up would be the right thing to do. Now he is just a super shadow level. Even if he has a strong fairy attribute chakra that can reach the fairy level, he is still far from the Deo level like Kaguya. So now he is looking for something to do, and as soon as he thought about it, he saw Tian Tian. In fact, he had contact with these peers when he was a child. The reason why Tian Tian felt familiar with him was because he had seen him when he was a child, even if he didn't remember it a little. Of course, there was a reason for the black shadow, but it wouldn't be that serious. Now follow her to get familiar with her. Being chased by a genin, Xiao Yun is thinking about how to get rid of the other party with a lot of effort. After dodging several times in a hurry, Xiao Yun stood still as if he was very frightened and panicked, and trembled while making hand seals, fire style great fireball technique. Ha ha ha. The rebel ninjas all laughed out loud. Boy, fire style. I think he has a tongue. They mocked without giving in, and Xiao Yun also slowly made hand seals until the hand seals were completed. The grass ninja stared at Xiao Yun, who was not far away from him, with a smile on his face. Puff! A small fireball was sprayed out, and the grass ninja didn't even need to dodge. Looking at this ball of fire style that was not even the size of a fist, they were really scared. Tian Tian just thought that if this guy could make a hand seal and barely defeat one, he could go back and report the news, but this guy's fireball was so weak. Tian Tian really had no desire to live, and the hope of being lifted up into the air disappeared as she fell again. She even felt that both of them might die here today, and no one would know who did this. The people in the Kyuzagaku village are good at learning other people's ninjutsu. They can just make up the scene without hiding. Alas kid, it seems I have to teach you what fists mean. The Kyuzagaku saw that the fireball went out before it reached him, and his face suddenly became cold. He walked forward, came to Xiao Yun, who was a head shorter than him, and picked up his collar and lifted him up high. Fire escape! Xiao Yun pretended to be terrified and wanted to make a seal again, his voice trembling a little. The other party was amazed. What a waste! Cough! A punch hit Xiao Yun's stomach. When the Kyuzagaku heard Xiao Yun's cough, his face was obviously more bloodthirsty. Cough! Another punch, this time Xiao Yun's eyes widened, saliva was beaten out, and he vaguely felt some blood foam. Stop! Tian Tian saw this scene and screamed immediately. It's not scary to be a hero saving a beautiful woman, what's scary is to be a bear saving a beautiful woman and then being beaten like a dog. Xiao Yun gave her a confident smile, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll come to save you after I deal with them. He said this firmly, and even his voice was a little clearer, but the weakness still couldn't be suppressed. Hearing this, Tianation's originally a little irritable heart suddenly calmed down. Yes, he came here to save me, he was worried about me. Find a way to solve the crisis in front of you. I can't move, and I can't use the ninja tools. These people are watching. It seems to be a dead end. Ah! Boy, you dare to bite me? You're asking for a fight. Suddenly, Xiao Yun bit the guy and lifted his hand, and the grass ninja felt pain and immediately let go. Xiao Yun took the opportunity to activate a small part of the chakra, speeding up a lot. Before the grass ninjas could react, he came to Tian Tian, picked her up, and left quickly. Those genin seemed to have seen nothing, and watched Xiao Yun and Tian Tian disappear from their sight. At the same time, a black shadow appeared silently and handed a bag of gold coins to the grass ninja who led the rebel ninja. "Thank you." The grass ninja took the bag of gold coins with a smile on his face, and then pretended to shout loudly to the surroundings, "Brothers! Don't let them run away. If Konoha knows, our lives will be in danger. The kid is injured and should not be able to run far. Find him. Kill him directly when you find him, don't do anything weird." "Yes." A dry grass ninja hurriedly agreed. This was said to the two people. It just so happened that Xiao Yun, who had just run for a while, naturally found a natural shelter, a small cave, and put Tian Tian in it. He also carefully took out some wild grass to block the entrance of the cave. After doing all this, Xiao Yun collapsed against the wall in the cave and gasped for breath. During this time, he covered his mouth and coughed softly a few times. Although Tian Tian couldn't see what was going on in his hand because of the poor light here, she knew that he probably vomited blood. "Are you okay?" Tian Tian was also a little shocked. How could she suddenly encounter such a thing while doing her mission? Fortunately, Xiao Yun was here, otherwise she would be dead. Her eyes were red, and she hurriedly took out the medical scroll she carried with her, and frantically helped Xiao Yun with treatment. Xiao Yun also seemed to be asleep and did not move, allowing her to treat him. Tian Tian could vaguely hear Xiao Yun's heavy breathing, which was enough. Various medical scrolls were used continuously, and Xiao Yun coughed up blood several times during the period. Until the scroll for one person was prepared, the remaining half of the scroll was used up. All ninjas would bring enough supplies before traveling, and she also brought 1.5 of the amount, but now it seems that it is still not enough. Chapter 36 Sharing Will and Woe. Ahem. Xiao Yun still vomited blood, and even turned much paler. Tian Tian also looked pale, not because she was also injured, but because she was helpless about the current situation. "Hey, if I lied to you?" Xiao Yun tried to ask. Tian Tian looked like she was about to cry. "Don't talk. Blood is vomiting." "No, listen to me. What would you do if I lied to you?" Xiao Yun looked sincere. "This is the key factor to determine whether you will be beaten to death if you confess in the future. No, don't lie to me. I will forgive you." Tian Tian thought that Xiao Yun might want to lie to her and say something like I'm fine. But in fact, after hearing her answer, Xiao Yun knew that how generous she was now, how terrible she would be after knowing the truth. "It's okay, nothing." Xiao Yun said this and she cried even more sadly. Xiao Yun also swallowed and dared not speak again. "Damn it! Where's that kid? It feels like the traces are broken here. What should I do?" The voice of the grass ninja sounded, and the cave was suddenly silent. A figure flickered in front of the bushes in front of the cave entrance. Seeing that Xiao Yun was about to cough again, Tian Tian didn't care and covered his mouth. And Xiao Yun also looked very uncomfortable. He was definitely not injured, but just faked a little blood. Tianatian's eyes widened with excitement. If he was discovered, it would be over. There was no escape route around. "Ah! Found it!" Suddenly, there were more figures in front of the bushes at the entrance of the cave, and several people surrounded them as if they had discovered something. Tian Tian began to tremble. And Xiao Yun resolutely broke free from her mouth, stood up silently and walked out of the cave. "No. I will die," Tian Tian said in a low voice. She was unable to move, and after Xiao Yun broke free, she could not catch up. Returned Tian Tian opened her mouth, but saw Xiao Yun turning back and shushing her to keep her voice down. Tian Tian couldn't believe it. Although she believed that ninjas would sacrifice themselves one day, she didn't expect that it would happen. "So for a stranger like me, is it that serious? He said he had seen me somewhere. Who is this strange familiar feeling? I don't know him now. His face is a little familiar. From his back, he seems. That's right. It's that weird kid in the village. I saw him when I was a kid. He always left for no reason, no matter what he was playing, he would leave in the middle of it. I got used to watching his back silently, and soon there were few kids playing with him, but he was still happy to follow everyone. Although he would always leave suddenly, he would always tell everyone. Such a strange person suddenly appeared again, and I vaguely remembered that person seemed to be called Xiao Yun. The name was very familiar. That traitor. A traitor like Sasuke is back, is he so weak? Tian Tian watched Xiao Yun leave, and there was only gratitude in his heart. Xiao Yun wanted to leave quickly, otherwise it would be embarrassing if she found out. Until I came to the cave entrance, I saw several grass ninjas looking at me with a knowing look. Why are you the only one? Where is she? Tell me. Forget it, just kill her. She must be not far away. Okay, then kill her. The voices of grass ninjas outside kept ringing. Tian Tian, who was hiding in the cave, hugged her knees and cried bitterly. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. Tian Tian clenched her fists hard. Until the next day, Tian Tian didn't know when she fell asleep, and there were still traces of tears on her face. Walking out, I only saw a piece of debris after the battle. Apart from these, there was nothing else, and even no corpses could be seen, as if the battlefield had been moved. Maybe he is still alive? Tian Tian had such an idea in his mind. After sleeping last night, I am in a much better state now, and I have guessed about a series of possibilities such as Xiao Yun's actions. Killing the Anbu of Konoha village, Tian Tian really didn't recognize Xiao Yun at first. After all, he was not very familiar with her. The reason why she felt a little familiar was because of the habit she had when she was a child a long time ago. Now that Xiao Yun was gone, her first reaction was not malicious speculation, but relief. Fortunately, he was fine. Tian Tian looked at the direction for a while, and she planned to complete the task first. On Xiao Yun's side, he waited silently outside the cave entrance after saying goodbye to the Kusanagi last night. Until now, Tian Tian left, and he got up with understanding. At the same time, figures appeared behind him. The famous Kuriko village Kuriko actually cheated a little girl here. Just saying it is disgusting. Xiao Yun didn't even turn his head, with a smile on his face. From the perspective of the Kuriko, he could see the other party's appearance, Zionin of the Akatsuki organization, and her appearance meant that Nagato and Pain were also there. Sure enough, several figures soon surrounded him. Xiao Yun also instantly entered the snake state, with the aura of immortal arts surging on his body. He knew that there was a being that could devour Chakra, so he prepared the immortal arts directly. Seeing that Xiao Yun was ready for battle instantly, Xiao Nan on the other side also hurriedly said, "You may have misunderstood. I didn't come here to fight with you. Speaking of which, maybe we still have a chance to cooperate." Xiao Nan acted very sincerely, but this sounded like thunder in Xiao Yun's ears. Go to the Akatsuki organization? Cooperate? Isn't that delivering food? Just go to the door alone and let them take away your Nine Tails Chakra and then die? The Nine Tails has merged with me, and once it leaves me, I will die. They are cooperating now, and they have brought so many people, and they are ready to fight if they disagree. Well, Xiao Yun touched his chin in embarrassment and turned around to look at her. Can you, or the people behind you, give me a guarantee? Xiao Yun asked this. Zionin narrowed her eyes and stared at Xiao Yun without saying a word. Did this guy discover Nagato? Or the other Pains? I'm talking about the red-haired guy. Xiao Yun simply said it more directly. Paper dance. Many pieces of paper appeared behind Zionin, gradually forming a pair of complete paper wings, and even a lot of paper spikes flew towards this side. It seems that she doesn't want to say anything more, so she can only take action. Just right, meet you. Xiao Yun clapped his hands, and countless black shadows instantly seemed to have been watching from behind the tree, sticking their heads out without making any sound, which was very strange. And Zionin also found that she and Pain had been surrounded by these strange black shadows silently. It was still the old tactics. The samurai held a long sword and walked over there with the friction of heavy armor to contain the enemy head-on. None of the shadows' physical skills are weak, and the samurai's body is naturally not to be underestimated. Since the chakra has been gathered for them, the size of these samurai shadows has become even larger, each of them is close to 2 meters, and the chakra blades in their hands are flashing blue light. Chapter 37 Joining the Akatsuki Organization. A black mass appeared directly, completely covering the short figure of Pain. If we don't look at the ability alone, perhaps these 2-meter shadows have already won, and they are very fierce in momentum. But if we look at the ability, they are still more than 1 level weaker. Shinra Tensei appeared, and it seemed that Nagato also felt that he couldn't talk any more nonsense. It would be best to get rid of all the guys who knew his existence, so he directly controlled Tendo Pain to use Shinra Tensei, and those samurai shadows were directly pushed away. The ninjutsu of the shadows couldn't last long under this crushing level of combat power. 7 escapes, Shadow Demon Shuriken. Xiao Yun also began to make seals himself. With the delay of the shadows, Xiao Yun seemed fearless. One after another, Shuriken appeared, rotated, and formed a tornado. Now it would be difficult for someone to get close to Xiao Yun to stop him from using ninjutsu. Even the ninjutsu released by Xionin before was blocked by the shadows one after another. Seeing that Xiao Yun was brewing a terrible move, Tendo Pain over there could not sit still, slowly flew up and threw those shadows down, and then opened his hand towards Xiao Yun, with his palm facing Xiao Yun. Shinra Tensei. After a loud and emotionless shout, Pain's hand was repelled. Whether he used Shinra Tensei or Wangxiang Tianyan, he had to fight against the Shadow Demon Shuriken protecting Xiao Yun, so the best way was to use Shinra Tensei to bounce them directly and interrupt the opponent's spell casting. Xiao Yun felt the overwhelming pressure rushing towards him like a tsunami. The 7 Shadow Demon Shurikens were spinning, and one after another, they protected Xiao Yun. The thrust of Shinra Tensei continued to spread over, and even the two sides could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever Shinra Tensei passed, everything was pushed away as if it had encountered a mudslide. If it weren't for the area restrictions, the earth might have been pushed away. On Xiao Yun's side, gravity and rotation continued to offset this powerful thrust. Hey! Stop fighting, I admit defeat, I lose. Xiao Yun suddenly spoke. Hearing this voice, Xionin added another ninjutsu. Xiao Yun had no choice but to throw it over there with the last hand seal. After the power of Shinra Tensei was continuously reduced, the 7 Shadow Demon Shurikens gradually moved over there quickly. The pressure and gravity brought by the rotation were no less than his pure pressure. The 7 spirals kept driving, and while rotating themselves, they were also driven by other rotations. If this ninjutsu is more powerful, Xiao Yun thinks it may not be a problem to even rotate a planet. Unfortunately, he is not strong enough and can only do Super S-level ninjutsu, but this is enough. What? Xionin watched the 7 escape Shadow Demon Shuriken flying towards Tiandao Pain, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Is this guy so strong? Don't think of letting Jigakudo revive him. If there is any abnormal movement, I will destroy them all immediately. Xiao Yun did not forget to add one sentence. The black shadow over there has been injected with a lot of fairy chakra by Xiao Yun. These days, he has been cultivating these guys. Whether it is the shadow ancestor of the 7 chakra attributes or these fairy shadows, they can have very powerful power. Each one is snake-like, and the outside is still the core robe, but at this moment the black robe has turned white, and there are feet on the forehead, and the skin exposed on the neck and wrists shows something like scales. The other few panes were all directly restrained, and they looked like they could be wiped out at any time. The immortal arts were too strong for them. The main reason was that Xionin and Tendo Pain, who were the main forces, were restrained, and even the animal path spiritual arts were entangled by the black shadow snakes that Xiao Yun kept summoning. Xionin was in a dilemma for a while and it was hard to speak. Although Xiao Yun had just admitted defeat, she did not dare to give up the attack easily. Now it was a life and death fight. Who would admit defeat to you? Who would be stupid enough to agree to lose their life by accident? The main reason was that they were all consumables, and one less was used, and I didn't want to use them. Xiao Yun scratched his head awkwardly. It was not easy to get a black shadow to the eightfold death gate, and now it was lurking at any time, and it would rush out immediately if something went wrong. But after using it so early, it felt that there would be problems sooner or later. So Xiao Yun admitted defeat. Stop. After Tendo Pain withstood the 7 Shadow Demon Shuriken, he also consumed a large amount of chakra. If the battle continued, both sides would probably be killed. But it was obvious that the long Nagato didn't have this awareness. He was lingering on to save the world, and he would not die for anything before he succeeded. Nagato deeply understood this. So he stopped fighting. Xiao Yun also had an idea, and the shadows were still in an instant. They didn't even breathe, just like dead things. As long as Xiao Yun gave another order, these guys would be more terrible than any monster. Let's talk. Tiandao Pain slowly fell from the sky and came to Xiao Yun not far away, staring at him. Xiao Yun acted very calmly and spread his hands. You can join you, but where are my clothes? And I want to team up with her. Xiao Yun pointed at Xionin. Hearing this request, Tiandao Pain looked at Xionin behind him. Xionin stared down, as if thinking, and came to a conclusion in a moment. and she nodded at Tiandao Pain. Originally, her appearance this time was to make Xiao Yun think that she and Tiandao Pain were the managers of the organization, in order to protect Nagato behind. As a result, this guy exposed Nagato behind him, and she felt unsafe, and even Nagato felt strange, so the two of them took action at the same time. As a result, the result of the action is obviously not very satisfactory. Although there are still trump cards that have not been taken out, the two sides do not want to tear their faces now. There is no need for this. The plan is proceeding as scheduled, and now Xiao Yun has emerged, a new star has risen, which can reduce some troubles on their road. Why not? I join. Xiao Yun clapped his hands, and the black shadows disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared, without any trace. If it weren't for the mess at the scene, it might really be thought that it was just the Pain group that went crazy here and destroyed the deserted mountain. Xionin didn't say anything more. And Pain also nodded, got up and left. Xiao Yun's fighting power and singularity made them both very concerned. The black shadow that came suddenly was orderly, disciplined, and loyal. Xiao Yun's own ninjutsu skills were also impressive. At the same time, the red long sword that Xiao Yun always hung on his waist made him feel uncomfortable. If this guy picked up the sword, it felt like the world would change. Chapter 38 Akatsuki Organization Meeting. As I said, I won't fight until the time comes to tear my face apart. Xiao Yun was very helpless. Nagato's retained strength is not just like this. After all, how could such a person who could destroy Konoha village only tie with himself and suffer minor injuries? Recalling that in the anime, Naruto was able to defeat Pain because the other party really wanted to see if what Jiraiya said was true. I underestimated them. I thought that Naruto, who had not yet fully transformed into the Nine Tails, could suppress Pain, who should not be that strong, but now it seems that I let him go. Xiao Yun looked back every few steps, and looked at Xiao Nan who was always walking behind him with great concern. I don't know if she was afraid that he would run away or worried that he would suddenly attack. The main reason was that Xiao Nan was flying in the sky, which was a good surveillance position. Even if she didn't fight, she could escape quickly. There was no way, just let her be. At the same time, in Konoha village, Tian, who had completed the mission, sent back the news of Xiao Yun's whereabouts. Tsunade was shocked to hear the news, but she suppressed it. Since Tsunade succeeded to the throne, the elders and Danzo have never been at peace. These guys have been making trouble, so she knows that this news must not be let into Danzo's ears. And Tsunade began to think, what method can be used to contact Xiao Yun? Having come into contact with Xiao Yun, she could naturally realize that the look in the child's eyes was definitely not that of someone who could not be trusted. She could see through Xiao Yun, but she still maintained a skeptical attitude. If Konoha village encountered a crisis, there would be very few people who could be trusted at that time. Kakashi and others were just ordinary jonin. Even if they were loyal to her, they were still in the minority. Danzo had been developing favors and thorns in the village over the years. And these younger ninjas were still young and had not grown up. Konoha village had suffered too many casualties recently. If they really took action, it would be difficult to guarantee that Danzo, who controlled most of the hidden power, would not lead Konoha to destruction. Since the third generation, she has been very wary of Danzo. Tsunade has seen a lot of human warmth and coldness. She deeply realized how terrible a person who fell into darkness and paranoia was. Wasn't Orochimaru like this? Could Danzo be worse than him? If the big worry in her heart is not removed one day, it will eventually be a big trouble. In the Akatsuki organization, Xiao Yun was just like a kid who went to an amusement park for the first time. He ran around happily and grabbed Xiao Nan's clothes from time to time to ask what this was and what that was. Xiao Nan was surprised that his reaction was so natural that she couldn't even see anything wrong. If she hadn't confronted this kid before, she might have thought this guy has always been like this. Is he schizophrenic? Ignoring her contemptuous and complicated look, Xiao Yun just naturally played out his doubts and guesses. The location of the Akatsuki organization is naturally in the Rain Village, where it rains all year round. Part of the rain is ninjutsu, which is specially used to monitor every move in the city. In this case, Xionin should have impaired vision. After all, she controls paper to fight, but strangely, her weakness is not water, but oil. Coming to a secret room, Xiao Yun saw that many people had gathered inside. It seems that many people have gathered because of Xiao Yun's arrival. Among them, Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame stared at him in surprise. An Angle and Haiden directly picked up weapons, what a guy. Xiao Yun has come to the door. Can you tolerate this? Who is afraid of who? It seems that the two of them are easy to bully. As for the others, they watched silently. Xionan walked in and looked at everyone present. Let me introduce our new member, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was short and looked like a little kid. Standing behind Xionan, he looked like a mother with her son. When Xiao Yun heard her introduction, he did not show much enthusiasm. Instead, he shrank behind her as if he was shy, and poked his head out to look at everyone present in fear. As for Kakuzu and Haiden? No, they were directly ignored by him. Even Hoshigaki Kisame and Ataka did not understand. Isn't this guy a little adult? He is already a teenager, so his maturity is useless? That's it. Xionan also felt embarrassed. Was this guy deliberately making trouble to ruin her stage? Or did he want to do something? Why don't you sit over there? When Xionan stood up and wanted to walk to her seat, she suddenly felt a little tail following behind her, grabbing the corner of her clothes. She turned around and squatted down to look at Xiao Yun with some embarrassment. Although she didn't know how to say it, she was still very gentle. Xiao Yun shook his head obediently. No. I want to follow my sister. It was at this time that the child's identity became perfectly concealed. Xiao Nan was also embarrassed to hear him making such a fuss. Until Xiao Nan sat on the chair and cleared her throat, Xiao Yun stood beside her and looked at her blankly. Xiao Nan didn't know what to say. Xiao Yun put the demon sword into the shadow space and was put away by the shadow, while he stood quietly in the same place, as if he was going to stand for the meeting. This Xiao Nan was also fierce enough, stretched out his hand to pick it up, and then put it directly on his lap. This time we gathered everyone because we have a new mission. Xiao Nan said with a red face, and there was no fluctuation except on his face. And Xiao Yun also listened quietly. A small country has started a war. I have received a commission, and I may need to trouble you to make a trip. Hearing this daily meeting, no one said anything, but a few people focused their eyes on Xiao Yun. They are usually mercenaries, and they are used to this kind of thing. But Xiao Yun, this kid-like guy seems unreliable. What can a kid do? His behavior just now made him look like a real kid, which made people look down on him. If no one has any objections, then you can set off first. Xionan put Xiao Yun on the ground. Uchiha Itaki, Hoshigaki Kisame, Haiden, Kakuzu, Deidara, and Sasori all stood up. Only Ju stayed there and looked at Xiao Yun with interest. And Sasori was also concerned, but he didn't show it. Boy, you Ju stared at Xiao Yun and Xionan at the same time. The meaning was very clear. I don't know what she suddenly got wrong to involve this person. Xionan didn't explain much, but just stood up and left the room silently. The action just now was just to let the meeting go, and there was no need to say so much now. Xiao Yun didn't pay attention to Ju, but just followed Xionan happily and walked out with her. Ju quietly stood up and left. Previously, the news that Xiao Yun participated in the creation of the hidden Black Village came out, then there was the 6 Kage conference, and then Xiao Yun was attacked by Kakuzu and Haiden. Ju had inquired about all these, and he also sneaked into the time when Kakuzu and Haiden were fighting. Xiao Yun's fighting power was definitely very shocking to it. Just now, he wanted to speak, but Xiao Yun's performance completely rejected all the possibilities of inquiring about the news. Chapter 39, The War of Annihilation of the Country. After a while, after saying goodbye to Xionan, Xiao Yun and the large group entered the process of rushing on the road. Except for Kakuzu, Haiden, Itaki, and Kisame, the other few people were surprised that this little guy could actually keep up with their pace. Deidara was flying alone in front, and he couldn't bring too many people. This time he was the fastest one to collect intelligence, and the others said they were rushing on the road, but they were just thinking about the goal while observing the terrain and waiting for Deidara to complete the information collection. Xiao Yun was also observing. Indeed, there was a saying that Xiao the people in the organization are obviously invincible in a group fight, but they just want to go one by one. Now it seems that even if they don't fight in a group, these people's personalities probably can't understand each other. They can attack a place together, but they are still easy to be defeated one by one. The destination is not far away, and a group of people stopped to rest. Xiao Yun also took the opportunity to collect intelligence. First, he went to Itaki and said naturally, "Hey, what are you going to do?" Itaki didn't hesitate and started to explain, "The troops are divided into 4 groups, Black Zetsu lurks, Haiden and Kakuzu head-on contain the army, Scorpion and Deidara sneak in to assassinate key people with poison, and Kisame and I assist with ninjutsu. The task is to eliminate all ninjas and samurai in the opponent's city. Itaka didn't say Xiao Yun's assignment, because he knew that this guy must have his own plans, and it was useless to say more, and then he was also curious about why Xiao Yun joined the Akatsuki organization. The strength of the hidden black village is strong enough, and even attracted the attention of the Five Kage. This seems to be enough to make everyone yearn for it. But Xiao Yun chose to pretend to be dead and join the Akatsuki organization. Thank you. Xiao Yun just thanked him, as if he didn't see that his eyes were fixed on him like the eyes of others, as if he was waiting for his answer and explanation, and he just quietly returned to his own tree to rest. After a short rest, Deidara landed on the clay bird. It seemed that he easily took a picture of the layout of the other party's city, so now he took the photo and studied it. It was also the previous division of labor for the layout. Itaka was too lazy to move, and although Kisame wanted to fight, he still followed Itaka obediently. The layout that Deidara brought was taken from high altitude and from various angles. It was easy to see who was in which place, and it was a long wait. Even if the other party had some hidden strength, he roughly recorded the situation in which building. A group of people gathered around to watch, and Xiao Yun was silent. Of course, the others didn't make trouble, but after watching it, they decided on their own work and then rested. Boy, have you learned ninjutsu? Don't just dodge and hold me back. Ha ha ha. Kisame seemed to be trying to find out something, and he started to mock mercilessly. Hearing his mockery, Xiao Yun immediately stood up, clenched his fists in anger and said viciously, "Do you think I can't do it? I'll show you now. Fire style. Great fireball technique." Xiao Yun stuttered, and even made mistakes in his hand seals several times, looking like a complete ninjutsu novice. Seeing him like this, Kisame grinned, showing his sharp teeth, looking helpless. Sure enough, even if the ninjutsu was performed in the end, it did not disappoint everyone present. A fire beam that was not even a fireball sprayed and dissipated, and only a little burning could be felt vaguely. It was estimated that even if you caught it with your hand, you would only feel warm. Xiao Yun's old face turned red, and he stood there, not knowing what to do. Itaka narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. Perhaps this was his intention. Anyway, compared to his previous indifferent look, Xiao Yun seemed more tactful in Itaka's eyes. In the past, he was like a piece of wood nailed with iron, dull and cold, and his appearance was sharp. Okay. Let's go. Maybe we will lose a companion. Shukaku. Kisame said meaningfully, got up and quickly boarded Deidara's bird, and others did the same. Deidara did not neglect Xiao Yun's bird. Although this guy had just made a fool of himself, he still did not look down on him. Anyway, it didn't matter. If there was one more audience who could witness his art, it would be the best. The group flew into the sky and flew towards the small country. In the city of the small country, countless ninjas and samurai were patrolling everywhere, because the current tense situation forced them to be serious. At this moment, a large group of birds suddenly appeared in the sky. The guards shielded themselves from the strong sunlight, opened their eyes awkwardly and looked at the sky, muttering, "What is that?" The white dots in the sky were getting closer and closer until they could be seen clearly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards sounded the alarm, and the whole city began to operate, and most people also discovered the white dots falling rapidly in the sky. Whoosh! The birds approached rapidly until the figures on the backs of the birds jumped away. There were many flying birds, and they were sent to the places they wanted to go in different ways. They had already jumped away in advance when the birds were about to touch the building and explode. Boom! Bang! Crack! The loud noises continued, and the crisp sound of the building collapsing also came. Almost instantly they entered the combat state, and the guys who jumped out began their slaughter. Itaka performed ninjutsu under the protection of Kisame. And Haiden and Kakuzu each relied on their own abilities. Feijuan was not afraid of death, so he naturally rushed towards the army over there. In the sky, Deidara threw spiders and flying birds from a high altitude. Once these things touched someone, they would explode directly. And Scorpion also successfully sneaked into the interior and directly wiped out the important figures. The battle went very smoothly, as if it was agreed in advance to act out. All the warriors and ninjas of the small countries were killed without any resistance, and the small secret posts and fortresses in the city were lost one after another. Almost from their arrival to the start of the battle, it took only a few dozen minutes to capture most of the city. And Xiao Yun stared at this group of people in amazement. Good guy, if they appeared in Konoha village, Konoha would be destroyed in less than half an hour, right? The strength of these guys is really terrible. Fortunately, the purpose of the Akatsuki organization is not to unify or destroy the world, but to use the infinite moon reading to bring everyone the most beautiful dreams. Otherwise it is really hard to imagine how the other 5 major ninja villages can fight against this behemoth. Walking casually in the city, everyone was in chaos. It seemed that few people paid attention to this child who seemed to have lost his parents. Only a few people surrounded Xiao Yun with the idea of reducing the number of enemies. The warriors and ninjas who were preparing to make seals. Xiao Yun shook his head, and a black shadow emerged from the ground behind them and directly broke the necks of these people. And he looked around like he was shopping. In this scene of explosions and blood constantly resonating, he was like a person who walked and watched the show. Chapter 40. I am not the owner of the house. The city was in chaos, countless ninja warriors ran towards the side where the battle was taking place, and few people even looked at Xiao Yun directly, and just passed by. In this way, Xiao Yun came directly to the city lord's mansion smoothly. The reason why he didn't jump here before was because it was surrounded by various guards. Now that the battle was going on and everyone had left, he naturally came here. Although many people have left, there are still a lot of guys guarding here, and each of them is no less than a Chunin. Xiao Yun is holding the demon sword Muramasa, accompanied by 2 black shadow warriors, and the 2-meter-tall black shadow warriors are behind him. The 3 of them came here one after the other. Seeing the black shadow warriors, those guarding near the city lord's mansion looked over, their eyes full of murderous intent. At this time, even if a child comes, he will die. Even if Scorpion may have sneaked in to assassinate important people, they don't know yet. Boy, stop. The guards looked solemn, not because Xiao Yun gave them any ominous premonition, but because of the 2-meter-tall black shadow warriors behind him who kept approaching. Just the shadow and heavy armor alone are enough to be oppressive, not to mention standing straight not far away. How could they not know what is going on now? They were attacked by surprise, and the enemy attacked. And now these 2 black shadow warriors and Xiao Yun are clearly here with ill intentions. To be honest, if possible, I really don't want to run into these monsters. Sorry, it may not work. Xiao Yun's eyes focused on the direction of the city lord's mansion. There may be something I need inside. If possible, please let me go. He was originally strolling around, but slowly a vague feeling attracted him, just like the demon sword Muramasa before. In order to find out what the treasure is, Xiao Yun came here directly. Looking at this kid holding a red sword in his hand, holding the sword with one hand and pointing it directly at them, who are either genin or chunin, and have been mixed in blood for many years, many people suddenly showed a helpless mockery in their eyes. After all, children are children. It's okay that their hearts are not good, and even their brains are not good. They can't feel that Xiao Yun has chakra fluctuations. Many ninjas don't have the skill of chakra perception, but people who have specially practiced perception can perceive the chakra in other people's bodies. Now, Xiao Yun doesn't seem to have any power in his body. In fact, it was because Xiao Yun's immortal chakra was constantly surging in his body, ensuring that he could instantly transform into the immortal mode, so the other party might only think that he had detected the natural power in a normal human body. If you insist on saying something wrong, it might be that this guy's health is a little bit off, and his body is strangely tough, but there is no problem other than that. Go, open the way. Xiao Yun didn't say much. It was impossible for them not to open a way in this state. So the 2 warriors disappeared in an instant, and when they appeared again, they had already filled their long swords with chakra, and the whole huge figure appeared in the crowd, a round dance. Plop! 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 There were continuous muffled sounds, and after this round dance, most people fell to their knees, and some people hurriedly dodged and rushed to their side. The 2 black shadows killed 7 times here. The damage to them by the Chunin was almost negligible. If someone like Haiden and Kakuzu had very strong physical skills and combat experience, they might have a chance to get rid of the 2 black shadows, but now they can't even break the defense. It also refers to the iron armor of some Iron Country warriors, rather than the rattan armor that is convenient for ninjas to move, so there must be a gap between the 2. After a while, no one dared to stop Xiao Yun, or in other words, no one dared to stop in front of the warriors. 2 warriors led the way in front, and the guards retreated to the sides and stared at the 3 people walking towards the city lord's mansion. Die! Of course, Some people would not miss this opportunity. The warriors were in front and Xiao Yun was behind. It seemed that Xiao Yun was the main focus, so they planned to catch Xiao Yun directly to solve this trouble. Unfortunately, they miscalculated that Xiao Yun's own strength was hundreds of streets ahead of the Black Shadows. In addition, there were not only 2 Black Shadows, but a whole army. Before the man's dagger fell completely, a tall figure slowly emerged behind Xiao Yun who was walking. With a loud clang, the man was directly blown away, and the third warrior shadow also showed his original form and followed Xiao Yun. There seems to be another gap? Just when someone had this idea, another shadow emerged from the remaining gap. Now there is no gap in all directions. If you want to attack, you have to attack from underground or in the sky. But who knows if there will be that weird monster underground? That's right, monsters, not people. They can't tell what this is. In their cognition, these monsters with entities are very weird. They just emerge from the ground, just like shadows. It's the shadow demon. The shadow demon of the hidden shadow village. Someone seemed to remember something. The disappearance of the Black Shadow village had been spreading for a while, and now this person suddenly reappeared. All his characteristics showed that he was Xiao Yun, the lord of the hidden shadow village. Black Shadow, Black Hidden, Hidden Shadow, and other names, all kinds of names, Xiao Yun had heard thousands of times. Until he entered the city wall of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Yun never stopped and walked directly towards the direction he sensed. He was not a bored murderer, but he would kill whoever blocked him, that's all. Voila la! Ding, dong, ding, dong. In front of a beautiful little courtyard, the courtyard was full of cherry blossoms, a small pond, and the sound of bamboo tubes and water wheels was not loud but very clear. In front of the explosions and bloody hell outside, this place seemed to be a paradise. Of course, this is the backyard. Xiao Yun came in directly over the wall. It was too troublesome to go through the main gate. It seemed that the owner of the yard had not evacuated, so he met Xiao Yun who was carried over the wall by the shadow. Xiao Yun looked calm, as if it was his own home. He walked into the small house very naturally and began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. After searching for a long time, he did it in front of the owner of the house. She did not refuse. I am doing my own things and I have to report to you? And anyway, she did not refuse. So, after a while of searching, the girl's face was full of doubts. She couldn't help but have a thought in her mind, why do I feel that I disturbed the rough owner of the house to find something? Would it be too annoying for me, a guest, to stay here? Otherwise, I will leave first. Xiao Yun now believes that as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others' ideas that are embarrassed. Where is it? It feels very clear, why can't I find the specific location here? Xiao Yun scratched his head and muttered while searching. Since he entered the yard, he began to lose his way. The things he wanted to find seemed to be everywhere, as if the whole house was what he wanted, but after actually getting it, he found that it was not. Chapter 41 Princess of the Destroyed Country. Tired of searching, Xiao Yun took a break and naturally came to the small platform outside the door and sat down. The girl happened to be sitting on the small platform in front of the door. There was a small tray between the two of them, on which were placed 2 cups of tea and a stack of daifuku, biscuits and other things. Xiao Yun naturally picked up the tea at hand, slowly lifted it up, took a sip carefully after feeling the heat, then put it down, picked up the snacks and ate them. The girl had a complicated expression and didn't know how to start, so she also took a sip of the tea at hand and ate some snacks. The two of them just listened to the sound of running water and bamboo poles in the small courtyard, as well as the sound of continuous explosions outside. Inexplicably peaceful, Xiao Yun sat beside her and probably felt that what he was looking for was not something, but her person. Judging from the geographical location here, it is a side hall, that is to say, she is most likely a princess or something, but how to explain that she took someone away? Your country has been destroyed by me, and your father is probably dead too, so come with me? If I say this, I'm afraid I'll be kicked out with a beating. So I should think about what to do. Excuse me, who are you? The girl finally spoke, perhaps because she felt too embarrassed, she felt uncomfortable all over. And Xiao Yun turned his head and stared at her. At the same time, she was also looking at this very familiar. The guy ran in and rummaged through her room, carrying a weapon. But unexpectedly, this guy is quite good looking, fair and clean. Although he is still young, probably 1 or 2 years younger than me, but I can still see how handsome he will be in the future. Xiao Yun first looked at the shoes on her feet. They were wooden clogs, one for each person, and not worth much. But the clothes were finely made. If they were sold, he could make a lot of money. Although Xiao Yun had a lot of money when he took over the Black Shadow village, he still subconsciously calculated how much the other person's clothes could be exchanged for. As for age, he is about the same as me, maybe younger than me, with big eyes, a small nose, a small mouth, and a small round face. He looks quite cute, and speaks very softly and gently. Judging from his sitting posture, he should have good manners. He is wearing a red kimono and his hair is scattered and flowing. This place is about to be destroyed. Come with me. Xiao Yun chose to say this helplessly. Oh, she acted very calmly. Well, maybe I underestimated her ability to bear it. By the way, what's your name? She asked. Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun summoned a black shadow from the ground without looking back, and then came to the wall, indicating that she could follow him over the wall. My name is Kumagura Kinja. Kinja said and followed. Xiao Yun was too lazy to explain more. Probably figured it out, she should be a princess held hostage here by a daimyo. After all, it is very common in Naruto to foster one's own young master or young lady in the other city to show loyalty and affection. After all, the heir is in the hands of the other party, and you have to think about the safety of your son or daughter when doing anything. In fact, it was also guessed correctly that Kinja was indeed a proton controlled here. The two climbed over the wall, and the black shadow carefully helped her to cross the wall until they came to the street, and 4 black shadows surrounded her. Xiao Yun used the black shadow to detect her while walking. It was true that she had a similar aura to the black shadow. Perhaps it was a treasure, or perhaps it was her. Boy, why did you bring someone out? He met Hoshigaki Kisame and Itaki. Kisame looked at the 4 warrior black shadows beside him with great interest, and finally set his sights on Kinja. Kinja's pupils shrank suddenly when she saw Kisame and Itaki. Obviously, she saw something scary, but she avoided her eyes and stopped looking. Except for trembling, she didn't show anything else. Xiao Yun subconsciously thought that she might have seen the blood on the other person's body. After all, she was still a little girl. What do you care? Xiao Yun didn't intend to answer at all, but choked Hoshigaki Kisame. Hey, I think you want to compete with me. Hoshigaki Kisame took off the same hata on his back, as if he wanted to fight him. Xiao Yun was not to be outdone, he clapped his hands, and many black shadows appeared around him, ready to fight. Stop, there are still problems to be solved, you can fight later. Itaka stared at the direction of the city lord's mansion in the distance. Obviously, a terrifying monster appeared over there. Xiao Yun used the black shadows arranged around to explore the situation to find out that it was a summoned beast. The entire city lord's mansion collapsed because of the appearance of the summoned beast, so you can imagine how big that guy is. Compared to this, I have only been gone for a short time, even without the black shadow, I can see clearly that it is a huge crab, probably a super deep sea crab. Since the other party can summon the spirit, from the previous conversation, I know that the target of this mission should have this ability, and now this ability is used, which means that the other party has escaped Scorpion's assassination. Let's go. Itaka stood up and called Kisame, and Kisame followed him very reluctantly. Before leaving, Gaizami stared at Xiao Yun, as if threatening him, and Xiao Yun was not to be outdone, but he brought a burden with him, afraid that he could not go over to help. Let's go. Xiao Yun stood up. But strangely, Kinja did not dare to follow him to continue walking. She remembered that she felt that she had seen this set of clothes somewhere. Probably from her country being destroyed, and then the news came that an eyewitness probably hand-painted the more conspicuous point of this set of clothes, which was black and red. Black robe, red auspicious clouds. He was one of the members of the organization that destroyed his country. Maybe he could be the one who destroyed his country himself. I won't leave. Kinja's face was filled with fear, and her voice was a little trembling. When she thought of being with such a terrible person, she felt herself trembling. Take her away. Xiao Yun didn't say much. He had agreed before, why didn't he agree now? Besides, they were fighting now, so how could they have so much time to meddle? So Xiao Yun decisively let the black shadow carry her away. Even if she struggled, she couldn't escape the black shadow's restraint, and the two left directly. Xiao Yun came here to spend his days, and he didn't want to help the Akatsuki organization do anything. He estimated that he might be besieged by this group of people in the future. Maybe this day is not far away. Now his strength is not enough to deal with so many people on the other side, so Xiao Yun is still preparing to improve his strength. It happened that she was found at this time. She was carrying something that could attract her black shadow power. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? But she suddenly became crazy, which made it difficult to deal with. It was not until Xiao Yun took her away to a certain distance that he controlled the black shadow to put her down. When Kinja was put on the ground, the first thing she thought of was to escape. Being with such a dangerous person, she might die at any time, and she had something to protect her. If she was taken away by this person. Chapter 42 Tit for Tat. Xiao Yun controlled her with the black shadow, and once she wanted to run, he let her run for a while, and then caught her back. When she was tired of running, she no longer wanted to leave, and her eyes were full of murderous intent and hatred when she looked at Xiao Yun. I thought he was just taken away. At most, I could just follow this person to the place and give him some money to send him away. But I didn't expect that he was actually a member of Akatsuki. In recent years, the name of Akatsuki may not be very familiar to most people, but it is a very scary existence for small countries like them. They almost took over all the wars. As long as they are paid and commissioned, they will take it, and their effect is also very significant. But until now, no one knows how many people there are in Akatsuki. They can only find out that Akatsuki may be a huge mercenary organization, and it is estimated that the number of people may be no less than any small country. But in fact, Akatsuki only has a few people, but just a few people are enough to destroy many small countries. Please let me go? Kinja spoke helplessly. She really didn't think she could escape, but Xiao Yun was young and looked easy to deceive. Even if he had strength, what would it matter? He was willing to rescue her because he thought she looked good, so he had a good impression of her, right? Xiao Yun stared at her with a cold face. Don't pay attention to me, I already have 2 lovers. Although he said that, he actually went to Tiantian just out of interest, and Temari was just a coincidence. As for what Xiao Yun didn't know, there was probably another person, that is Ino. Since being frightened by him, Ino has always held a grudge against this guy in her heart, and then quietly became stronger, thinking that one day she would avenge this humiliation. So it is correct to say that she is now taken. Kinja looked at Xiao Yun as if she was sick. But she didn't show it, just nodded silently. We have to think of other ways. In a short while, all the members of the Akatsuki organization who participated in this operation rushed over. Hey! After arriving here, Ju saw the people present and looked at them first, and finally his eyes stopped at Kinja, who was surrounded by black shadows beside Xiao Yun. He said "huh" in confusion, and then his face was full of smiles. What? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Nothing. Ju sat down and began to rest. Shukaku Kisame was also resting with Itaki, but his eyes were fixed on Xiao Yun's direction. He held Samehada tightly in his hand, and from time to time Samehada stuck out his tongue in a mocking manner. You could vaguely see the veins on Kisame's hand surging. It was obvious that he was going to take action and was a little itchy. Come on, today I'll let you know what strength is. Xiao Yun was not happy either. He stood up, and a black shadow emerged from the ground, holding the demon sword Muramasa in both hands and handed it to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun took the sword and pulled it out directly, pointing at Kisame. Kisame also stood up with a smile on his face, holding Samehada, and walked over. The black shadow saw that the situation was not good and directly raised Kinja and wanted to leave. The other members of the Akatsuki organization all shouted in their hearts that it was not good, and then they also quietly stood up and retreated to a safe distance. Just what I want. Kisame rushed forward with Samehada and slashed horizontally. Although there was a forest around them, their place was barely an open space. Why run so far? Isn't it just a sword? Is it that serious? Kinja looked even more contemptuous. Why did these guys run with her as if they had seen a ghost? Several hundred meters, isn't it enough? What can the 2 of them with swords do? It's really a fuss. Water escape, big Sambun no Jutsu. A very huge water shark appeared above the forest and smashed down from high. Seeing this scene, Kinja's originally contemptuous heart was shocked as if 10,000 elephants passed by. Is this ninjutsu? The size, the destructive power, this is simply... She didn't know how to describe it, it was too scary. Originally thought these guys were making a fuss. But now she was a little mad, looking at the shadows carrying her and whispered, "Why don't we retreat a few hundred meters? I don't feel safe." The shadows ignored her and just silently he waited there like other members of Akatsuki. As for Xiao Yun, facing the Great Samadhan technique, he turned into sage mode directly, with the fire escape in hand, and instantly rushed towards the Great Samadhan technique with flames all over the sky. Although the Great Samadhan technique can devour Chakra, Xiao Yun's response is to use sage technique. Now, the fire escape directly evaporated the Great Samadhan technique. While Kisame was still depressed, Xiao Yun had instantly arrived in front of Kisame. Seeing this suddenly white-haired boy wearing Akatsuki robes trying to hit him with his tail and feet, Kisame also smiled evilly, grinning, with shark teeth showing their sharpness, and the seal was completed almost instantly. He also turned into a shark man. The shark man wanted to kill people, so he changed from a human to a shark man to kill people, nothing wrong with that. Water escape. Big water burst. As he turned into a shark, a huge amount of water came out of his mouth, turning the surroundings into a giant water prison. There was water everywhere, trapping Xiao Yun and Kisame in it. Xiao Yun was not afraid, wasn't it just breathing? The power of the immortal technique not only brought about the control of natural forces, but also the reform of the body. Although it was not possible for a long time, it was enough to get rid of the opponent in a short time. With the demon sword in hand, dozens of sword chi were chopped out in an instant. Although the power was weakened due to the water prison, there was no reduction in momentum, and it still rushed forward aggressively. Kisame's speed in the water would not be defeated by this ordinary small sword technique. Even if the power of the Black Shadow was very strong, there were still certain limitations in the water, and the water distorted the shadow. Bang! After Kisame dodged the sword chi, he rushed directly to Xiao Yun and punched him hard. Xiao Yun also set up the demon sword Muramasa to block in front of him, and the whole person was also repelled for a distance. It is impossible to get out of the water prison technique, and one can even feel the suppression of the body. Water escape, 1,000 sharks. The seal was completed in an instant, and 1,000 sharks appeared in the water. Their purpose was very clear, and they flew directly towards Xiao Yun. The sharp shark teeth reflected a strange light in the water. Immortal technique, 10,000 snake cave. Xiao Yun was not to be outdone, and directly used the immortal technique to split many huge white snakes from his body, and swam towards the sharks over there in the water without rushing. Splash! Splash! The water was churning, and it was instantly filled with blood. The whole huge sphere also turned into a glass ball sprinting blood red in an instant. Xiao Yun's move was also inspired by him. The main reason was that there was a problem with the development of immortal techniques, so Xiao Yun wanted to fight with him. The most important thing was that he wanted to test his strength. Last time, he didn't dare to fight Xiao Nan desperately. Now he wanted to give it a try with Hoshigaki Kisame. Anyway, the worst that could happen was that he would get hurt, but he wouldn't die. After all, there was only one person on the other side for the time being. Chapter 43, The Victory of Immortal Arts. Did he lose? This guy is so hidden. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes were full of confusion as he fell into the water. He was already hung by snakes of various sizes. Their teeth penetrated his skin directly, and the immortal arts chakra surged directly into his body, causing suppression. Xiao Yun was not much better. Several sharks passed through the flying snakes and rushed directly towards him. He was injured in several places on his body, and his flesh and blood were blurred. If it weren't for the powerful healing ability of the immortal arts chakra, he might have only bones left on one of his hands. Even so, the two did not fight too hard, but the winner was immediately decided, and Xiao Yun had completely won. Kisame's fighting ability was not as strong as imagined. Until the water prison dissipated, the surroundings were hit by a huge amount of water. The members of the Akatsuki organization rushed over and carried Kisame. Xiao Yun refused their kindness and used the shadow to carry himself to keep up with them. The weakness he showed now was only superficial, and even the injuries were quickly suppressed and covered by clothes. Kinja seemed to have given up all thoughts of escaping. Ju focused his attention on Kinja, as if he was trying to figure out when to ask Xiao Yun for her. This girl was also part of their mission to some extent, but Xiao Yun did not expect to complete this part. The group returned to the Rain Village. This girl is carrying a treasure map. Ju said his thoughts directly. They collected a lot of intelligence every time they destroyed a country, and the news of the treasure map made them know it, so they went to great lengths to find Kinja's traces after destroying her country, and destroyed the country where she was. Now that the person has been caught, Xiao Yun's thoughts don't seem to be that important. Xiao Yun understood immediately after hearing this. No wonder this guy had been staring at him all the way. He thought he had some idea about him, but now he realized that it was a treasure. Xiao Yun didn't show any expression on his face. It was true that he had no choice at this time. Could it be that he had just joined? Are we going to break up with them and fight? Impossible. So what Ju said now is just to ask Xiao Yun to let the person out and see what this guy means. In the future, when we catch the tailed beasts, we will definitely need this guy's help. Is there any better way for the tailed beasts to fight the tailed beasts than this? Okay, but remember to bring the person back to me safely. Xiao Yun did not refuse. He had no reason to refuse. And the uneasiness on Qingye's face became more obvious. She was worried about this happening, and now it has come true. No. I won't leave Qingye hid behind Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun looked at the people present. Xiao Nan didn't say much, the treasure was originally their goal. Then you go. Tendo Pain walked out. Xiao Nan didn't say much, just watched quietly. Xiao Yun nodded, and didn't say much either. The gap between them was originally very large. Now it's just showing this hatred and gap in advance. What's wrong with that? Originally, they were cheap allies, and I joined the organization just to please them. But there were too many things that didn't go my way, so naturally I would be annoyed, so that's it. You go together. Tendo Pain turned his eyes to Ataki and Kisame. They didn't refuse, and Xiao Yun didn't refuse either, but he had to rest before that. Since this battle, Kisame's eyes have completely changed. He no longer looks at this guy like a child, but watches his growth seriously. There are not many people who can defeat him, but there are definitely many. Kisame has never thought that he is invincible, but one thing is that there are really few monsters of Xiao Yun's age. After resting for several months, the four of them set off. While leaving the Rain Village, Tendo Pain and others also started a new mission. I really don't know anything. Where are you taking me? Can you stop? I'll take a break, I'm tired. Hey! Don't touch me! Don't carry me! Kinja behaved differently from her previous quiet and obedient behavior along the way. She started to make trouble. The intelligence collected by the Akatsuki organization must be more than she thought, so she was carried away directly, with Ataki and Kisame leading the way. Seeing the destination getting closer and closer, even if there was still distance, Kinja knew that she would definitely not be able to run away. Originally thought that she could rely on Xiao Yun's position in the Akatsuki organization to shut those people up, and she could also protect the secret a little, but she didn't expect him to agree. And he took her to the destination. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer, Kinja couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. If they found the treasure, the meaning of her existence would be gone. But no matter how she made trouble on the road, Xiao Yun always had a way to deal with her. As if sensing her uneasiness, Xiao Yun comforted her, "Don't worry, I won't abandon you, and I will try my best to ensure your safety. As long as it's not your life that opens the treasure, everything else is fine." After hearing Xiao Yun's assurance, Qingye felt that she had just escaped from a wolf's den and entered a tiger's mouth. I thought this guy was trustworthy. But now it seems that they are all the same. Let me go. I need to relieve myself. She suddenly thought of another way. But Xiao Yun was helpless and turned a deaf ear to her. Usually at this time, the character would escape and then cause trouble, and she couldn't let her succeed. Seeing that Xiao Yun ignored her directly, Qingye's heart was dead. Xiao Yun kept telling himself in his heart that if he was not ruthless, he would be killed. If he wanted to survive here, in this cruel ninja world, he had to be strong. He had to be cruel. Until they came to a small town, Xiao Yun took her around again and again, and bought a lot of things she had never seen before, which made her feel much better. She even revealed a lot of information, but she didn't know whether it was true or false. Anyway, there was no danger along the way. At the same time, the Konoha ninja village was in chaos. The opposition led by Danzo directly tried to seize power and control Tsunade. Originally, this scene should appear in the next Five Kage talks, but now Danzo heard that Sasuke defected and Xiao Yun was killed, and he was impatient. All kinds of stimulation told him that he couldn't let it go like this, and sooner or later there would be big problems. From Naruto's growth, it can be seen that this guy will definitely be a terrible genius in the future. What will happen to Sasuke, who is better than him? Will he be worse than him? So Danzo couldn't wait any longer and directly controlled Tsunade, and he successfully became the acting Hokage to control Konoha. Here, Xiao Yun and others came to Konoha. They did not come to capture the tailed beasts, but to check the situation. I was just looking for treasure, and I had to go through Konoha to do it. I don't know why there is such a strange setting, but I just had to go through Konoha. Chapter 44 Changes in Konoha Village. The three of them walked directly into Konoha Village with Kinja, without any intention of avoiding suspicion. Itake wanted to disguise himself, but Xiao Yun stopped this idea. Konoha Village was his former home. Do you need to hide your head and show your tail when you go home? But if he said this, I'm afraid Itake would despise him. You will be attacked by a group of people with ninjutsu, swords, and full armor when you go home? If you think about it, it doesn't seem to matter. The three of them walked straight into Konoha. Strangely, the atmosphere in Konoha seemed a little strange, and there were traces of Anbu spies everywhere on the street. Compared with other times, these Anbu can be said to have become more. After Itake and others followed Xiao Yun into here, they were stared at, but no Anbu took action. Instead, they watched calmly, without any intention of reporting. Itake already knew about Sasuke's defection, which was why he came to Konoha. Otherwise, he would not be willing to come back no matter what. After all, Sasuke couldn't know too much. Once it stimulated the Konoha high level and Danzo, it would be easy to cause trouble. Xiao Yun kept in mind all the things he said before about hunting down Itake. Without the protection of the third generation, Sasuke was just a little flower in the storm. Escaping from Konoha, even if he didn't know the truth, he would be afraid of Konoha, which could be regarded as winning some guarantees for himself, but insufficient strength would eventually lead to destruction, so Itake might need to speed up the progress. After careful calculation, several months have passed. The atmosphere here is weird. The last time it was like this was after the nine-tailed fox attacked the village. Xiao Yun couldn't help but have a headache. He didn't know what happened. He had heard a lot of news from other ninja villages during his travels these days, but there was no news from Konoha. Did something happen? Coincidentally, he met Tian Tian, who came to find the trace. She seemed to have sensed something, so she had a feeling since Xiao Yun appeared, and then followed this feeling to come here, and found Xiao Yun. The power of the shadow has become very strong now. As long as it is close, people who have been affected by it will notice that Xiao Yun has arrived. Of course, Xiao Yun's arrival will also be accompanied by another person. Xiao Yun? Itake. Kakashi stared at the four people in confusion. Tian Tian stood aside and watched. Hey! Found it! Take my move! Suddenly another voice sounded, and Ino seemed to have sensed Xiao Yun's arrival, so she hurried over. Now Kakashi stared at the four people, Tian Tian looked puzzled, and Ino looked eager. The news that the four people entered the village did not spread too much, but Kakashi could feel the power of the shadow, which made Xiao Yun feel very magical. Why can't I see Naruto? Xiao Yun looked around. If there is anyone in Konoha village who can sense him, there may be another Naruto. But why isn't Naruto here now? He went out with Master Jiraiya. Kakashi said. Compared to this, he was more concerned about what Xiao Yun, Itake, and others wanted to do here. Is that so? Xiao Yun thought so. Naruto must have followed Jiraiya to become stronger, but he didn't know what happened to Sasuke. Besides, what was going on here? Xiao Yun looked around and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? It feels like someone is going to kill someone. The murderous intent was obvious all around, but Xiao Yun was sure that it was not only aimed at himself and others, but also at some other people. These shadows could feel it. Danzo has controlled Master Tsunade, and now he is probably planning to take Konoha to do something dangerous. Kakashi's eyes were full of solemnity. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask, is it serious? After all, Kakashi is the 6th generation of Hokage in the future, and his overall view is not ordinary. Hearing Xiao Yun's question, Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then immediately changed his expression, and the face under the mask became funny, and he smiled, oh, it's not a big deal, you know, there are only a few ways. Although he changed his posture, he could still hear the far-fetched tone. The only possibility for Danzo to control Konoha village is that there will be another 5 Kage talks, and he will take advantage of this 5 Kage talks to control Mifune of the Iron Country with Shisui's Kota Amatsukami Sharingan, and use this to become the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, thereby completing his goal. But for this scene to appear, there must be a situation, that is, the 5 major ninja villages feel threatened, and they all have a common enemy. Now that he has faked his death, what else can make them afraid at the same time? In fact, Sasuke showed extraordinary combat power not long ago. In the other 4 ninja villages, Kakashi felt that it was necessary to mention this matter to Xiao Yun. Extraordinary combat power? At this pace, how much can he grow? It's just the combat power of the peak of Chunin, right? A little stronger he is just a Jonin, and I am afraid he can't even touch Itaki. The main thing is that he attacked the cages of the other 4 hidden villages. Kakashi mentioned it again, as if he saw that Xiao Yun didn't know. Xiao Yun was stunned when he heard this. Why? What's wrong with this guy? Why did he attack the cages of the other 4 villages? Kakashi didn't say anything more. He was also surprised. According to the report, Xiao Yun appeared on the day when Sasuke defected to help Konoha village, but Sasuke didn't come back. Later, he even received a report that the Anbu went to wipe them out, but now Xiao Yun didn't know anything. Hey, how long are you going to talk? Even Tian Tian, who was impatient, could hold it in and stood aside to not interrupt their conversation, but now he couldn't hold it in anymore, so he interrupted their conversation directly. Tian Tian was very curious about how he escaped that day, but after thinking about it carefully, she was blinded by the illusion. Her own subjective consciousness was too strong, so she didn't need Xiao Yun to say anything to brainwash her. She just deceived herself and obeyed Xiao Yun's plan. Now she came here to ask for punishment. Since Ino failed in the last Chunin exam, she felt like there was a thorn in her heart, which hurt so much and was piercing her heart all the time. Now the 2 women came here to cause trouble. After seeing this scene, Kakashi laughed dryly, haha, sorry, I'm leaving first. Then he left without hesitation. Only Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame, Xiao Yun, Kinja, Tian Tian, Ino, and others were left standing there. Forget it, let's find a place to sit first. I haven't been back for a long time. Xiao Yun looked at the Anbu around him and walked towards a small shop silently. The other party didn't make a move, I don't know why. Tian Tian, Ino, and others nodded and followed. Being surrounded by Konoha village is not a worry. Itaka has enough knowledge of Xiao Yun's strength. 1 person is a legion. This guy is afraid that he will surround the entire Konoha when he comes here. Moreover, the 9-tailed fox in his body has not yet erupted. If it erupts, it will be terrible. Chapter 45 Konoha Destruction Crisis. Most importantly, Itaki also missed the dumplings here, so he was happy to sit down and eat something. Hoshigaki Kisame himself has a little problem with his brain, so he naturally won't give up this opportunity to provoke. Besides, there was a guy who impressed him last time. If he can meet him again, it would be really exciting. At the same time, in the distance of Konoha village, the Anbu gathered, but their purpose was not to wipe out Xiao Yun and others who suddenly came to Konoha village, but to arrest the gang headed by Tsunade and others. As for the news that Xiao Yun and others had entered Konoha village, it had been passed on long ago. But Danzo didn't care, just silently used part of his power to control these people first. Some of the power in the village was left, enough to deal with emergencies. Moreover, there were not as many people following Tsunade as imagined. The civil strife in a ninja village was not a rare thing, it could almost be considered a common occurrence. Danzo. Do you know what you are doing? Tsunade scolded sternly. Danzo sneered twice and gestured twice. He didn't want to say much. After the 3rd generation left, he was equivalent to a beast without chains. It was just that the threat of Sasuke and Xiao Yun made him feel too much of a sense of crisis, so he could only launch a coup and directly seize Konoha village. The previous attack by Sasuke was also deliberately arranged by him. It was likely that some special transformation technique was used, which others could not detect. It happened to be lightning escape and fire escape, which was enough to prove Sasuke's identity. In addition, Sasuke was not caught, which meant that the guy who replaced Sasuke's mask was directly considered to be Sasuke. Because there is no way to prove that he is not Sasuke, he is Sasuke. The 5 major ninja villages have even united, and the 5 Kage talks will be held soon. Danzo's calculations are the same as before, to achieve his own goals after framing others, and to harm others and benefit himself. This is his plan. Although everyone knows that Sasuke is unlikely to be a threat, they have great doubts about Xiao Yun's sudden death, so they chose to agree to this 5 Kage talks, not for Sasuke, but just to prevent Xiao Yun. Because there have been many rumors recently, they have to be cautious. Sasuke is just an inducement to stimulate them to react. Anbu continued to emerge, and then attacked Tsunade and others over there. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship and a series of things, perhaps even the third generation did not know that this guy actually stored such a powerful strength in secret. I give up. Tsunade's own strength is not inferior to Danzo and others, but Konoha really can't withstand these consumption, so she surrendered in advance. Although Danzo is ambitious and extreme, he still cares deeply about Konoha. Tsunade may be worried, but at least Konoha is not handed over to him. Outsiders, this was enough to reassure her. So, Tsunade and others were captured directly, and Danzo's plan began temporarily. Xiao Yun was eating meatballs in the store, silently lowering his head, looking like he didn't want to hear anything. Over there, the three women were not at all coping. Who are you? Tianation's eyes were on Kinja. Even Ino stared at the girl beside him with hostility. Me? Kinja hesitated for a moment. As a half-audience, she could probably guess why the two girls looked at Xiao Yun's eager eyes, so she was also thinking about how to take advantage of the situation in front of her. Xiao Yun knew that it would become a sure field sooner or later, so he didn't dare to speak. Itaki rarely enjoyed peace, so he was happy and unwilling to move, just sitting on the chair silently eating meatballs and drinking tea. Kisame looked at the Anbu who were stalking outside and the ninjas who appeared and walked in front of him from time to time with interest. It was obvious that he was already eager to fight. Of course, not long after this, Danzo had brought Tsunade and others back, and naturally began to study how to deal with these guests. First of all, Kai happened to be here, and Kakashi and others were also here. So they gathered these people at the first time, and they also knew what to do. But the three of them hadn't left yet, which made Danzo very strange. These guys had already caused a wave of deterrence when they came last time. It's true that ninjas of Itachi's level are very deterrent. It's not that one against several is very powerful. On the contrary, there is no benefit in frontal combat, but it is secretly against this point. If there is an existence beyond the level of Kage who will always be watching and making trouble in the dark, no one will turn a blind eye. So Danzo was very afraid of Itachi, so he didn't kill Sasuke. But now all kinds of signs show that Xiao Yun is so close to him, and Sasuke is also very close to Xiao Yun, which makes Danzo wonder if there is any connection between them. So he really can't help his suspicion. So now that Xiao Yun and Itachi have appeared, Danzo thinks this is the best opportunity to bury the scandal. Once the Uchiha family extermination is exposed, everyone's view of Konoha will change. Let's not talk about the Anbu people, just talk about this group of ninjas in the open. How will they view their village after hearing the news? Safety? What safety? Once there is suspicion, the whole family must be exterminated, and the one closest to them must be attacked. How will Itachi's status change? Danzo will bear the infamy for the rest of his life. And a genius like Sasuke seems to be reactionary, and the damage to the village at that time is unpredictable. Trust, scandals, suspicion of various families in Konoha, intensified conflicts, all of these will collapse. Konoha may collapse because of this. So the only way is to solve the scandal and bury it. Therefore, at this moment, a large number of Anbu quietly gathered outside the small shop, and even members of the root gathered here, and even summoned a lot of spirit beasts, complete ninja tools, medical ninjas, sealing ninjas, barrier ninjas, and other people were gathered here. The means of a large ninja village are not just as simple as they seem on the surface. These people alone have exceeded several thousand, and there is a feeling of the eve of the Ninja World War. Itachi and Kisame seemed to have sensed something, but Xiao Yun still held his head and waited for the execution of the Shura field. At the same time, countless black shadows emerged, 2-meter-high warriors, black shadows with different colors of clothes, black shadow snakes quietly appeared, and countless subordinates summoned by the shadow ancestor. The ordinary villagers on the street have been dispersed, and most of them have been sent to the safe zone. At this moment, both sides of the street are occupied by black shadows and Anbu. One is black, the other is grey. People are standing on both sides of the street. There are also countless Anbu and black shadows lurking in the street. At first glance, the number of people is still more than that of black shadows. Chapter 46 Treasure. The black shadows stood still, like dead things. The Anbu swallowed their saliva and grasped the knives in their hands. Some people have begun to condense chakra to prepare for action, and even the seals are almost completed. The whole Konoha is also surrounded by the barrier. At this moment, Konoha has no villagers. They can act at will without worrying about hurting innocent people. Go! Danzo gave orders from behind. After hearing this order, a group of Anbu rushed towards the black shadows. And the black shadows seemed to be synchronized with them. The moment they moved, a group of black shadows also rushed forward quickly. Still as a mountain, moving like a rabbit. Ninjutsu splashed everywhere, various fireballs and water dragons surged, and physical skills and swordsmanship fought. Even the battle between summoned beasts was not to be outdone. In a flash, many buildings in Konoha village were damaged by the ninjutsu battle. The Anbu also suffered heavy casualties. Almost every time the senjutsu and other ninjutsu, if the jutsu attacks them desperately, they will be injured to a lesser or greater extent. If they use injury for injury to get rid of the black shadows, perhaps they will not refuse, but the Anbu will not accept it. Even if the black shadows are eliminated, they will be summoned out soon. Even if some of them have special bloodline ninjas who can beat the black shadows, they will not be able to withstand such consumption for a long time. The number of black shadows has not decreased at all, but it seems to have increased visibly. The ninjutsu clashes more and more fiercely, and the damage to the Anbu is getting more serious. Danzo can't help but clench his fist as the situation becomes more and more intense. His right hand is Hashirama's cell. With the power of wood release and the Sharingan Izanagi rewriting reality, he may be able to eliminate all these black shadows. But he will never take action at this time. It's not the right time. So he silently stepped back a few steps. Seeing that the Anbu were almost exhausted, the black shadows began to restrain their offensive and defeated them instead of killing them. Previously, it was to reduce the combat effectiveness, but now it is to solve the current situation. It seems that because the Anbu have become less, they don't even need to fight, so Xiao Yun and the other four came out. Tian Tian and Ino chased out reluctantly, but they could only watch Xiao Yun leave. Danzo clenched his fist fiercely, but he didn't say much. The black shadows retreated and fell silent again, looking like wooden men. The Anbu didn't dare to take action for a while. So they were in a stalemate until Xiao Yun left, and those black shadows quietly turned into black shadows and rushed towards Xiao Yun. Now Konoha's overall strength was greatly reduced, and Danzo hurriedly spread the news to the other four ninja villages. Now Konoha's greatly reduced strength is very tempting, but no one will take action to deal with them. The balance of the 5 places needs to be maintained. Once the balance is broken, the impact will be great. So now that they have received the news from Danzo, the 5 major ninja villages are also anxious. Is Xiao Yun's attack enough to put Konoha into this state? Doesn't that mean that they will be wiped out alone? Even if they are not wiped out, they will have to lower their heads and speak 3 times less because of their impaired vision. The most terrifying thing is that Xiao Yun's strength is so terrible. If he was assassinated directly after the 6 Shadows talks, would they think that they did it? The thought of this possibility makes people feel headache. If this guy retaliates. So the 5 Shadows meeting was officially held again. This time, someone even released the news and invited Xiao Yun to participate. They will gather at the last place and wait for Xiao Yun to come to participate. Danzo's goal was achieved in part, but not completely. Because he really didn't expect that his plan would be restrained by Xiao Yun, but even if he thought of it, there was nothing he could do. Here, several days later, they came to a small village after passing through Konoha. Xiao Yun felt a familiar smell when he came here. The power of shadows is particularly abundant here. Everyone living here wears black clothes, even the old people have black hair, black lips, and black nails. Seeing these 4 uninvited guests, the people in the village did not show any surprise, but were busy as usual, but when they saw Kinja, they could not help but look sideways. If Xiao Yun had not sensed the power of shadows here, he might have ignored this small village directly. Okay, take a break and continue on the road. Kisame urged as usual. He did not participate in the previous battle in Konoha, and now he is anxious. But even if it is such a normal statement, Xiao Yun did not nod and agree this time, but looked at Itaki. Maybe you need to stay here for a while. Itaki frowned, wondering why Xiao Yun said so. Xiao Yun looked at Kinja, who looked calm. Maybe even Kinja herself didn't know that this might be the treasure hiding place. Looking at the map these days, the 4 of them rushed to the destination together. Kinja was very anxious along the way, but slowly she learned not to be angry. Even so, Xiao Yun was sure that she didn't know that this was the treasure location. In fact, because she came to this village, the black shadow power on her body became more obvious. Even if it was a little weak, it could be felt that it had become stronger. This is where they are looking for. Don't waste time, kid, you are not interested in this little girl, right? It doesn't matter what you want to do after the matter is done, but don't block the way now. Kisame was also a little angry. Xiao Yun defeated him before, so he didn't dare to say anything, but he didn't let him do it in Konoha before, which made him even more angry. Now Xiao Yun suddenly said that he didn't want to leave, so he must have stopped him immediately. We have arrived at the place. Xiao Yun looked around and said calmly. Hearing his words, the villagers didn't look at them, and there was nothing wrong with their actions, and they still went their own way, but a light flashed in their eyes at the same time. Not only Xiao Yun noticed it, even Itaki and Kisame also noticed this strange change at the same time. Although it was not obvious, they caught the eyes of several people. Okay. Itaki nodded. Kisame also said nothing. Time passed little by little, and it was dark. The four of them easily found the only hotel open in the village, where they took a hot spring bath, ate something and then began to rest. Except for Kinja, no one else slept. Xiao Yun felt that something must happen here at night, because the power of the black shadow was changing. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of liquid dripping on the ground came, which was actually more like the sound of plasticine falling on the ground, but it was not so solid. The window was wide open, and the moonlight shone in. The house was dark, and there was no light. The sound gradually became clearer until it came to his door and stopped. Chapter 47 Shadow of Shadow. Xiao Yun looked at the other two people who were sleeping on the floor. The two also looked over. The message Same had conveyed to Kisame was that this chakra was somewhat similar to Xiao Yun's shadow. Under Kisame's interrogative gaze, Xiao Yun shook his head. An Itaki opened his Sharingan and looked outside the door, just in time to see the chakra flow in the body of the thing outside the door. It was indeed different from the shadow, and the flow went in a different direction. Itaki looked at Kisame and conveyed his message. And Xiao Yun also began to pretend to sleep, and Kisame and Itaki also pretended to sleep. Let's see what's going on first, and take action as long as there is something wrong. The three of them slept in a row. Kinja slept in the corner of the wall, separated from them by a large distance, and the three of them were closest to the door. Click! The bamboo door was pushed open. Although the movement was very subtle and light, there was still a little sound, which sounded like thunder in the ears of the three people. Sure enough, he came to open their door, but what was the purpose? Although I know that I have arrived at the place, I still don't understand the specific details. Otherwise, there would be no Kinja. They just go to the destination with all the information about the treasure location to solve the problem. And now the person who suddenly appeared seems to be planning to leak the information. Slurp. The sticky sound of water came out, and several black shadows emerged in the room, which was almost the same as the appearance of Xiao Yun's black shadow. However, the behavior of these guys brought light movements, which was much worse than Xiao Yun's black shadows who walked silently and had no life breath. Gaizami also had a complicated expression, as if he was wondering if Xiao Yun was going to eliminate him here to eliminate future troubles. If it was really a revenge, Kisame might have gone berserk on the spot, but it was fortunate that he got Itaki's confirmation that he didn't get up and hack randomly. Only Kinja was still sleeping among the four, and the four of them were quietly carried away with quilts. The strange thing is that although these guys are not as professional as Xiao Yun's black shadows, they are really skilled in carrying sleeping people away. They don't feel anything at all, as if the earth is walking on its own. The three of them didn't feel any movement. Except that the movement of these people walking is really too loud. It is estimated that only Kinja, who sleeps like a dead pig, can sleep peacefully. And another point is that they are not walking on the village streets outside, but the passage under the hotel. For outsiders, the only place they can go is the hotel, and a passage has been dug under the hotel, and the temperature in the passage is barely enough, so that people don't feel the cold wind and get up to close the window. In addition, there are no lights or torches here, but these guys can move forward correctly and find the right way. Itaki and Kisame could barely open their eyes and watch themselves moving forward, but there was no movement under them, as if they were lying on a stone, and the stone was floating steadily in the sky. Gradually moving forward, until they came to a huge cave space. Put the four of them on the platform. There were several ritual altars in the cave, just in time to lift Itaki up first. Itaki's heart was slightly shaken, but he didn't dare to move. Seeing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly stood up. Stop, 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 that's enough, don't really play yourself into it. Xiao Yun simply didn't want to talk. When did Itaki become so rigid? It's clear that he wants to sacrifice, and he will only stop when there is danger? Don't scare me, this black shop will be demolished directly, anyway, we have arrived at the place. Kinja sat up with sleepy eyes, looking at the darkness around her. She felt a little uncomfortable for a while, but after she got used to it, she found the shadows carrying her and others, Xiao Yun and others, and of course, she also found the cave she was in. Discovered. From the darkness a man walked out of the village. He looked like an ordinary villager, but Xiao Yun felt the power of black shadow from this man, which was the same level as the chakra of the Chunin. No, it was called the power of black shadow, but it was more like the chakra of Yin attribute, which was the chakra used by Shikamaru. To put it bluntly, there was still a big difference. Old man. Kisame pulled out the same hata he was carrying behind him and pointed it directly at the villager. Pa! The villager clapped his hands helplessly. The lights around him were lit up. And Xiao Yun also went from barely being able to see the other party's outline in the darkness to being able to see it clearly. The other party's black shadow was indeed a black shadow with a shape, belonging to a summoned creature. Is it a living creature? Just barely. In terms of appearance, it looked like a human-shaped black fog, almost without substance, and probably similar to an illusion, which hurt the spirit. When Xiao Yun thought of this, he felt that his own black shadow might have the effect of contamination. Previously, he had devoured many people's chakras through the power of black shadows, and even devoured the power of many things, such as the demon sword Muramasa. When he thought of this, a black shadow emerged from the darkness, and a black shadow half knelt on the ground with both hands offering the demon sword Muramasa emerged from the ground. Itaki and Kisame had seen it many times, but they didn't think it was strange. After all, special means, who doesn't seem to have it? They were too lazy to investigate the secrets. This is. But the villager widened his eyes, feeling the familiar power fluctuations. He almost mistook it for the same source. In fact, he directly mistook the other party for the same kind. What level is the existence that can make the creation of Yin attribute chakras so solid? Creator? To put it bluntly, these black shadows can barely touch some objects in reality, and even consume a lot of chakra, but when the black shadow came out, he found that the other party could not only hold the demon sword Muramasa, but also have a shadow. Things with shadows are entities, this is common sense, but the shadow of the shadow, what kind of monster is it? What kind of existence is this? Or is it a shadow itself? The villager thought to himself and started to launch a surprise attack with his own black shadow. Because he was close, he just started to attack directly. So, when the black mist swung his shaky fist and smashed the kneeling black shadow, the black shadow did not move at all, and still knelt loyally on the spot with both hands offering the demon sword Muramasa. It will not die, has no fear, and may have thoughts, but his thoughts are few and pure. Hit, this grievance is unbearable, he started it first. Xiao Yun said a little. Hearing this, the black shadow also drew his sword and slashed instantly, and his figure flashed to not far behind the black mist. If you look at it from a certain angle, the two of them are almost standing back to back. Impossible, how can a physical thing hurt? The villager widened his eyes and staggered back 2 steps. If he could not barely support his body, he might have collapsed to the ground in a daze. Over there, the shadow closed the knife in his hand and closed his eyes. Kaka. The scabbard closed, and a crisp knocking sound was heard, and a strange sound wave spread out with the knife as the center. Chapter 48, Shadow Demon Village. Pa. Like a pile of rotten meat, it fell directly to the ground with a crisp sound. Pa. 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 The sound was continuous and dense like rain. The shadow demon was directly cut into several pieces. Impossible. Impossible. Who are you? Shadow demons are not so fragile. What method did you use? The villager looked at the shadow, obviously questioning the shadow, not Xiao Yun. As for the shadow, he was still half kneeling on the ground with the demon sword Muramasa raised in both hands, as if Xiao Yun could reach out and grab it at any time. Seeing that it didn't answer, the villager looked at Xiao Yun again, as if waiting for him to give him an explanation. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun didn't think of paying attention to him. Just thinking, the treasure is in such a small village, maybe it's not money? What are you doing here again? Kinja stood up and stared blankly at Xiao Yun, Itaki, Kisame, and the frightened villager. She didn't have much to say these days. Haven't she seen enough? Ninjutsu, monsters, and so on. She was either scared or amazed along the way. Hasn't she seen enough? In this situation, she is not worried at all. These three monster-like guys will protect her, at least before getting the treasure. She thinks the treasure is not far ahead, and she just needs to hurry. But what she doesn't know is that the treasure is actually on the route, but now they have arrived in advance. Xiao Yun knows, so he looks at Kinja, take out the key to the treasure and let me see it. Kinja hesitated for a moment, thinking that these people could go straight to that place without asking her any information along the way, so she didn't refuse and agreed directly, and thought about escaping during this period, but the opponent's strength was too strong, what else could he do? Just cooperate obediently. So she silently took off the necklace on her neck. Just when the necklace was taken off and placed in Xiao Yun's hand, Xiao Yun only felt that the black shadow power seemed to have seen some snacks, and slowly stretched out a little bit of black shadow power to swallow it directly. The power in the necklace was not much, but it could also make it a full meal. At the same time, the black shadow beside him had a strange look in his scarlet eyes. It stared at Xiao Yun, and its eyes were still scarlet, but it could be seen that it was a little erratic. It seemed to be thinking about how to express something. Xiao Yun must not let go of its actions, so he also looked at the black shadow beside him. The two looked at each other, and the black shadow began to shake his head, as if he was in pain because of some struggle, or troubled. Big man. The black shadow spoke. Xiao Yun widened his eyes. Although these guys usually communicate information with me, it is only to convey information at most. I ask, they answer, yes or no. It's that simple, but now they can talk. When the Black Shadow village was established before, their IQ was a big problem. According to the development that Xiao Yun said, they really developed a village, but the method was a bit clumsy and it took a long time. If they used their own combat power to attack the city, they might be able to capture Konoha in less than a day after leaving Xiao Yun. The benefits of IQ can be seen from this. Now this guy can talk. What on earth did the power of the Black Shadow devour that had such an effect? The villager felt goosebumps all over his body, and there was a cold wind everywhere. The necklace was something they had been guarding for almost a lifetime, but now it was devoured by this guy. He could clearly sense the other party's devouring behavior. That's why he was surprised, and what was even more surprising was that he could now sense the other party's black shadow, like a living thing. Okay, what are you guarding? Tell me. Xiao Yun didn't want to waste time, he was a little sleepy. The villagers looked at Kinja over there. Kinja saw this scene and naturally had some guesses in her mind. She knew very well what the necklace represented, and because she knew it, she knew what was happening now. They have arrived at the treasure hiding place? When exactly? She also saw the villagers, so she didn't understand what happened. Since there are villagers, it means they must still be in the village, but where is this place now? They want to take the necklace again. Can you tell me what happened? Kinja also became curious. The villager nodded as if he had received an order, this is part of the treasure. The ninja world is vast and full of wonders. Powerful ninjas emerge endlessly. However, those who survived were selected, and those who did not survive were destroyed. Shadow Demon is one of them. The Chakra attribute is Yin, which can summon shadow demons that cannot be attacked. It is a village that specializes in assassinations. Itaka seemed to know something. Xiao Yun probably also heard that the village specialized in shadow-type ninjutsu was destroyed, but unfortunately it was destroyed. Generally, such destroyed villages are considered too weak. But in fact, many villages in the Naruto world have their own footholds, perhaps some unique ninjutsu, perhaps summoning beasts, or some weird cooperation. All of these are enough to make a ninja village stand up. Existence is reasonable, and non-existence cannot be said to be completely useless. Maybe it was eliminated because of bad luck? As the saying goes, luck is also part of strength. The shadow magic of the Kumagura family was sealed here. It was originally used as a gift for the Kumagura family's coming-of-age ceremony, but there has been no correspondence recently. When the villagers said this, they looked at Kinja next to Xiao Yun. From her eyebrows and eyes, they could see a little bit of the Kumagura family. Needless to say, she must have been held hostage. But this young man who had never seen before actually had the potential to be a powerful shadow demon. It doesn't look like money. Xiao Yun was a little disappointed. Can the shadow demon make me stronger? Kinja suddenly asked, and even distanced herself from Xiao Yun and others, and deliberately walked towards the villagers over there. Xiao Yun had no choice. If she wanted to go, she could go. She also wanted to see if there was anything else. Yes. The villagers were very sure. Shadow demons can be summoned to attack on behalf of ninjas, similar to the puppetry of the Sand Ninja, but much more advanced than the puppetry, almost equivalent to two people fighting. Just think about it, when two opponents of equal strength are fighting, an invisible shadow suddenly appears behind them and wipes off the opponent's neck. How powerful is that? To want to inherit this power, I want to become stronger and take revenge. Kinja was originally planning to give up. Isn't it just money? What else can the treasure be besides money? Xiao Yun and others are monsters, no matter how much money there is, it is impossible to kill them directly. But now, she found that she might inherit some powerful power. Chapter 49 Shadow Demon King. Inherit the power, go to Xiao Yun, go to the Akatsuki organization for revenge, let them clearly recognize their weakness. Revenge, revenge for their country, whether it is their father or others. Good. The villager looked at Kinja approvingly, and even gave her a thumbs up unconsciously. Xiao Yun stood there and watched calmly, while Ataki and Kisame were ready. Hoo! A gust of wind blew, and all the torch lights in the cave were blown out. The cave returned to its previous darkness, and Xiao Yun could also feel from the other party's shadow that the other party seemed to be performing some strange ninjutsu. Summoning technique, Shadow Demon King. After biting his finger, the other party formed a seal and finally covered his palm on the ground. In an instant, the darkness around him inexplicably moved towards the cave. It was visible to the naked eye that the darkness around him was emptied, as if it had turned into its original color, and it was as bright as daytime. The black shadow was pulled away. What kind of strange scene was this? At least Xiao Yun couldn't understand the situation in front of him, it was too inconsistent. I am getting stronger. Kinja was wrapped in the power of the shadow demon, her pupils were completely black, and her body floated in the air. It was as if she was the only one in the darkness in this cave, the darkness that could be felt, the darkness that clearly existed. There had never been a day when the picture of light and shadow was so clear, but here, Xiao Yun really felt it. You, all die. All die. Kinja waved his hand casually, and a ball of black shadow power flew out and hit Kisame. Ha! Kisame waved the same hata in his hand and hit the black gas flying towards this side fiercely. What? The same hata in Kisame's hand went straight through the black gas, as if it was waving at the air, which made him a little surprised. But he was not to be underestimated, and silently stood up and jumped to leave. But the shadow was much faster than him, and there was light everywhere here. It can be said that there were shadows everywhere, and its moving trajectory had no rules. Even the shadow that can break away from the entity, how strong is it? Crack! One can almost hear the sound of Kisame's bones breaking. But strangely, he himself seemed to have never felt any pain, but his face was solemn. Xiao Yun could sense that the previous blow directly devoured a lot of Kisame's chakra. And the sound of bones breaking was obviously aimed at the shadow. Can the power of black shadow be used in that way? Xiao Yun looked at the black shadow kneeling beside him and fell into deep thought. Previously, he used the demon sword Muramasa to wield only the purest chakra and black shadow power. The purpose was unclear, just to increase power and speed. The power of black shadow represents speed, and chakra means strength. The damage caused by these two moves together is not low. As a result, now think about it, why can black shadow only represent speed? It is also a kind of strength. If it is used for attack, does it also have two types of speed and strength? It even has an auxiliary effect. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Yun directly used the power of black shadow to pinch out a black shadow. It is also a standard normal black shadow, but his appearance can make darkness appear all around. In other words, this guy can also affect light. Sometimes the rendering power of darkness is stronger than light, because they only see darkness and ignore light. Most people in the light are unaware of it, but the darkness is everywhere, all the time, in the darkness. Strong. This Shadow Demon King is something. Boy, can't you defeat the shadow? Do it. Do it quickly. Seeing the other party waving out a few more black shadows, Kisame couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It's hard to imagine what will be swallowed up when the chakra is swallowed up. Same Hado wanted to go forward to launch an attack, but Kinja was already shrouded by black shadows. As long as he approached her, he would have no chance unless he approached her directly. As for ninjutsu, she wouldn't give him a chance to seal. Even if Kisame was sealing while running, it would be the same. Although he was fast, it still took a little time to condense chakra. This little time was enough for Kinja to directly swallow most of his condensed chakra. It could be said that she was a natural enemy. And he had no choice but to ask Xiao Yun for help. After all, he could only think of Xiao Yun. Amaterasu. Itake focused his eyes on Kinja, his eyes flickered and turned into a kaleidoscope, and a line of blood and tears flowed down his eyes. The black flames spread, as if he wanted to burn Kinja into pieces, and he actually did so. In an instant, the black flames spread into a large ball, almost wrapping Kinja in the power of the shadow demon as soon as it appeared, and then burned. But in Itake's eyes, it was a different scene. The opponent's chakra level was very small, but he could still see the veins, which made Itake even more amazed. Something similar to space ninjutsu avoided his Amaterasu, and the opponent looked here, actually turned into a shadow. Shadows cannot have entities, even if they are separated from the light, they still have no entity, so Amaterasu and these flames are just burning as if they were deceived. Until the power disappeared, Amaterasu dissipated and the power of the black shadow over there became stronger. The light brought by the burning fire also brought shadows, and almost any ninjutsu could only make the shadows swell more. Xiao Yun himself can also merge into the shadow, and he has done this kind of thing to hurry up. It's like being driven away by the light and kicked away, and the speed is very fast. Intentionally controlling the black shadow can even match the speed of light. Seeing his moves failed, Itake probably guessed that he could not use any ninjutsu on the opponent. None of them had ever been exposed to space ninjutsu, nor did they know how to do it. If they wanted to break another space and cause damage, Xiao Yun was probably the only one. Seeing the power of the shadow demon flying towards the three people here, groups of black gas were like monsters with bared fangs and claws. Itake and Kisame did not dodge and were directly hit by the black gas, and a large part of the chakra in their bodies was lost. They both looked at Xiao Yun, waiting for Xiao Yun's solution. The two could feel that it was basically impossible to escape if they wanted to. The opponent was a shadow, and the shadow followed them behind them. There was no situation where no one could get rid of the shadow by running fast, so the two of them did not run. Like a shadow following you, this is not a joke, it is a horror story, at least in this situation, it is really a horror story. There is no way, I can only take action. Xiao Yun now really wants to swallow up these shadow demon powers, and then check their characteristics, so that he can become stronger. Maybe he has the ability to fight against the immortal guys. The black gas waved by Kinja directly merged into Xiao Yun's body, which seemed to be no different from other people, but Xiao Yun knew that this group of shadow demon power was like a stone sinking into the sea. Even if there was a certain sound, it could not cause any big waves. Chapter 50 Devouring the Shadow Demon King. Ha ha ha. You deserve it. You are dead. The villager was very excited. Under normal circumstances, it should be those who guarded the shadow demon who were devoured, and then sincerely loyal to the Seongkang family like a shadow, but now that he has been guarding for too long, he found that many loyalty, reputation, morality and so on have been abandoned by him. People with strength don't have to live in such a ghost place. Other villagers will not tolerate him doing that, but now it is dark and these people are here. He also took the opportunity to directly act and turn Seongkang Kinja into the Shadow Demon King, and he can also control this sacrifice to the Shadow Demon King. In this way, he can escape from this ghost village and live a good life outside. Ugh! Kinja's screams continued to ring. Xiao Yun watched calmly, not knowing how much of what she said just now was true or false. Boy, don't look at it, all three of you will die here today. Become the puppet of the Shadow Demon King obediently and live in another form. Work for me. The villager looked arrogant, he could foresee a better life in the future, and even see a bright future. Hey, you are so happy, as if you have eaten me. Xiao Yun looked at the villager with a helpless face, took the demon sword Muramasa from the black shadow, and prepared to pull it out. That's right. You are dead. I have eaten you. Jesus can't stop you. I said. The villager held his head fiercely and trembled, very excited and almost crazy. Kinja, this silly spore, was stupidly used as a tool. It was worthy of being a tool person. Xiao Yun actually treated her as a tool person along the way. Of course, Kinja couldn't hear Xiaoyun's thoughts now, and couldn't even hear any word Xiaoyun said. She was writhing in pain. Boy! Hurry up! Kisame urged hurriedly. Seeing that Kinja was about to split more black shadows to attack this side, Itake was also thinking about whether to sacrifice the 10-fist sword. Okay. Xiaoyun nodded, unsheathed the demon sword Muramasa in his hand, raised it, swung it, and the black shadow was cut out in an instant. That's it? You want to defeat the Shadow Demon King with this thing? Don't embarrass yourself. Ha 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 ha. The villager laughed wildly. The shadow blade slashed out and directly passed through the flying shadow demon groups. Kisame's face sank. This kid is really unreliable. Susanoo. Itake also circulated chakra in his body. He originally trusted Xiao Yun, but now he had to be careful in the life and death decision, so chakra ribs appeared on both sides of him, and Susanoo covered almost his whole body, even Kisame. Wait, something is wrong. These black shadows stopped. Itake wanted to launch an attack, but when he looked over, he found that the shadow demons flying in the air froze and could not move. And the shadow blade flew out and instantly passed through Kinja, and chopped directly on the stone wall without moving, as if it was born on the stone wall. Ha ha ha! The smile of the villager gradually froze on his face, thinking back to the black shadow killing his shadow demon with a knife just now. Now think about it, what kind of strength will Xiao Yun have as the master? It's not that he looks down on Xiao Yun, it's really that Xiao Yun is too young, and usually the combat power of the shadow demon is higher than that of the master. But now this sword, let him see a possibility. Will he die? Impossible. The Shadow Demon King is an S-level spiritual beast after all. A terrible monster inherited from ancient times, who has killed countless people and absorbed countless shadows, will be defeated by a child? Ka. A crisp sound like stepping on broken ice came out. The moment he heard the voice, the villager ran away without saying a word. This guy is simply a monster. The Shadow Demon King's bones were broken. Once the defense is broken, it means that the plan has failed. He can run as far as he can. If he stays any longer, he will die. This guy is too strong to be a human being. If possible, the villagers will kneel on the ground and kowtow to Xiao Yun, begging him to be a human being. Give him a way to live. Unfortunately, he ran away without looking back. And Xiao Yun didn't want to say more. The effect of the shadow blade just now was probably tested. Oh my god! Gaizami swallowed his saliva. He couldn't help but be amazed. This move was so weird, but he actually felt a fighting spirit and wanted to fight Xiao Yun to try how strong this move was. Facing this weird monster, he was helpless, but Xiao Yun could solve it with one sword. Yes. Itake smiled bitterly. When would this guy stand there stupidly waiting to die without any confidence? Since he didn't run away, it means he must have a way. Why do you think so much? Here, Kinja was slashed by a shadow blade and most of her shadow demon power was devoured. The only thing left was her own shadow and some of her core shadow demon power. Originally, Xiao Yun wanted to get rid of it directly without leaving any trouble, but after thinking about it, he decided to keep it. Maybe it can be used as a portable power bank? I felt it before that the Shadow Demon King in her body could devour the black shadow to replenish its own strength, so she could just casually swing out a group of shadow demon power without any consumption. This kind of portable power bank can even help me improve my combat effectiveness a lot. Why not keep it? As for the villager, Xiao Yun didn't want to stay, and had sent the black shadow over to let him sleep. Kinja sat on the ground stupidly, staring at the ground with a dull look. She was thinking about how to explain. She had the intention to kill just now. If someone wants to kill someone, he must be prepared to be killed. She already had this awareness, so she was waiting to die. In order not to make herself look ugly before she died, she did not plan to say a word. The Shadow Demon King's spiritualism is extraordinary. It can maintain its power to exist in the world by devouring shadows. It does not have the endless power of black shadows, but the shadows in the outside world do. As long as the light does not disappear, the shadows will be born with it, so it can stay. The cave returned to pitch black, and Kinja sat on the ground motionless, waiting to die. Xiao Yun did not say much, got up and left, but did not forget to look back when he left. Okay, if you don't want to die, follow me obediently, and follow me after you get the treasure. I can't guarantee that I won't kill you, but you can atone for your sins and become my power bank. Kinja pricked up her ears and listened to Xiao Yun's words very seriously. She probably understood all the words, just 3 words, what is a power bank? Xiao Yun would definitely not explain anything to her, and the 4 of them went back to rest. Kinja also fell asleep with a night of doubts under the dark shadow summoned by Xiao Yun. The next day, the 4 of them set off and found the treasure location in a short time. There were indeed many things. According to the information collected by the Akatsuki organization, they opened the treasure room and found a lot of things inside. Itaki also got up and left after recording these treasures, and Kisame stayed to guard.